I declare open this hearing of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee into the 2025-2026 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to elders past and present. The committee has fixed Thursday 29 January as the date for the return of answers to questions on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate matters and general questions of the Communications and Arts portfolio. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance at questions at estimates at hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. That is a broad test of relevance. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to defer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into Hansard. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Mobile phones should be switched to silent. Senators are aware that one of the roles of the committee chair is to ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly way. This is not intended to prevent rigorous questioning of witnesses, but to help ensure that senators exercise their rights and privileges in a careful, civil and responsible manner. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code of Australian Parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect, and as chair I intend to uphold these standards. I welcome Senator the Honourable Nita Green, Assistant Minister for Northern Australia Tourism and Pacific Island Affairs, representing the Minister for Communications and the Arts. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I also welcome Mr Jim Betts, Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts. Mr Betts, do you wish to?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Betts. Before we commence with corporate questions, I remind senators that this part of the program relates to matters relating to central departmental administration, such as building services, ICT, staffing levels and media procurement. Questions relating to individual policies and programs should be addressed to officials when specific programs are considered in subsequent sessions. And on that note, we now go to questions from senators. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you. Look, I just wanted to firstly ask about the government's election commitments. Mr Betts, if you might take the lead in just giving us an update on the delivery of election commitments. Just wondering whether the funding for Smack Talk has been delivered?
I may need to ask somebody to come to the table to answer that question.
Thank you. So this was $450,000 over 3 years to Smack Talk for youth sextortion education, starting on the 1st of July 2025.
Yeah, good morning, Sarah Vandenbroek, First Assistant Secretary. The funding hasn't been delivered. We have been in conversations with Smack Talk and we are working out the details of the funding arrangement, but we haven't made the payment yet.
And why haven't you made the payment?
Ms Field, do you have details of where the contract is up to on that? I understand we're still negotiating the contract with the recipient.
What's the barrier to concluding the contract?
I don't have that information with me, Senator. I'll have to take that on notice.
Does someone have that here, or could you bring it to the table?
We could certainly get it from our colleagues.
Do you have concerns about the delivery of the commitment, or?
Senator James Chisholm, Deputy Secretary, Communications and Media Group. Given that the contract is still, and the funding is still a matter for discussion between the Commonwealth and the recipient, we'll take on notice any further updates for you, given the potential for some of those issues to be considered in the context of any commercial or other arrangements.
Mr Chisholm, that's not a good start for today. We had some very significant issues when you last appeared before us, when you were ducking and weaving. I'm going to say this politely. That's not a reason not to answer the question. Excuse me, Minister.
That's not an appropriate, Chair. That's not an appropriate way to treat an official.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Hold on.
Mischaracterisation.
It is,
Which is normal.
Senators, it is 9:06 a.m. We are going to be here till 11 o'clock at night. Let us begin the day in a respectful way and let us focus on the purpose of this exercise, which is accountability and questions and answers. Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. So the point that I'm making, Mr Chisholm, is that is not in itself a reason not to provide details to the committee. We're aware there's $450,000 that's been committed over 3 years. On notice, could you please provide the details of the correspondence between Smack Talk and the government and the department, including any draft agreements which have been issued to Smack Talk, and the correspondence between the department and Smack Talk, so we can understand where that's at, please. Thank you very much, Secretary. I want to go to round 3 of the mobile network hardening program. $9.8 million was committed, with the successful projects announced on the 18th of September 2025, and thanks very much for coming backwards and forwards to the table like this. So I'm just wondering whether you could just go through those commitments and just confirm where they're at, please.
Senator Sam Greenhard, First Assistant Secretary, Communication Services and Consumer Division. So you asked about the mobile network hardening.
Yeah, the 9.8 million. So I'm looking for the site, the type of upgrade and the successful provider for each of the projects under that program, each of the successful projects announced on the 18th of September.
So we might just need to unpick something there, Senator. So the 9.8 from memory, so there was an announcement of the outcomes of the 3rd round of the mobile network hardening program, which was not an election commitment. That was decisions taken prior to the election, which were then announced. There was also a 9.8. The 9.8 figure
maybe wrapped up into the election.
So the 9.8 figure, Senator, I think you're referring to is the 9.8 million.
Was the outcome?
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, Senator. Carly Pigeon, Assistant Secretary, Regional Connectivity. So the outcomes, pardon me, from round 3 was 9.8 million announced for 303 projects. There is a list of all the projects on our website, and the Minister, during the campaign, actually wrote to all MPs who had any outcomes in their electorate as well, advising of what the outcomes were for that particular area.
The funding was meant to have been delivered, I understand, from the 1st of July 2025. So
I'll need to check the funding profile. We have commenced signing grant agreements with the successful grantees. I think there were 4. Let me just check.
There were 4.
And I think we've signed 2 of the agreements already.
And just clarifying.
Sorry,
for recipients of the funding. Yeah.
To deliver 303 projects.
That's right.
That's correct.
And those 303 projects are detailed on our website.
And how many contracts have been signed in relation to the 303 projects? How many are contracted?
I'd have to take that on notice to differentiate how many are for each grantee and which ones we've signed, but I can probably get an answer to you during the session if you like.
Yeah, if you could. I know that we could come back to this during outcome 5, so I'm very happy if you could do that. So has the funding been, all of the funding been delivered though?
No, Senator. It will be delivered over a 2-year period. So the mobile network hardening program projects usually take around 2 years to deliver from the point of contracting. And Senator, I can answer for the 303. We have signed 2 of the 4 grant agreements, and that is 291 of the projects have been contracted. 291
projects. All right. Well, look, yes. If you could provide the details, and we're just looking for the funding amount for each of the 303 projects as well, and the projected completion date. Also, any milestone payments. I appreciate if you could maybe during outcome 5, just come back to us on an update. We'd be
We'll see what we can find, Senator. Thank you.
So, Senator, for round 3, projects are required to be delivered by 30 June 2027. That's the end of the funding
Sorry,
profile.
I just couldn't hear.
30 June 2027 is the end of the funding profile for round 3.
All right, so we do need to just understand the amount provided for each of the projects.
Senator, we don't detail the amounts per project because that is commercially sensitive information for the grantees. It's a very competitive environment in the telco sector between the industry participants. We do give you on Grant Connect the value of the total amount for each grantee, and that ensures then that we don't prejudice the future rounds because these programs do tend to repeat over time, and if we publish the detail of individual projects, that puts the Commonwealth's ability to obtain value for money at risk. So grantees will, if they know that a higher amount has been paid, will then tend to ask for higher amounts.
I understand the commercial issues you're raising. Could I just ask you to review what's happened previously in relation to the cost of individual projects? Because my recollection is that previously individual project costs were published.
We haven't tended to...
Yeah, it's very rare, Senator, but we'll check what we can give you.
If you can, because... as I say, I appreciate the commercial issues, but I would like to ask you to consider those in light of the obligations that we are seeking answers to all of our questions within the rules of Senate estimates. So we are seeking as much information as possible. I would have thought it's a small sector between the different telcos, and there's a fair bit of industry knowledge about what these projects are worth. So I just make the point that I'm just not sure how commercially sensitive they are. When you actually, a lot of the contractors which work on these projects work across the different proponents. So I would just question how commercially sensitive this information is.
We understand your point, Senator.
Thank you. Can I go to the $8.9 million commitment for better connectivity for Tasmania's West Coast?
Yes.
Can you please provide me with an update on the delivery of that project?
Senator, so that we've been consulting with industry about the design of that program. We've done some consultation with them specifically on how we will deliver that to make sure we get the best outcomes for the community there. So we're expecting that program to roll out early in 2026, but we've certainly advanced it and we're having direct conversations with industry about it.
Okay, so when you say you've advanced it, how advanced? Have you scoped the project?
Yes, Senator, I can give you some bit more detail. So we actually released a consultation paper to the key industry stakeholders on the 17th of November.
Has that been released publicly?
No, it was a targeted consultation with the expected proponents.
Can we have a copy of that on notice, please?
We'll see what we can provide you, Senator.
Senator, that's actually been released to the local MP, the local councils who are involved in that project, the Tasmanian Government and the relevant industry members.
All right, well, if we could also have a copy, we'd be grateful. So that's unusual. So you've given the consultation paper to the local MP...
And the council and the Tasmanian Government.
Yep.
So why just the local MP on one side of politics?
Well, it's the local representative, Senator, but also the Tasmanian Government.
But the department shouldn't be picking and choosing between which MPs receive information. Surely that should be provided to more broadly across to any interested member of Parliament. There are also members of Parliament from the opposition, independent members of Parliament who also might be interested in this information.
Sure.
So I'm just querying the appropriateness of only providing this consultation paper to the local MP.
Sure. We do sometimes conduct targeted consultations, Senator, but very happy to...
It just looks a little bit politically pointed, that's all.
On the other hand, if we're providing it to the Tasmanian Government, that suggests that we're not being politically partisan at all. So, but we
Sorry, that wasn't mentioned. So the Tasmanian Government...
Yes,
and
yes,
to
that was
each of the
mentioned
local
twice.
All right, well, look, if we could also have a copy of that, I think as a matter of practice, it's important that local representatives from other political parties also receive these sorts of papers, so there's no political favourability at all. Is the Tasmanian Government a contributor to the program? taking
No,
the financial
there's
contribution?
no proposed financial contribution for the Tasmanian Government at this point.
Right, and what have you scoped so far in relation to this program?
So the consultation paper outlines proposed settings for this particular round. Given the nature of the commitment is a bit different to generic rounds of, say, the Mobile Black Spot program, it is a capacity and quality of service upgrade program. So that looks at existing infrastructure and upgrading the capacity to address congestion issues faced in the local areas.
And so which towns and regions are expected to receive upgraded mobile coverage? Because I know Senator Askew, who's a champion for Tasmania, is very interested, has been very strong advocate on these issues. So I certainly know that Senator Askew would appreciate this information as well.
So, Senator, the announcement targeted mobile network congestion being particularly pronounced across the local council areas of the West Coast, Waratah, Wynyard and Circular Head. So that's where the focus will be.
All right, well, look, I appreciate getting the further information on notice, and also could you just provide all relevant correspondence between stakeholders, including Council, the Tasmanian Government, and also any correspondence between the Department and the local MP in relation to this program, and also between the Minister's Office and the local MP as well. If I could just, and obviously if you could provide that on notice.
No problem, Senator.
Could I ask about the funding profiles for each of the other election commitments, as well as their delivery status? Do you have a list of other election commitments?
One more in this area, Senator, and then we'll step through a couple of the others for you.
So, Senator, just while I'm at the table, just to assist you, the other one that I can tell you about is the 1.2 million to boost resilience for up to 23 mobile towers across the Perth Hills region. So that was an election commitment. That's 1.2 million.
1.2.
And that will be delivered as a round of the mobile network hardening program. We are drafting the grant opportunity guidelines as we speak, and we're expecting that to open in early 2026 for applicants.
Apologies, I didn't hear the location.
This the Perth Hills election commitment, Senator. 23 to improve the resilience of 23 mobile towers, up to 23 mobile towers across the Perth Hills region.
Could you just go through that timeline again in terms of the EI process? Yep.
So, and I might just clarify, excuse me, I might just clarify in the announcement, the Perth Hills region was defined as including the Kalamunda, Mundaring and Serpentine Jarrahdale local government areas. It's 1.2 million. We are drafting the guidelines right now, and we expect it to open for applications in early 2026.
Early 2026 for applications. And what was the election commitment designed to do or mitigate against?
It's designed to increase battery backup power and deliver automatic transfer units for up to 23 mobile towers. What that will do is boost existing battery backup from around 3 hours to at least 20 hours to deal with the ongoing power reliability issues that have been experienced in the Perth Hills region.
And those power reliability issues are impacted by what?
By the continuity of the power supply, which can sometimes impact the ability for the mobile towers to continue to broadcast a signal, particularly in disaster situations.
And in disaster situations?
Particularly in disaster, not exclusively, but particularly in disaster situations.
So what was the motivation for the election commitment?
Well, as I've just said, it was due to resilience and continuity of service issues that have been experienced in the region.
And in the media statement accompanying the election commitment, was there a timeline committed to?
I don't believe so, Senator. We'll just check that for you quickly, but I don't believe there was a timeline in the election commitment that I can recall.
So residents and businesses in the Perth Hills area will go through this summer heightened risk of bushfire danger, and this election commitment will be unfulfilled.
Senator, we're delivering the commitment as was committed to by the government.
So the government committed to not having the infrastructure upgraded in a more resilient condition not in preparation for this bushfire season?
Probably worth noting, Senator, that the mobile network hardening program has been delivering outcomes for the last several years, including in this area. And in the same announcement, it was noted that the Commonwealth and the WA government have each contributed $2 million to deliver 120 automatic transfer units and 76 generators in other parts.
Have the local government authorities across the Perth Hills area raised any queries or concerns or sought an update about this particular election commitment?
I'm not sure if we've been in contact.
I'm not sure I sent it.
We'll check that for you.
I don't believe so, but we can
Take that on notice.
Yeah.
And has the local federal member of parliament, who I think is Ms Cook, made any representations to the government about the speed at which this election commitment is being progressed?
Again, I'm not aware of that happening, Senator, but we'll check that for you.
Perhaps you might be able to come back to us during the course of today, because I know it's a very live issue. It was raised with me just last weekend by the Mayor of Mundaring. Is there any risk of delay in this? Delay in the drafting of the guidelines, which will be released in early 26?
No, I don't believe so, Senator. We've been delivering the mobile network hardening program for some years. This is sort of if you like, a targeted local version of a program that's quite similar to what we've been running for quite some years. So I don't expect any complications. It's also worth noting, maybe.
So, given that it's a targeted local version of an existing program, why couldn't it be rolled out more quickly?
Well, Senator, we'll make sure we get the settings right. The industry is constantly changing. The costs of these particular devices are changing, so we want to make sure we get it right.
So just to clarify though, this was, from what I understand, this was a commitment made in the lead up to the 2022 election?
No,
that's not that same.
This is a 2025 election.
This is a 2020. And what's the quantum, sorry?
1.2 million.
Okay, so that's...
So thank you, Senator Henderson, what activities have the department engaged in since Ms Cook was elected in May 2025 and now?
As we say, Senator, we've been profiling how the program will roll out, and
the program is a more targeted local expression of an existing program, so it shouldn't take May through to December.
Senator, if I might just add it involves entering into arrangements for the supply of battery backup units in relation to generators and to mobile towers. There are electricity issues, there are procurement issues, there are, working in with any issues related to
so those issues have all been resolved prior to the drafting of the guidelines, Mr Chisholm?
Well, the guidelines, that's right. So once the guidelines are out, we've worked through a lot of those issues, but with a lot of these projects, particularly when it involves power and the intersection between mobile networks and electricity, great care needs to be given to ensuring we don't rush things and unduly put at risk both the infrastructure that we're upgrading, but also people's safety. So we are taking
Mr Chisholm, you misunderstand me. People's safety is at risk because this election commitment hasn't been rolled out. We are about to embark upon a summer in Western Australia. I suspect it's the same on the East Coast as well. And this particular election commitment, just $1.2 million, which is a subset of an existing program, and the best that the department can tell me and the residents across the Perth Hills is that you are drafting guidelines which are expected to be released in early 2026. That's the best. There's no sense of urgency, Mr Chisholm.
Sorry, Senator, all I was pointing to is that while we're very much focused on the safety and reliability issues related to weather impact in particular, which is indeed what the program is focused on.
Mr Chisholm, I'm asking the department to demonstrate to me what level of urgency this particular election commitment has had, what representations Ms Cook has made to make sure that this gets an appropriate level of urgent attention in the department. Minister, can you tell me what activities have happened since May 2025 when this commitment was given, Ms Cook was elected, and now in the best the department can say is guidelines are being drafted, and we're on the eve of a summer across the Perth Hills.
Well,
have you been to the Perth Hills, Minister?
No, unfortunately, I haven't had the privilege of going to the Perth Hills. I hope I do get the chance one day.
You should ask Ms Cook to take you to the Perth Hills and you'll understand.
Senator, if you would like me to answer your question,
yes,
you should
please.
Stop speaking. Thank you.
I just want to make sure that you
No, Senator, if you'd like me to answer your question, you should let me answer your question. Otherwise, I can just let you speak.
Of this.
Would you like me to answer your question?
If it includes an account of how the department and the government...
Clearly you don't want me to answer your question because you keep speaking over me.
All right, let's conduct today, as I mentioned earlier, in an atmosphere of respect and dignity. Senator Smith, you've asked a question. Minister, if you would answer it, please.
I can take on notice, as officials have, about the representations that have been made. Of course, we go through the proper procurement processes. I have seen over time from previous governments when that hasn't been followed to disastrous results. And I want to make sure, and the Minister wants to make sure, that we do deliver these commitments using the proper procurement processes. That's what we're doing.
I'm not hearing any sense of urgency, Senator Green.
I don't really understand the question, Senator Smith.
I've said to you,
we've taken your questions on notice. We are going to be working through the proper procurement processes as you would expect us to do so that we can deliver this election commitment.
Will this election commitment be delivered in time for the bushfire season in Western Australia over this summer?
Well, officials have stepped you through the timeline. I'm sure they can give you more information if they have it. The guidelines will be prepared early next year.
That's right. And this is additional resilience to whatever is already in place, as Mr Brunhard was explaining.
Are there any other mobile communication infrastructure projects being rolled out across the Perth Hills at the moment?
So I dare say it's very likely, Senator. I don't have a full report of everything that's happening in that region, but we'll do that on notice. That's
perhaps
fine.
During the course of today you might provide some additional information on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move the call to Senator Hanson-Young and we'll come back to you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to know whether the department has started any work to assess whether the Australian Communications and Media Authority is fit for purpose in 2025 or 2026 nearly.
Sorry, Senator, fit for purpose as in?
Well,
it operates within the legislative framework laid down by the Parliament.
Yes, but what I'm wondering is whether there's any work being done within the department as to whether it's still the structure of it, the ability for it to do its job is still up to scratch. Is there any plans for a review of the authority? Is there any work being done as to whether the authority, as it's currently structured and envisaged, is actually up to the job in the modern world?
Well, the legislative and regulatory framework which the ACMA is responsible for overseeing is in a state of more or less constant reform. We can talk you through, obviously, some of the legislative and other reforms which are in train at the moment. As far as resourcing is concerned, that's something which is regularly reviewed during the course of budget processes, not least as additional functions and responsibilities are created for the ACMA. And of course, the government has undertaken an independent review of the Online Safety Act, and we can see some of the conclusions of that coming through, for instance, in the context of the proposed duty of care obligation. So the ACMA is in a constant state of evolution to reflect the functions and responsibilities laid down for it by the Parliament.
So you're constantly reviewing its role. Is that what you're telling me?
Sorry.
This isn't a tricky question, by the way. I'm trying to understand. To anyone who's watched what's happened over the last 12 months, whether it's in, when it comes to telecommunications, whether it's come in terms of the pressures on the ACMA in relation to the whole lot of issues in the digital space, you do wonder whether it's fit for purpose.
Senator, I was just going to add to the Secretary's answer to really just provide additional context to that, we are regularly increasing the powers to ACMA to ensure that we minimise any barriers that might get in the way to proactive enforcement. For example, we have the enhanced powers in the new 000 reforms that were passed this year that provide ACMA with I would call it a pretty broad range of powers that it can both obtain information and also require changes to networks to protect public safety. And then in some reforms that are before the Parliament now, we're seeking to streamline the process whereby ACMA can take action in relation to breaches of industry codes and standards. So we're definitely very focused on looking at how the telecommunications regulatory framework can be, over time, improved in such a way that the regulator's ability to act is not in any way held back by the legislation itself. Where traditionally, I think, in this area, there is a strong emphasis on self and co-regulation, and I think the regulator will highlight that does create issues in terms of how quickly it can act. So we are very focused on addressing that.
Specifically in the telecommunications space, or you mean across the board?
I think in both telecommunications and also, as you'd be aware, the e-Safety Commissioner is part of the ACMA governance arrangements, or the ACMA as an institution. So it's for both e-Safety and ACMA that I think we're getting to that point where we're looking to see that regime is more reflective of what we have for other areas of regulation. I think the regulatory arrangements we have there, and I am, I'm mindful of the fact that there are a number of processes underway at the moment for improving codes and standards, but they don't operate in quite the way you might see, for example, for the ACCC or ASIC. So we are looking at ways in which we can improve that process. So yeah, I think if it's helpful, there's incremental change, and there's also our strong focus on making it fit for purpose at a time when you're seeing this intersection between communications and online safety and platforms and traditional networks and broadcasting just getting bigger and bigger. So yes, we are looking at that.
But there's no specific work plan dedicated to a review, or
not a review as such of ACMA. More, how can we strengthen and improve the arrangements such that ACMA can act speedily when it needs to?
Thank you. Has there been any action taken given the failure of ACMA to do its due diligence on that fatal day of the Optus outage, where they've given evidence to this committee, and the subsequent continuing Senate inquiry, where they knew that something was wrong, but they didn't actually do anything about it? Has there been any? I know that they've said they've been reviewing their internal process. That's what they've told us. I'm keen to know has there been any action from the department in relation to this, or will there be?
Can I just momentarily intervene to say I think we're off corporate now and well into outcome 5, and I'm very happy to answer these questions. I'm not trying to be difficult, but just for your benefit, Chair, I think this is about policy matters within outcome 5.
I guess because I'm on this topic,
keep going.
It makes sense. If you're happy, Mr. Betts, I'm not seeking to do that. I just want to try and keep this contained.
Please keep going. Yep.
Oh yes. So I guess here, Senator, it is important to point out there is, as you're well aware, an investigation underway at the moment that ACMA is undertaking into those circumstances and Optus. There has been considerable commentary, and also we've discussed here in these hearings the issues with when the regulator was notified about the outage and the impacts on 000. So I think ACMA's been clear here that it considers that those issues are quite serious in the context of the laws that it enforces. I think when the responsibility is very clearly with industry to inform the people that they need to inform about those outages, then or those impacts, then I'm not sure if I can add much more to the point about, whether ACMA was, put in the best position to be able to act to prevent what happened when it's been pretty clear that there was a significant and unacceptable impact on 000 itself. Optus itself has indicated that it wasn't aware of that impact for a period of time. Then it was made aware of it at various levels. This is according to what's been said publicly. And the ACMA is now investigating that very set of circumstances. So I'm not sure that it's a question of reviewing ACMA.
The reason I'm asking is because ACMA have told us that there were failings from their end. They accept that. What I want to know is what the department has done about it. Like, has there been any counselling? Is there any expectation that ACMA will behave differently in the future?
So clearly, since the last hearing, we've had the enactment of the legislation to establish the custodian, and the custodian has been extremely active. We provided a submission to the Senate inquiry, Mr Chisholm writing to you last week, I think, Senator, which sets out, among other things, what the powers of the custodian are as the supervisor, if you like, of the 000 ecosystem. And within that sits ACMA alongside the telecommunications providers and emergency services, and that the custodian has been busy in the meantime, including issuing requests to the ACMA. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can come back to some of this, but I just don't think it's appropriate for ACMA just to review them themselves. Could I ask on the issue of the spectrum? We're waiting for the ACMA to give advice, I understand. We spoke about this at the last estimates, and it was going to be due in December. We're now in December, and I'm wondering what is going on with the spectrum auction.
I'll ask my colleagues to give you an update on the timeline, Senator. Yeah.
Hello, Senator. Lisa Lawrence, First Assistant Secretary, Communications Infrastructure Division. ACMA is still on track against its time frame or timeline of providing further advice on spectrum pricing in mid-December.
And so do we have is that going to be locked out on Christmas Eve, or are we expecting to see it as part of my EFO?
Obviously, ACMA are on after us, so you'll be able to ask them direct, but sorry to interrupt, Lisa.
Sorry, Secretary.
So there's there's nothing that has to... There's no interaction between what they will provide, what advice they will provide, and what would be, if there's... what might be in my EFO? I don't know, I'm asking.
So not obviously, decisions of government are reflected in my EFO. The spectrum process is still a process that is underway, and it is still on track against the timing that the ACMA originally outlined, which was around, so it's provided its initial view, it's gone out for consultation, it is providing further advice on pricing and benchmarking in mid-December, and it will then move to finalising that position in advance of the renewal of the licences. Does that answer your question, Senator?
Senator Andrew Owen, Assistant Secretary, Markets, Competition and Spectrum Branch. There is just a point of technicality that what they're planning to issue in December is their preferred views on their approach to the matter of renewal, auctions, spectrum licences, apparatus licences, a lot of technicality there, and pricing, as Ms Lawrence said. So actual decisions won't come until the applications for renewal come in on a renewal by renewal basis. So the first of those is in June 2026.
Right, okay, so we've still got a while to go. And which one's due in June, the first one? Which one's?
The first one, give me a moment, Senator, I should be able to...
Just while we find the dates, if you have another question, Senator, I'm happy to keep going.
Sure. Has there been any requests from government to reconsider any of these licences, given some of the behaviour of some of the licence holders?
Sorry, Mr. Chisholm. We've continued to work with the ACMA on the process, and that involves sort of asking questions and, I guess, understanding the basis of their advice. But that advice has not been made specific to a particular entity at this point in time. It has been based around the process.
Sure. So the Minister hasn't asked for any further information or questions around Optus being able to have its licence renewed at a cheaper price?
Yes, so, officials will be able to fill you in a bit more, but I know that the government did provide some guidance to ACMA around 5 key policy objectives they must give regard to. I think your question goes to around a future decision of government to possibly intervene, and you know, we understand spectrum licences are incredibly important for communication infrastructure. Australians rely on it every single day, so the matter remains under active consideration.
When was that? Those 5 points? When were they given to?
There was some updated guidance to ACMA. I'll just take on notice that it wasn't very recent. It was in the last year, I think.
Okay, since the Optus disaster.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's because ACMA's administering a new. Well, it's the first time they're administering this regulatory approach to the public benefit test or public interest test. So that guidance was given in that context. So yeah, we're obviously very mindful of. You've got an investigation into Optus in relation to the law that requires 000 to work, and that's an important function that ACMA undertakes. You've then got spectrum and spectrum auctions here, and or you know, licences, and of course the flow-on effect of those licences for consumers, for people in regional communities. Optus having access to spectrum is similar to Telstra or TPG having access to spectrum, so that Optus customers can continue to you know, have plans that are affordable and competitive, and that telecommunications can be provided in regional areas that might not be able to be provided if the spectrum wasn't allocated in particular ways. And I know that ACMA takes into account input from a range of people on that front, including the ACCC, including obviously industry.
I understand all that, Mr. Chisholm. Yeah. I guess, you know, the elephant in the room, however, is a company that has behaved so badly, that has failed so badly, should not be rewarded for that behaviour with a cheaper price for accessing that spectrum. And I think most Australians would agree. I mean, are they really? I mean, I haven't heard the government say that they're too big to fail. But if that's the argument, then the government better start telling people that, because I think you'll get some resistance.
No, so definitely not saying that. And you know, we've spent a bit of time, certainly in this committee, talking about the potential consequences for Optus in relation to the 000 laws, and that's obviously been a big focus. But with Spectrum, you've also got consequences for consumers, including Optus customers. And so the outcome of the Spectrum process has implications for competition, for customers, for regional communities. Optus, for example, has an arrangement with TPG that enables broader access for regional communities. So whatever decision ACMA makes on Spectrum has flow-on implications for, let's call it the market, for competition, for customers, for connectivity. ACMA's enforcement of the 000 laws is about Optus and consequences for Optus.
Let's not forget they've mistreated their customers badly too. It's not just their fails on 000. They have been atrocious. I mean, so much so that, you know, the ACCC has fined them $100 million, right? Like,
yep.
This is a company that doesn't take its customer service seriously, doesn't take its safety service seriously. So I just don't think, if we're going to get to June and they're being offered a cheaper price at Spectrum, you're going to have a riot on your hands of the community, I would say. But I'd really like to understand the dates.
So may I just clarify that the focus is on determining the market value of the spectrum, and doing anything other than that has not been something that has been on the table or the focus of ACMA's work at this point in time. The ministerial policy statement was issued by the then Minister for Communications in April 2024.
Thank you.
In terms of the timing?
He's just going to give me these dates and then I can move on.
So renewals open 2 years before the relevant licences expire. So the first ones open on the 18th of June 2026, and those are for the 850 megahertz band and the 1800 megahertz band licences there.
Could you give me the on notice so we don't have to take up more of the chair's precious time? Could you give me that list of dates that you're reading from on? Could you table them?
We've got a timeline we can table.
Timeline, thank you. Yep. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. I'm going back to Senator Henderson for 10 minutes on corporate, and then we're going to move to 5.1.
Yeah, look, just to be clear, I'm not raising, I'll wait till we go to 5.1 before I raise the substantive issues, and because I share Senator Hanson-Young's profound concerns about many of the issues she's raised, including, of course, the Optus outage. But look, I just want to quickly return, and Secretary, I think this is one for you, return to this issue of commercial sensitivity in relation to the round 3 of the mobile network hardening program. You have published all of the funded sites, and there are total amounts per state, and it wouldn't take a mathematical genius to reverse engineer the different types of programs of which are being funded, because there's basically a battery capacity upgrade, an ATU, site hardening or improvement, a permanent generator, and I think that's about the scope of the projects. And every telecommunications company is actually contracting to deliver different projects. So you've got the total amount, which in New South Wales is $2.463 million. Northern Territory, 2 projects for $44,000. One's a battery capacity upgrade, one's a battery capacity upgrade and ATU. So, and all of the telcos, Secretary, you've got access to this information because they're all contracting to deliver different projects across each state, and we know the total per state. So I would put to you that there is really no commercial sensitivity, and it is appropriate that my question on the cost of each funded project be provided to us, that information.
Yes, so your points are well made, Senator, but I don't have the information in front of me that you have in front of you, but as I've said, I'm happy to take it on notice, and I understand the spirit of what you're saying, and we'll endeavour to provide you with the maximum information we can.
I would be grateful. I want to move to government advertising. So the Commonwealth committed through then Minister Rowland and Senator McCarthy to spend $3 million per year for 2 years in this financial year and the next on regional newspapers and regional newspaper advertising. Just wondering what the current spend is, where is that commitment, and the trajectory of that spending.
Assistant Secretary Media Policy. That election commitment is being delivered by the Department of Finance. They're responsible for the whole of government advertising framework.
Right, so that's not, that you've got no information in relation to...
No, Senator, not in terms of... We know that it's tracking well, but we don't have figures in terms of where that is currently up to.
Because the reason I'm raising this is we understand that the spending commitment in regional newspapers, and of course media being front and centre in this portfolio, they're saying that the spend is way down. So from the perspective of regional newspapers, which do come within this portfolio, what information can you provide about that?
Senator, it's a different... the Department of Finance is responsible for that.
Okay, so has there been any concerns raised or correspondence received from regional newspaper groups in relation to this spend? I would have thought that they would be writing to the Minister to raise concerns if they did have big concerns.
No, we're not aware of that. Not aware of correspondence of that nature. We have worked with regional newspapers on other initiatives, though, Senator, such as Journalism Assistance Fund and targeted support for suburban and regional news.
Yes.
Yeah.
So regional newspapers are very much in the remit of the department. So I'm just wondering, maybe if you could check if there's been any correspondence or information conveyed.
We can take that on notice,
from.
Senator.
I understand the spend is managed by the Department of Finance, but I would assume, given the scope of the spend, that the department would be consulted and there would be correspondence or maybe a briefing note or other information in relation to this election commitment. I also want to ask about the government advertising on the social media ban. So we've just learnt through an answer to a question on notice that this spend is being managed by the department. Secretary, who would be the best person to address those issues?
It's Ms. Charles from our corporate area is happy to...
Sorry.
Well, let her introduce herself.
Thank you.
I'll introduce her. Ms. Susan Charles, Acting First Assistant Secretary.
Ms. Charles, welcome to the table. So the department is financing the social media ban advertising that's being rolled out.
That's correct.
What can you tell me about how much is being spent to date and how is that money being spent?
So the campaign went live and in market on the 19th of October. To date, we have spent $3,628,000. So the campaign is due to conclude in mid to late December. It is a national campaign and it is in all the TV, radio, press, those usual channels for a national campaign.
And what's the total amount of the campaign going to be?
At the moment, the total budget for the campaign is $10 million.
And can you tell me the breakdown as to how that is being spent between the different platforms?
We don't have a breakdown. Sorry, Cathy Kennedy, Assistant Secretary, Communication Branch. We don't have a breakdown per channel. We can get that to you, but I can confirm that the channels are television, radio, digital video and audio, social media, out of home and regional print.
So when you say you don't have a breakdown, is that because you don't have the information with you?
I don't have the information with me, Senator.
All right, if it's possible to bring it back, because this is obviously a very substantial spend, it's a very significant campaign being rolled out right now. So perhaps when we go to outcome 5.1, if you could bring the information back to us.
Senator, sorry, I can just also add the total media budget for the channels is $6.4 million. So we can provide a further breakdown per channel, but the total budget for media spend is 6.4.
And so what's the remaining money of the 10 million being spent on?
It's being spent on developmental research, the research elements, so developmental research, the creative elements, so developing the TVC and the radio and all those creative elements. And we also have public relations. As part of this campaign, we have also engaged a First Nations consultant and a called consultant to assist with the development of the campaign.
All right, well, if we could get a breakdown of that spend in detail, and if you could bring that back, we would be grateful. Has eSafety making any financial contribution to the campaign?
No, it has not.
And have you been consulting with eSafety?
Very closely. The campaign elements and all the information related to the social media minimum age is on the eSafety website. So the campaign directs people to the eSafety website. The eSafety website provides a whole raft of content, including support and resources for parents, individuals, educators. So there's a whole raft of information on eSafety, and we're working quite closely with them to continue to promote and sort of amplify the messaging to assist in developing content as well to support the audience.
All right, well, if you could come back with all those details, I'd be really grateful.
In regards to media spend, yes.
I now want to move just very briefly to the role of the 000 custodian in terms of the role description, which I guess is sort of an HR type of question and related questions. But I just want to ask about how many staff are assigned to the 000 custodian role and the APS level of each staff member.
Happy to provide that information.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator. Claire Chappell, First Assistant Secretary, 000 Custodian Division. So my division comprises 30 staff, and if you just give 30, and if you just give me a minute, I can get the breakdown of each of those staff.
Have they been redeployed into your division, or are they new?
So one branch has been looking after the existing 000 function, and the other has been redeployed from other areas within the communications and media group.
Just on notice, if you could provide me a breakdown of...
I can give it to you now if you like. Okay. So 3 SES staff, 19 EL level staff and 8 APS level staff.
Are you able to provide the committee with a job description of the 000 custodian?
Yes, we can provide that to you on notice.
So do you mean a job description that we've prepared in addition to the legislative description of the custodian?
Yes, please.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks,
again,
Mr. Chisholm.
I might draw your attention to the submission to the Senate inquiry, which provides some helpful contextual information around the role of the custodian as well.
Into the Optus... You're talking about the Optus Senate inquiry?
Yes. And
Thanks.
we've provided a submission which describes the functions of the custodian.
Thanks, Secretary. I appreciate that. And look, just on notice, if we could just have a job description of each of the members of the office, of your office, we would be grateful. In an article published by The Australian last Thursday, it was revealed the government ignored calls from the telecommunications industry, ombudsman, stakeholders and other government agencies to place the operational role in the National Emergency Management Agency. And I'm just wondering if someone could address why that's the case?
We're happy to clarify that. That report was pretty misleading. So this is a good opportunity for us to clarify the nature of the advice that was provided and the government's response. I'll hand over to Mr Chisholm and Ms Chappell.
So, Senator, the NEMA operates a 24/7 capability in relation to receiving information and sharing and disseminating information with government and other organisations on emergency and crisis situations. That has included for some time telecommunications-related incidents that are significant or major. The custodian has been established to provide overarching whole-of-system oversight and advice on 000 and related issues. NEMA, while it provides that support and information sharing on emergencies and crisis situations, it does rely on agencies like ourselves on the expertise that we provide on telecommunications, such as it does with, say, DQ on energy. So there was really never certainly an intention for NEMA to take on a role in relation to telecommunications that it doesn't have in relation to those other portfolios. We work hand in hand with NEMA. NEMA receives...
Can I just raise this point?
Yeah.
So NEMA is 24/7, 24/7 operations.
It has that across whole of government.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
appreciate that,
Yeah.
Mr Chisholm. But so the 000 custodian sits within your department, which I assume does not operate 24/7?
We are contactable 24/7 on any telecommunications-related issues.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I do refer to, I think there was there's been a comment attributed to the department which was published last week. The custodian has 24/7 operation and 000 custodian staff are available 24/7. So is that the case, Ms Chappell?
That's correct. We're contactable 24/7.
And so how are the members of your division rostered to be available 24/7?
So we have. So there's two methods. The first is email communications, which we have, and the second is contactable by phone. And we, as a division, run a roster of staff that will be available out of hours to take phone calls and manage information if it comes through.
So you're running an out-of-hours roster?
Yes.
And are you paying overtime or other allowances for those people who are rostered outside their normal hours?
We're currently employing what we have available to us within the department for staff that are available, but as we look to build on and expand our role, then yes, I would expect that we would be paying additional loadings for staff that are available to take that work.
So what's the current situation? Is anyone being paid a loading or any additional allowance for being rostered on after hours?
Senator, the first point of contact would largely be SES, such as Ms Chappell, myself or Ms Saleri. We don't typically receive allowances for what we do as SES.
So just to get a quick answer though, Mr Faulkner, because I'm really trying to race through these questions, is the answer no, that currently no one receives any sort of loading to be available 24/7, and it is the case, Ms Chappell, that it's just you who is currently available 24/7 to take phone calls?
No, Senator. There's a roster that includes more than just me, but primarily SES officers, and as Mr Chisholm has outlined, we don't generally receive loading for out-of-hours work.
Okay, so could we get a copy of that roster on notice? And so I just want to understand how this roster works. So is someone awake overnight to take the phone call?
No, they're not awake overnight. They're available with a phone to be able to take the phone call if needed.
But what if they're sleeping?
Their phone will ring and they'll take the call.
So basically you're asking staff they can go to sleep, but they've got to have the phone loud enough so that they will wake if there is a phone call. Yeah, I don't need your assistance. Thank you.
Yeah. So Senator, Senator.
So I'm just wondering just how I'm just understand this is a very important issue.
Yes.
As we know, the last Optus outage had catastrophic consequences. So I'm really trying to understand how the 000 custodian, which resides in your department, is available 24/7 to respond to emergencies.
Yeah, so we are not the frontline emergency response body. The emergency call person, which is, as you know, run by Telstra, and emergency services are the most important first point of contact that networks should provide information to. There are a range of other organisations that networks are required to notify. That includes NEMA, ourselves, ACMA. We can run through who all the others are. But the most important thing is that networks, when they are notifying of a problem, they are contacting the people who will help save lives immediately.
Okay, but Mr Chisholm, I'm not asking about emergency services. I'm just asking Ms Chappell about the claim that 000 custodian staff are available 24/7. So I would welcome, and I would raise concerns. I'd raise concerns that staff are being asked to work overnight or be on standby overnight and not receiving any remuneration.
That you've asked.
So I'd just be interested to also ask whether you've had any legal advice in relation to that sort of arrangement, because I would have thought that if staff are being asked to work at times when they're not being paid, that is also an issue.
Senator, I have been over many years contacted at many hours over emergency situations. I've never expected to be paid special money for it.
Well, you get paid the big bucks already, Mr Chisholm, but I'm really asking...
About many years already, and I think...
I'm not asking about your role. I'm actually asking about the 000 custodian.
We'll get you the information you've asked for.
So just if we could get any correspondence in relation to any of the issues about the payment of staff, and whether in relation to notifications, what if a notification... So is there a system that's been put in place where a phone call needs to be made to the 000 custodian office as distinct from an email? Because clearly if someone is sleeping, they're not going to get the email.
Yeah, we're happy to get you that on notice, Senator.
So is there someone also overnight sort of watching or monitoring emails?
Senator,
just yes or no is all I need.
An email would not be acceptable overnight in relation to... An email alone would not be acceptable in our view in terms of notification.
Okay, so Mr Chisholm, the question is, and I'll put this back to Ms Chappell, have the telcos been advised, and is there any regulations to support it, that where there is an outage overnight and the 000 custodian should be informed that they cannot email you, because that's contrary actually to the regulations. The regulations don't support that, Mr.
View, Senator, that that is skating on thin ice in terms of complying with the rules to just send an email about an impact on 000 overnight and expect that someone's going to read it. I think you would be looking to ensure that networks are making phone calls as well.
I would agree with you, but my question is, have the telco companies been advised of that? Ms Chappell?
Senator, yes. So we, when the custodian was stood up under legislation, we emailed all of the telcos to advise them of the relevant contacts within the custodian and the contact numbers for those people. So they're aware of it and they understand that they should be contacting us at all hours if there is an issue we need to know about.
So for each staff member rostered overnight, you provide every telecommunications company with that person's mobile number?
They will have the correct numbers to call.
Have you done that to date?
Yes,
we have. We've provided that information.
So how do the numbers work? Do you share the same mobile phone, or how does that all operate?
No, it's for individuals.
All right, so I'm keen to just get a copy of that correspondence so we can understand how the telcos are being advised, that they're required to call the 000 custodian office staff overnight.
There's a lot of people they have to contact. It's not just us. So we'll give you that information.
Mr Chisholm, I know what the regulations say, but the regulations do not say that telcos can only telephone overnight. So I think the regulations require email advice.
If they were emailing, for example, if they were just emailing the emergency call person or just emailing emergency services, that would be very bad.
Well, that's a breach of the regulations. So, Ms Chappell, given the 24/7 nature of the 000 custodian office, are you examining whether further regulations are required to support your 24/7 operation, given the telecommunications companies have obligations to phone your staff overnight?
Senator, I'm not sure I would characterise it as whether there are further changes required to regulation, but certainly we are examining whether there are changes that need to be made to operation or how notifications are received to bolster the kind of information that is provided to us and how that's provided.
Yeah, I guess, and I won't, Mr Chisholm and to you, Secretary, it just seems like perhaps you've made a claim that you're operating 24/7 when that may not be the case, and that's my concern.
Senator, just in relation to your concern, I totally understand where you're coming from. The point we're making is that it is important to contact us at any time of the day or night in relation to a 000 issue. It is as important, if not more important, that networks are contacting frontline services to get help to the people who need it immediately. We should be contacted at any time, day or night, but it's also very important, and what we're focused on is making sure that the networks are contacting the most critical participants in this system, particularly emergency services and the emergency call person, because any delay, as you appreciate in this environment, is not acceptable.
Well, Mr Chisholm, with respect, this goes back to the point that I made and has been made by the TAO, by stakeholders and other government agencies, to place the operational role of the 000 custodian within the National Emergency Management Agency.
But that, Senator, would not be helping in relation to making sure police, fire or ambulance are aware of an issue immediately. NEMA is important in terms of a whole of government. Do you understand the point I'm making, which is that it is more important that the networks are contacting the people who can help immediately. NEMA and ourselves are important in terms of the whole of system, but at the time of an emergency, those are the people that need to be contacted pretty quickly.
So again, I make the point that I raise concerns about the 24/7 nature of the 000 custodian office, as has been claimed. Could I get a copy of the process that you've provided to telecommunications companies? And while I realise the return date for responses to question on notice is a bit later, could we possibly ask for this before next Tuesday, when we have our hearing into the Optus outage, which is here in Canberra next Tuesday, if you could possibly do that, please. Thank you very much, and Chair, I've got no further questions.
Thank you. On that note, we'll move beyond corporate and general questions, and we'll move now to outcome 5. I'm going to do this again today. I'm sure you'll get sick of me doing it by the end of the day, but we're now running about 43 minutes behind schedule, so I just note that in terms of trying to get to the relevant agencies. With that in mind, I will go first on outcome 5 to Senator Walker.
Thank you. So we're all familiar that we've got a social media ban coming in for under 16s on 10 December. I'm keen to understand a little bit more about what work the department's done around the government's communications campaign.
There's a bit of a changeover chair that's occurring. But thank you. Excellent question.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I wasn't able to hear, sorry.
That's okay. So, social media ban coming in for under 16s. Can you tell me a little bit more about the communications campaign that the department's been assisting with?
Certainly. So, it's the policy area. We're responsible for the policy, but I'll defer to Ms Charles to talk about the campaign.
Kathy Kennedy, Assistant Secretary, Communication Branch. We have a number of elements in the communication campaign. So we've spoken briefly about the advertising campaign that's across television, radio, digital video, audio, social media, out of home and regional print. We have also set up a whole range of support information on the eSafety website, and that's had about 700,000 hits to it since the commencement of the campaign. That's got a range of material on it for young people, for parents and carers, and also for educators. We've been undertaking a range of visits to schools, and that's to talk to both young people and to speak to parents as well about how they can best support young people make the transition. We've been undertaking a range of community activations, so attending events like the Koori Knockout competition, the Crow's Nest Festival in Sydney. We have media partnerships with Nova, Mamma Mia and the National Ethnic Multicultural Broadcasters Council. We've been undertaking proactive media, so there's been about 1,500 pieces of media coverage. We've sent digital information kits to a range of stakeholders, including schools, mental health organisations, local councils, and we have also enlisted the assistance of a range of subject matter experts who are disseminating information through their networks, undertaking social and also undertaking media.
So when you're talking particularly to the young people affected and you're sort of trying to get them equipped for this transition, what sort of information are you giving them?
So there's a range of information that's both available online and also at our activations. So, for example, there's what we call an 8-step action guide for young people, and it takes them just very simply through the steps that they need to take to get ready. We also have things like a pledge wall at our activations, so young people can think about how they might adjust to the changes in their social lives, and make a pledge of some of the things that they're going to do over the summer. So there's a range of information that we've got available for young people.
Awesome. I have heard from a lot of teachers who tell me they are very, very excited and optimistic about this. Has that been the same type of feedback you've had when you've gone and visited schools?
That is the feedback that we've had from educators and also from parents when we've held the auditorium event with parents.
Okay, awesome. That's great to know. So sort of further from that, what actions the government taking to reduce, online harm that we know children in this country are facing?
So we're happy to respond on that one. There have been a range of measures taken since the introduction of the Online Safety Act. The government has added the basic online safety expectations to the Act and then added the social media minimum age. The Safety Commissioner has also registered a range of industry codes. The Phase 1 codes addressed Class 1 material, and then the more recent Phase 2 codes addressed Class 2 material. In a couple of instances where the codes weren't considered to provide the protections that the government was after, the Commissioner introduced mandatory standards in place of the codes. And more recently, the Minister has announced the intention to implement a digital duty of care, which we're currently working on. I'll hand to Ms Phil if you want to add any more detail to that.
Anthea Fell, Assistant Secretary, Online Safety Branch. The only thing in addition I would say is that the government is progressing investment in digital literacy. So the government is delivering $6 million from 2026 to the Alana and Madeline Foundation to ensure that every child has access to digital and media literacy education. AMF's Safe Kids at eSmart Kids program is free to every Australian school, and it teaches young people how to be safe, smart and responsible in the digital world. The government will deliver a further $6 million to the Alana and Madeline Foundation to deliver this digital literacy work, and as we spoke about, $450,000 has been committed to Smack Talk to work with kids to raise awareness and prevent sextortion.
You might have just touched on it in that question just then, but we know that there are still going to be young people aged 16 and above on social media. Would you mind going through what is being done to equip these young people that are, still going to be online?
So we've touched on the digital literacy programs that we're running, which do educate kids, and the program is framed around different age groups, recognising the different needs, the different developmental phases of the different age groups, and that some will have more access than others. And then the duty of care will actually target the spaces where younger people will still be to try and reduce the harms that are impacting on young people in the spaces, both where the over 16s are and the spaces where you don't need an account, where the people under 16 will still be.
Thank you. So that digital literacy program, in what forum is that being delivered? Are you trying to get out to schools? Is it through community groups? How's that being delivered?
The Alana and Madeline Foundation program is run through schools, so that's available in primary and secondary schools all over the country. I don't have the actual sign-up rates in front of me, but the take-up has been very strong amongst schools, and then individual students within the schools can enrol in the program to become certified as being more digitally literate.
Can you provide us with the sign-up rates on those?
Certainly, we can do that, yeah.
Thanks. On to something slightly different now, Nudify apps. We've known that there's been a big increase in those in the community, and we know that a lot of people in our community, especially parents and young people, are really, really worried. I'm wondering if you could step us through what work the department and the government's doing to combat that risk.
Yeah, certainly. I'll hand over to Ms Fell to talk about the detail on that, but there is some coverage currently under the industry codes where that material contravenes the codes, and then there are additional measures, but I'll let Ms Fell talk about that.
Thank you. So the government's announcement in relation to Nudify apps is in line with the recommendations of the Online Safety Review to further restrict access to this technology and also undetectable online stalking tools. You mentioned, Senator, this recommendation and the government's commitment reflects widespread harm in relation to this technology. So just in relation to that, eSafety research tells us that approximately 1 in 33 children have reported having someone create a fake nude image. So that's 1 in every classroom effectively. eSafety also tells us that reports from children have more than doubled in the past 18 months compared to the total numbers of reports received in the past 7 years. And we know that 4 of 5 reports are targeted at females. So in relation to taking this work forward, the government has been really clear that they want to work with industries and experts and that the onus will be on tech companies, not on victims. As Ms Vanderbroek mentioned, there are some laws in place already, and eSafety are on this afternoon and they can speak to their powers, but they have already been taking some action in relation to these apps. In relation to the work that the department's doing, we've commenced consultation with industry and we look forward to further engagement with parents, child safety groups, teachers and law enforcement on this issue. In the first instance, we're looking at what changes can be made to the Online Safety Act, but there are also a range of regulatory and non-regulatory options in this space, and that reflects the complexity of this issue. Our consultation does build on the work undertaken as part of the Online Safety Review. So we've spoken with government departments, the eSafety Commissioner, the Attorney General's Department, Office for Women, the Australian Federal Police, and the National Office of Child Safety, reflecting areas in the government that are impacted by this issue. And we've also spoken to Apple and Google, who obviously have the app stores and search engines. We've spoken to Microsoft and Meta. And the Minister heard directly from stakeholders at a roundtable on this issue hosted by the International Centre for Missing and Exploited Children. Just in relation to what we're hearing in terms of this work, the definition of a Nudify app is part of the consultation and is a key issue which is coming up. This will ultimately be a matter for government, but our main focus is to capture the apps and websites that are primarily designed to generate nude images and videos of real people, and we know that at the moment they're too easy to find.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Walker. Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Just on the under 16s ban awareness campaign, how much has been budgeted for that?
The total budget for the campaign is $10 million.
10 million. Okay, thank you. And when When's the start and end date of the campaign?
It started on the 19th of October and it will conclude around the 20th of December, prior to Christmas.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
I could get that detail.
And what's the timeline for the digital duty of care?
We don't have a timeline for when the legislation will happen. That'll be a case for the Parliament to consider. But we have started the consultation program. We're doing a series of roundtables. We did 3 last week. We've got more booked over the next couple of weeks. There's also a survey out for public comment. Once we've got that first round of consultation in, we'll then provide advice and work through the next steps in that.
Okay. The digital duty of care was something that was talked about in the last Parliament. Was there not consultation and drafting done on that?
There was consultation undertaken by the Delia Ricard, who conducted the review of the Online Safety Act and who recommended a duty of care.
Yes.
So we've definitely drawn from that.
Yeah, we've drawn from what we heard in that round of consultation to put together a framework of what a duty of care might look like, and now we're consulting about that framework. So we're not starting from a starting point.
But there was no consultation done by the department in the last Parliament around the digital duty of care?
Not specifically on the duty of care, no.
Okay.
Other than as part of the Online Safety Act review.
I've got some questions about BetStop. I'm not sure who the right... but maybe while officials come to the table, Minister, with the Murphy report, and I understand that you know, government senators may be sick of having to answer questions about this, but I'm interested if you know if the government will respond to the Murphy review in 2025.
In this year? Senator, we are actively working with stakeholders. We know there's more work to do and we are committed to doing that work. You'll be unsurprised if that is the same answer I gave you last time, but we are continuing that work.
And Minister, it was reported recently in the AFR by Ron Meisen that the government, and I'll just quote, is expected to abandon plans for a total ban on gambling advertising using the under-16 social media restrictions as cover to water down the policy. Is that true?
No.
No? Okay. Just before I go to BetStop, I guess my concern is that the under-16 social media ban isn't going to stop the normalisation of gambling amongst young people, because it won't stop gambling ads in many of the places that young people watch or listen, whether that's watching cricket over the summer, or I've had parents email me saying that they're hearing gambling ads between Disney songs on their Spotify. And so I'm wondering if the government's response will be broader and actually take into account those sorts of things.
I'm not going to preempt what the government response will be, Senator Pocock. All I can say to you is that we certainly are actively working with all stakeholders, particularly the Alliance on Gambling Reform. We have introduced significant gambling harm reduction measures, which I'm sure you are aware of. I have a list in front of me. I don't need to read it out to you, but there have been significant steps forward that we have taken, including launching BetStop, which I think you have further questions about.
Thank you very much, Minister. Ms Lopez, just the history of BetStop. When did this work commence? When was this recommended, and when did the department? I accept that you may have. I'm not sure if you were involved back then, but when did it start?
Senator, BetStop commenced in 2023. The actual register commenced in August 2023.
When did the work on setting up BetStop start? Was that under the previous government?
I believe the legislation was introduced in 2019. I'll just need to confirm that, but that's my memory of the legislation.
Thank you. And then I'm not sure if you've seen any of my questioning of ACMA at the last estimates. I don't expect you to have, but I've had a couple of people email me stories about how they've been able to gamble online when they've been registered with BetStop. Apparently, it's quite easy to get around because not all online wagering companies do extensive checks. For example, I've had it raised with me that people can just sign up with an initial or their middle name, and that's enough to dodge the verification that happens. Have any concerns been raised with the department around the effectiveness of BetStop and these sorts of workarounds from problem gamblers?
Senator, as you may be aware, there is currently a statutory review of BetStop that's underway, and the lead reviewer has been examining issues such as this, including whether people are getting around the current system. I don't want to preempt the reviewer's findings, but I think that the processes that are in place and the potential to get around, there's trying to strike a balance in terms of the ease of signing up with the register versus putting more stringent controls in place around verifying people's identities.
Thank you. I understand there's the review. Have these concerns been raised with the department?
We are aware of instances of where people have said that they have been able to do this, and we would encourage people to reach out to the ACMA as the regulator in terms of circumstances where they think that this has occurred, so that the ACMA can investigate if there is a systemic issue in these cases.
It's also been raised with me that some companies, I think BetGold is an example, are sending people who are registered on BetStop emails, and they may not offer inducements, but I've seen some of these emails and it looks like a credit card and kind of says, you know, we know you're self-excluded, but, you know, we're here. And, you know, one email I saw at the end had happy punting at the end, which I imagine, you know, if you're a person recovering from addiction and you've gone to the trouble of signing up for BetStop, is a little bit troubling. Is the department aware of cases like this?
Yes, Senator, we are. Again, we would encourage consumers to raise these concerns with the ACMA as the regulator. Under BetStop and under the legislation, wagering providers are prohibited from sending marketing materials to individuals. This includes offers to provide wagering services, advertising or promoting wagering services, or advertising or promoting a provider or prospective provider of wagering services. There may be other instances where consumers are receiving contact that might not fall into that marketing category, and again, the lead reviewer for the BetStop statutory review is looking at whether that is fit for purpose.
Okay. So has the department done any work, I guess, looking at this and potentially recommending some fixes to government, or are you just waiting for the review to take place?
It's the reviewer is examining that issue, Senator. The department is providing secretariat support to the review, but we are, the reviewer is examining this issue.
Is the department concerned that these betting companies, which, you know, we saw during the Murphy inquiry, were characterised by the late Peter Murphy and others on the committee as predatory, aren't actually abiding by the spirit of BetStop? If they're sending emails which may not be marketing, may not be inducements, but clearly, you know, why would you send an email to someone on BetStop? Are you concerned that they aren't abiding by the spirit of BetStop?
Senator, it might be one to ask the ACMA. I think they have obviously taken some action recently in terms of those investigations that they've done into BetStop. And they might be better able to comment in terms of compliance and what they're seeing across the industry.
And when's the review going to be finished?
It's due to report to government by February next year.
February next year. How long has it been ongoing for, it seems? When did it start?
Sorry, Senator. It was due to commence 2 years after. Oh, sorry. I'll just need to double check the timing, but it did commence last year.
Why is it? It seems pretty urgent. Like, why is it taking over a year to review BetStop, given the urgency of this? I'm having people on a weekly basis, particularly young men, pull me aside and want to talk privately about how hard they're finding it. Why isn't there more urgency around this?
Senator, there's been quite extensive consultation in terms of that review, including the lead reviewer meeting with people with lived experience, as well as industry, as well as wagering service providers as well.
No, I understand that, but...
Senator Pocock, I'll have to move the call after this question. I'm happy to come back to you.
Sure.
Thanks, Chair.
But last one?
Yeah.
But just on the urgency, you know, when there's political will and urgency, things happen incredibly fast. The social media ban, I think it was like a few days, it was through the Parliament. EPBC laws, the committee hasn't even reported, 1,500 pages are through, and now we're taking over a year to review just one part of gambling harm reduction. Is it a decision of the department or a decision of government for the review to take over a year?
It's a statutory time frame.
Is the statutory time frame, does it dictate how long the review must go for?
Well, Senator, as Lopez has indicated, the report will be due in February, and we will be very, very focused on acting as quickly as we can in relation to that report.
I understand that, but is it a statutory time frame that the report has to take over a year, and why is it taking over a year?
I think we've already answered the question on why the reviewer is undertaking the work in the time available. That's included all the steps that the reviewer's been through, so that, you know,
can you at least tell me who set the time frame?
The time frame set in legislation, Senator.
Okay. For it to take over a year, or for it to commence after a certain period that the bill has had sort of royal assent?
I think the review has to commence by a certain date.
Yes. It would be unusual in legislation to say that the review has to take 14 months.
Yes, but the review is underway. It's due to be completed within a couple of months, and we will be acting on it based on that.
Thank you. I'll just move the call to Senator Henderson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask about what the government is doing about the commercial broadcasting tax. So the government announced a pause on this tax in the 24-25 May EFO. The pause is through to the end of the financial year next June. In October 2024, the then Minister Rowland said the pause would allow for a future of television review, but since then no review, is my understanding, has commenced. Can I please ask for an update on this matter? Will the future of television review happen, and will the suspension be maintained until the review has taken place? We've got free-to-air broadcasters which are trying to budget right now, and it's a very significant amount of money, and they're very up in the air about the status of this tax.
I'll ask Mr Penpraise to assist you with the future of TV questions, and we can then deal with the CBT question as part of that.
James Penpraise, Assistant Secretary, Media Reform Branch. As you'd indicated, Senator, the former Minister indicated publicly that there will be a process to assess the future technology issue for free-to-air television. Look, that's something that we've been working closely with industry on over the last little period. There hasn't been an announced public process or a released document or paper to this point, but we've certainly been undertaking a range of work to assess the state of television infrastructure and those future television technology questions.
Okay, just specifically to my question though, has the future of television review been commenced?
No.
No. And why not?
Well, it's a matter for government, Senator, as to that process, but we have been undertaking some extensive engagement and consultation with industry around the technology questions and issues that sit behind that. So there's been work underway to understand the nature of the issues and the future technology options that are available.
And will the suspension be maintained until the review has taken place, as the former Minister committed?
I'll defer to my colleagues around the commercial broadcasting tax.
I think there's no... we have that suspension in place, as you've indicated, Senator, and that goes through to June. any future decisions about the CBT relief matter for government. So
broadcasters are seeking certainty by the end of this calendar year, at the very latest. Their financial viability is a real live issue in this environment, given how rapidly things are moving in this entire space. When you look at the competition from streaming and other platforms. So when will a decision be made as to whether the pause will be continued or the suspension of the commercial broadcasting tax?
Yes, Senator, I can't give you an indication of exact timing, given that that is obviously a matter for government.
Have you given the government advice, Mr. Chisholm?
We provide. Yes, we provided advice on the questions to do with the future of TV and the broader sectoral transition issues that Mr. Penrose talked about.
Just to stick to the commercial broadcasting tax, have you provided advice to the government that this suspension should continue beyond June next year?
If we were to provide that advice, it would sit within the context of budget deliberations, so we couldn't comment.
Well, no. Advice to government is not.
It would be.
It's not something that you can't address before Senate estimates.
If it's part of a budget process,
No,
or would form part of
that's
a budget
not correct,
process,
Secretary.
it's subject to cabinet confidentiality.
The rules of No, I'm not asking for cabinet documents. The rules of estimates require that there is no prohibition or no exemption from answering questions in relation to government advice. So I would ask you to answer that question.
Well, there are conventions around protecting the confidentiality of cabinet discussions, but we will take that on notice.
No, I'm not asking about cabinet documents. There's a very clear exemption, I agree, in relation to documents of the Executive Council and Cabinet. I'm asking about advice to government.
And I'm saying that would sit within a budgetary context, which would be through
but that's
cabinet.
not an exemption under the Senate estimates rules, Secretary, and you know, I would assume that you do know that.
Ultimately, it's a decision for government, Senator.
No, I understand that. Senator, I'm not querying that. I'm just asking.
I understand.
And I'm happy to get that. Can I just? These are the rules for estimates, and they make it very clear that questions about advice to government are questions that should be answered. There's no exemption from answering those questions.
And I guess I'm merely saying that there is a strong likelihood that any advice that we put to government will be covered as part of cabinet processes and input to the budget.
No, Secretary, that's not.
But we will take on notice the question.
That's not correct. And when I'm not interested about the argument. You might have that argument. I'm interested about the orders of the Senate.
I'm not disputing the orders of the Senate.
Yeah.
I'm taking it on notice, and that's the end of it.
All right, thank you. And if you could come back to us on notice with the advice that you've provided in relation to the commercial broadcasting tax, because broadcasters pay around $50 million each year. How much, if any, do streaming services pay, Mr. Chisholm?
Typical streaming services don't pay the CB.
Well,
I'm going to be corrected here.
The CBT is based on the use of radio frequency spectrum and specifically the broadcasting services band spectrum. Streaming services don't use that spectrum and hence there's no CBT levied on them for spectrum use.
Okay. Can I just ask, while we're talking about streaming services and the legislation passed last week, there was an amount of money provided to the ABC. Who can answer that question about that tranche of $50 million and how that money is going to be utilised?
This is the money provided in relation to children's TV and... Is that right, Senator?
I'm asking you how that money is going to be utilised.
So
what's the quantum?
So I'm sure
when it will be delivered and for what purpose is the money being provided to the ABC?
I'll just ask to see if Ms Lopez can help, and also...
So the ABC, and I'm just referring to an article...
colleagues from the arts portfolio might be able to help as well, even though it's a different outcome. So, yeah.
Look, you're right, it is a different outcome,
Yeah.
but if you can just indulge me... Yeah,
of course, yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah.
okay. It's sort of related.
I'm not sure they're here, so we'll do our best and you can come back.
Yeah, so the ABC will receive an extra $50 million over 3 years. to spend on new Australian content, including children's programs and drama.
Yep.
Now, that was an amendment to the government streaming quotas bill that went through the Parliament last week. Just keen to get more information in relation to that.
I think that's pretty much, I mean, what you've read out there is the nature of the commitment. So that's what we anticipate the money would be spent on.
No other requirements or preconditions?
Let me see if I can find out for you, Senator.
If you could, thank you.
Officials are in the building but not in the room.
Can I just on notice also ask for any correspondence between the Department, the Minister's Office and the ABC in relation to this $50 million?
Yes.
So,
and obviously the ABC will be appearing later. They could speak to their...
Well, I think that's absolutely right, Minister, but I'm wanting to ask it because it was a departmental...
Well, if we get there.
It was a government decision.
No, but different officials is what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
We would, yes, we can certainly talk in the broad about the commitment, because of the content.
Mr. Chizzo, I'm happy for you to take on notice.
Yeah.
I'll move on.
Yep.
I just wanted to ask about the risk to regional viewers from potential transmitter failures due to financial pressures on regional broadcasters. And I would put to you a lack of clarity from the government. So what is the timeline for addressing these at-risk sites?
Yeah, we do quite a bit of work on assessing the state of the infrastructure and the sites, working with industry. So on the timeline, I'll just check in with Mr Penrose.
As I indicated before, Senator, we're doing a range of work with...
I'll just get your...
Oh, sorry, I've left it down that end.
Sorry.
Secretary.
Very flat, all right.
Apologies for that. We've been undertaking a range of work with regional and remote broadcasters in particular to assess the state of television infrastructure, the gaps and deficiencies that are emerging in relation to that equipment. I guess it's the reality that a lot of this equipment was installed at the time of digital television switchover. So that's around 2012, 2013. And a lot of the working life of some of this infrastructure is around 10 years. So a lot of that equipment is coming towards end of life, which is obviously putting broadcasters in a position where they have to make some hard choices about whether they seek to renew that infrastructure and the ongoing costs of that infrastructure. So a piece of work that we've been engaging with industry is to assess the nature of those gaps and deficiencies and to use that to help industry better understand the nature of the state of equipment that's being used and also to inform our advice to government in relation to those matters.
So if on notice we could have a copy of the assessment, has any money been committed to support these regional transmitters, which obviously require investment and sometimes they're hit by unexpected issues such as floods or high winds or other unexpected types of issues that might arise, and it's a very, very expensive matter to go about repairing these transmitters?
Yeah, look, no specific budget allocation to this point, and that would obviously be a matter for government over time.
Have you given any advice in relation to recommending it?
I was just going to say, Senator, we do have a broadcasting...
Sorry, if I could just finish my question, Mr. Chisholm.
Yeah.
Have you given any advice in relation to recommending that there be a budgetary allocation made for regional transmitters?
We've provided advice to government in relation to the nature of the issues and problems that are evident in these areas. Part of that includes an assessment of the needs in the particular areas that may warrant a particular attention.
And any particular...
I just need to move the call on.
Yes, I'll finish this last question. Any particular sites that that you're really concerned about, and on notice, could we please have a copy of that advice?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
We'll provide an update too on the work we did on the Broadcasting Resilience Program, because it provides funding to help protect against some of those weather impacts you're talking about. And also, Senator, the VAST satellite provides a safety net for a number of communities, as you know. So, and we provide financial support for that.
If there's any way that you could bring that list of sites at risk, or you've got concerns about, back to the committee?
We don't have a specific list of at-risk sites, Senator, but on notice I can take and provide advice in relation to the areas where the industry has indicated that there are strongest pressures in terms of infrastructure renewal.
And including on notice, if you could please provide us with the advice that you've provided to government. So,
sure.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Chair, and it's nice to see you all. How are you, Minister?
Good, thank you.
That's
Since
very
I
good.
saw you,
Feels so
11
long.
hours ago.
Yeah. I was going to ask some questions about the social media age ban. In barely 8 days, around about 2.4 million young people are going to be kicked off their social media, just actually before school holidays start. Very real concerns are arising now about how that's going to impact young people, their social connections, their mental health. There doesn't seem to be a plan to deal with the scale of potential harm for young people. Tell me I'm wrong. Is there a plan?
I'll just start out by saying, Senator, it's a very specific number of platforms that children under 16 won't be able to have accounts for. They're not excluded from the internet, from technology generally, and young people engage in a lot of things beyond social media. So while we do have a number of areas we're focusing on to support their sort of well-being as part of this transition, it isn't the case that they're not going to be able to use the internet and to connect with people using technology.
Mr. Chisholm, I was just talking to a young person from a regional part of this country who lives like an hour away from a regional town. They are going to lose all of their social media connections on Instagram, on Snapchat. They are already physically isolated, and their ability to communicate, break down that isolation through social media is being taken off them. Because, yes, they have access to the internet, but their friend circle on Instagram, their friend circle on Snapchat is all just being literally ripped from under them. What do you say to that young person in physical isolation in regional Australia who's now been put into digital isolation?
Well, Senator, we again say that young people are not in digital isolation because they are still able to have the benefit of the technology provided through online services and the internet. There's a specific number of platforms that are subject to the restrictions, and while it depends on each of the platforms, and this will be relevant for teenagers who are not yet 16, I'm aware that a number of them have made clear that those connections you're talking about and the content that's important to them will be available once they turn 16. It's just that the government's policy is very clear that children under 16 are not able to have social media accounts, and that platforms will need to observe those rules.
Sorry, Mr. Chisholm, telling a 14-year-old who's about to leave school for 6 weeks, lose that social connection, lose their photos, their memories, their ability to engage socially on Instagram and Snapchat in 8 days' time, telling them that they'll get it back in 2 years' time when they turn 16 is not dealing with the problem. Telling them that you might get your account back in 2 years' time, that's not dealing with the problem. And it's not isolated. We're talking over 2 million young people.
I think the government's very keen to ensure that young people and their social connections are enriched beyond social media, that young people should have a life and a whole range of experiences that are not restricted to a small number of social media platforms, particularly given the harms that those platforms create. Then on the broader benefits, I'll just turn to my colleagues.
So certainly young people will still have access to messaging services where they can form groups to connect with their friends. The Minister recently hosted a roundtable with a group of mental health, particularly youth-focused organisations, to make sure all their services and supports will still be available and will be on alert for any problems that kids do encounter, if there are any. we'll certainly be working with the Safety Commissioner to monitor the impacts once the restriction comes into effect. But there are, as Mr Chisholm said, still other ways for young people to connect.
Well, you're taking away a vast amount of social connection from young people. Ms Chisholm, you say young people should do other things. Well, then what services are being put in place? What services, what additional supports are being put in place so that young people do have connection, do have support? What are you putting in place to replace social media?
One of the offerings on the E-Safety Commissioner's website, I think under the campaign conversation earlier, we were talking about the range of resources on the E-Safety Commissioner's website. There's a lot of things there. One of them is a template for a plan that families can work on together in the lead up to the 10th of December, so that families can sit down as a family group and talk about what that will look like and where they will find other ways to connect and stay engaged.
Was any of that co-designed with young people? Was any of that co-designed with young people?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, well, perhaps on notice you can identify what the co-design, how you co-design that with young people, because my office received about 1 kilo of printed material about the social media ban from the Minister, and I can tell you now none of that was designed to engage with young people.
Well, parents are very happy about the ban coming into effect, Senator, and have made that view clear to us.
That's actually, you've just answered it there, haven't you, Ms Chisholm? Parents are very happy, but you haven't really considered, nor are you looking at the future generation, who I can tell you are very unhappy.
Oh, we have co-designed it with children.
Sure, you've co-designed it with young people.
That's exactly who this is for.
Can I just go on to the question of AI and energy use? And I'm sorry, we're switching between matters. Don't know who's here to deal with that.
Well, if it's about AI and energy, I'm not sure we're best placed to help you with that.
All right.
Or industry, I don't know.
The government just announced their response to AI regulation, and they said that existing regulations, existing laws are sufficient to deal with AI. In the communication space, we have toxic AI agents driving particularly vulnerable people, but driving other people towards suicidal ideation. We have toxic AI algorithms driving people into division, and we have platforms like Meta and Twitter and Google monetising division. Are you saying, is your government's position that there are sufficient rules and regulations around AI in the communication space to stop those toxic AI agents, toxic AI algorithms, monetising division and monetising harm? Is that the position?
Senator, we definitely don't want them monetising it for under 16s, hence the ban. So that's really important, given the platforms you referred to there and the focus on protecting children from AI-related harms. But secondly, there are a range of rules already in place that deal with the harms created by AI in the online safety space. You referenced energy, which was why I said that was not really our portfolio. But we can take you through the online safety measures that we focus on.
Yeah, certainly. I'll hand to Ms Fell for the detail, but at a high level, under the basic online safety expectations, platforms are required to provide reports to the Safety Commissioner on the measures that they are taking to keep people safe, and that can cover quite a wide range of things. There's also protections under the Phase 1 and Phase 2 industry codes, where that artificial intelligence is generating Class 1 or Class 2 material that would be covered by those codes. There may also be protections under the online content scheme. It really depends on the nature of the artificial intelligence and the particular harms in each
why don't I
case.
put to you specific harms that we know are happening now? We have AI-driven agents, chatbots, who are leading people down suicidal ideation. Multiple legal cases happening in the United States against those platforms for leading people down suicidal ideation, in some cases tragically leading to actual suicide. Where are the laws in Australia that are holding platforms account when their AI agents lead people down suicidal ideation pathway? What law's in place?
So one of the things that we are looking closely at, Senator, is how particularly for young people, the duty of care might play a role. I know Ms Rickard, in reviewing the Online Safety Act, specifically mentioned those points that you're talking about. So in addition to the specific rules that Ms Vandenbroek took you through, we are looking at overarching protections that would be able to move with the change to the technology, because what we find, of course, and you'd be well aware of this, is once you put in place a specific rule for a specific thing, the technology changes, but broad overarching protections from something such as a duty of care would be able to move with the time, so to speak, particularly with AI.
Well, when are we going to get a digital duty of care? You would have thought that if you wanted to protect people from online harm, the first thing the government should do is put in place a digital duty of care. Consultations, I think, close, I think, in this coming week, on the digital duty of care. When are we going to legislate for a digital duty of care?
So we're working on that reform right now, and the timing for the law reform is the legislation, as you know, is a government decision, but it's a big priority for us.
Right. Well, I might put some further questions on this on notice, but if I could move now to digital inclusion.
No, we're going to have a break.
We're about to break.
Ask one question?
You may ask one question.
Yeah. As we know, First Nations Australians suffer from significant inequities in digital access. And one of the Closing the Gap targets, I think it's target 17, relates to digital inclusion. Do you have any data on that target? And
Yes.
where have you gone towards achieving target 17 and closing that digital inclusion gap?
Thanks, Senator. We have a significant work program on target 17 and digital inclusion, and we work very closely with the First Nations Digital Inclusion Advisory Group. We have programs focused on community Wi-Fi with digital mentors. We also have some really exciting developments in the First Nations data space to help inform policy development and empower communities as part of that process. But I'll ask Mr Ashurst, or Dr Ashurst, I'm sorry, to take you through that.
Thanks very much, Mr Chisholm. Jason Ashurst, Assistant Secretary, Digital Inclusion Deployment Branch. One of the issues I've spoken to this committee about before is the lack of data in this space, particularly in terms of measuring internet access for Indigenous Australians. One of the commitments from the government is to increase that access to data, the data collection, and that program has been underway for a couple of years now, and just last month, on the 12th of November, released a report around the level of digital inclusion for First Nations Australians, both in remote areas but also in metropolitan and regional areas. And some of those findings, if you want to outline briefly, were for First Nations Australians, they are relatively highly digitally engaged, with 92% using the internet in the past week of that survey and 96% within the past 6 months. But 41% of First Nations Australians are considered digitally excluded, which is almost double the national average of 21%. And there's a gap of 10.5 points between First Nations Australians and non-First Nations Australians, and that gap increases significantly with remoteness and for key demographics. So this data that was collected over the last year through around 2,500 surveys of First Nations Australians will be repeated again leading up to the next 2 years, so that we do have a benchmark and understanding of whether there are improvements on that target.
All right. I note the time, but thanks, Dr.
Thank you very much. The committee will adjourn for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 11:18. Thank you very much. We will resume our hearings. We're still at outcome 5. I'm going in this order to Senator Henderson briefly for a point of clarification, to Senator Pocock for some remaining questions, then to Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted Secretary to pick up on the discussion we had before about advice to government being an unacceptable ground in relation to the answering of questions. This is in the Rules for Estimates, page 11. The mere fact that information consists of advice to government is not a ground for refusing to disclose it. Some harm to the public interest must be established. So in considering this matter, can I also ask whether you could come back to us, if you are going to make that claim, if you could please make a public interest immunity claim? Otherwise, advise us if they are Cabinet or Executive Council documents. But if those two exemptions don't apply, then we would be seeking advice to government, the advice to government we have.
I'll take your advice on that, Senator. Obviously, officials don't make public interest immunity claims, but you're...
No, you meaning the government. That's all. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
I wonder, Chair, if I could just close out a couple of questions that Senator Henderson asked in the previous session very quickly. Sure. First, I've got Mr Smith and Mr Popkins to talk about ABC funding, and they'll be rapidly joined by Ms Charles, who's going to answer the question around advertising for social media minimum age.
So, Phil Smith, Acting Deputy Secretary, Creative Economy and the Arts Group. You asked about the ABC, the $50 million that'll be provided over 3 years from 26-27 financial year out to 28-29, specifically for children and children's television and drama. We anticipate that will benefit small to medium independent production companies as part of that.
Details to be worked through and announced in due course.
But won't the commissioning of those programs be a matter for the ABC?
Yes, it will.
So the ABC is not restricted from using that money internally?
The expectation for the $50 million that'll be used for children's television and drama.
Yes, but that wasn't my question. So is the ABC restricted from using that money internally to produce programs internally, or is that required to go to third-party producers?
So that money will go to the ABC and they will then commission children's television and drama.
And that's my question. Is the ABC required, as part of this deal, to commission third-party producers?
We will work through the specifics of the detail with the ABC, noting they're obviously an independent organisation.
Noting, so I can't hear.
They are an independent organisation.
Well, that's exactly my point,
so
is that government shouldn't be telling the ABC how to commission programs, because it is up to the ABC as to how they would do that. So I was just wondering whether there were any restrictions.
So I think we need to work through the detail of this. I understand the nature of your question. Yeah. Obviously, this announcement was made last week in the context of the legislation hitting the statute book on streaming quotas.
Thanks.
We'll work with the ABC and put more detail.
And I've got on notice already if you can provide all the correspondence between yourselves, the Minister's Office and the ABC in relation to this funding.
Yes.
Thank you. If it's okay, we'll turn to the...
And then to the social media
yes.
ban advertising details?
Yes. Yes. So the question you asked is what the media breakdown was, and as I mentioned, the media budget was around $6.4 million. So the budget at this stage, or the allocation for TV, is $2.03 million, press $190,000, radio $1 million, out of home $800,000, digital and social around $2 million. That adds up to just over $6 million, and the balance, as you can imagine, there are fees in relation to Universal McCann and their distribution of the creative to news outlets.
So that's $2 million to digital and social media platforms?
Correct.
So you're advertising on social media platforms about the fact that the social media platform will be not available after the 10th of December?
Up until the ban comes into play, and there will be no advertising on the digital platforms.
Well, that makes sense. And look, just if we could could I also ask for any underlying strategy documents or any other advice that you have received in relation to the spend? Because that's a very small amount of money comparatively on newspaper advertising compared to television, for instance.
And as you know, TV each spot on TV is significantly greater than placing an ad in digital or newspapers. But I will come back to you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate there are differences, but there are also massive differences in what television outlet and when, and the cost of television advertising as well, and of course the time of day.
Correct.
Whether it's in prime time. So I'm just keen to get, if you can provide some further information including the strategy documents, the research that you did, and so any information or briefs or advices or correspondence that you have or the Minister's office has in relation to advertising for the social media ban.
I'll take that on notice.
And Secretary, before I quickly hand over to the Chair, we've just got a very big issue. We've got answers to questions on notice literally hitting our inbox on issues which are relevant to this outcome. We have had no time to even read these answers, let alone scrutinise them. So I'm really flagging concerns on behalf of the Coalition that we would really like to see these questions on, these answers returned within the time frame. We can't do our job if we're getting these emails hitting our inbox now.
I understand your frustration, Senator. As you know, the deadline for the submission of answers to questions on notice was as recently as last Friday. We prepare answers for consideration by Ministers' officers. It's for the Minister ultimately to determine the final form of that answer and the timing. We fact-check the final answer, but
and Secretary, you are correct in making that point, because my concern is that you are providing, your department is providing answers well within the time frame, and then the Minister...
I'm not necessarily saying that.
No, you're not saying that. But I am saying my concern is that the Minister is sitting on these answers until the very last moment. I'm just raising my concern. But I would appreciate if you could provide us with the details as to when you submitted those responses to the Minister's office too, please.
Sure.
I mean, you can do it in, I think, batches, when each batch was actually submitted to the Minister's office, because I think Minister Farrell even said last night in another committee that, oh yes, it's up to us as to when we release them. But really, the fact that they're coming in right now is of great concern.
Yeah, I just want to put on record there's no evidence in my mind that the Minister's office has significantly delayed the submission of these questions on notice. It's as much on the department as it is on anybody else. So I take accountability for that. Your point is well made, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few more questions on bed stop, if that's all right. I was just having a quick look at the legislation that was passed during the break, and it stipulates there needs to be a review after 12 months, but it doesn't say how long the review needs to go for. I think it just says that it needs to be completed with the Minister within 18 months. And so I'm interested, who set the timeline for February?
Senator, that timeline for February is the 18-month time frame that the report must be delivered to the Minister.
Okay, so you went with the last possible date?
Sorry?
So you went with the last possible date?
No, sorry. The initial answer that we gave was about that the report needs to be delivered by that time frame. That's not necessarily the time frame that, that we're working towards, but that's the legislative time frame that
I think
for the report.
Mr Chisholm said that it'll be handed in February though, so...
I think we... yes, so we gave evidence about we anticipate the report being completed by February.
Yes.
And Ms Lopez has pointed out that the time frame of 18 months is consistent with that. So the report will be provided or the review completed within the required time frame.
No, I understand that, but I'm asking who set that time frame? Why have you gone for the full 18 months?
Sorry, Senator, just to clarify, I think just a point of clarification that we're not saying the report will be delivered on that final date. It's just that the statutory time frame for reporting is within 18 months.
Right. And so when will the report be delivered to government?
Within the 18 months.
Yeah, so it'll be a matter for the reviewer, Senator, in terms of when he finalises that review.
Okay. So consultation ended the end of April.
That was public consultation, but the lead reviewer has still been meeting following up on what was heard during public consultation. There was also recent matters which I think we discussed in previous estimate session that we're still hearing from consumers around some issues that they're saying, including things like contact from wagering service providers that goes outside the marketing aspects of the legislation.
Sure. And so did Mr Eccles ask for the time to go to February, or did the department say we just want this completed by February, given that's the maximum amount of time that we could have?
I think in the former minister appointing Mr Eccles, she would have outlined the expectations under legislation, but I don't know that any further direction was given in terms of when the report should be handed to government.
And what was the appointment process for Mr Eccles?
That was an appointment by the former Minister for Communications.
Did the department provide the minister with a shortlist, or the minister just decided that it was Mr Eccles?
The department did provide advice to the minister in terms of possible approaches to the review.
Do you recall how many people were on the shortlist?
I don't, Senator.
Maybe just on notice, if that's all right.
Sure.
Is Mr Eccles being paid to undertake this review?
Yes, he is.
Do you know how much?
He's being remunerated in line with similar roles and rates under the Remuneration Tribunal determination for part-time office holders.
What is that?
I'll need to just double check with what date this rate was at, but it's $1,660 per day.
And he's working every day, or?
He's paid for when he works.
Yeah.
So it would be pro-rata.
That's right.
Yeah.
And from memory, Mr Eccles is doing other work. So yes, he wouldn't be doing this every day. Yeah.
He wouldn't be doing this?
Not every day, because I think he has other services he provides, or reports or work that he does. So
it's not a full-time appointment.
Not a full-time job,
sure.
No.
And so how big is the Secretariat sort of support provided to Mr Eccles?
Senator, it's quite a small team supporting a number of different priorities.
Sorry, Ms Lopez, I don't understand. Can you just answer the question? Like, how big is the team? Is it 2, 3, 5, 10?
So the team that works on this, the point that Ms Lopez was making was that they also assist on other work, given it's not a full-time report. But the size of the team that would help Mr Eccles?
Quite small, I would say 1.5 ASL.
So there's a couple of staff working on it.
1.5 who are, but also working on other things.
Yeah, but they also draw from, there's a broader team that has been working on wagering related matters for some time, so they draw on the expertise of that team. The way we typically provide Secretariat support for reviews, and we do this quite a lot, is the staff we provide have the benefit of being both staff in the group and thereby draw on input and support from other parts of the group, including people working on other wagering issues. So we don't take a hard and fast view about who can support the work.
And whose decision was it to put 1.5 ASL onto the...
Senator, we might take on notice the exact number of people that are working on this, because it is...
sure. We know it's small. Whose decision was it to provide such a... I'm sure
there was not a... From memory, Senator, and as Ms Lopez said, we'll double check, there hasn't been like a strict view about how many people support this work. So we'll come back to you with the final numbers. So there's we wouldn't be able to find a decision that it's 1.5, for example. I think you'll find it's larger than that.
Sure.
I'm also probably talking about currently what it's resourced. I think in time when it was more at peak activity in terms of the consultation period and those kinds of things, it would have been more people.
Understand. I guess my frustration with this is you have a initiative that was sort of flagged by the coalition, implemented by the Albanese government, which clearly I think is a good initiative but hasn't been working properly, and it just doesn't seem to have been a priority to do the review and make sure that it is actually working, given how desperate so many people are in our community. You know, to have the review stretched out to the absolute maximum 18 months that you can take, and to hear that there's maybe 1.5 ASL attached to it.
Yeah,
why are we in this situation, Mr. Chisholm? Like, how do you set priorities like this?
Well, What I can say as well, Senator, is that BETSTOP questions and BETSTOP issues are a regular area of focus for us, in addition to other work we've done on wagering. So we regularly work with ACMA, with other departments, with the Minister's Office on BETSTOP questions, and the team that's supporting the reviewer here is certainly working hard to get the report done as soon as possible. There's definitely been no deprioritisation of any of that work. In fact, it continues to be a really critical piece of work that we're doing. So yes, and definitely the undertaking is that it's completed within the required time frame, and that's just how we've set it up.
Okay, I mean, I'd love to see more agency, like more urgency, because clearly 1.5 ASL, they must be so flat out. Like surely this is something that requires more resourcing, and in the 18 months that you're taking, every time I ask questions about BETSTOP, I'm just pointed to the review. So clearly there's a lot hanging on this review, and in the meantime, all these gambling companies are just continue to take the piss and use every single loophole, grey area that they can. So I'd urge you to make sure that this actually is with the Minister before, or as soon as it can be, because 18 months seems like an extraordinary amount of time to review one thing. BETSTOP is not that big.
Senator, just to be clear, I think the ACMA has taken strong action in terms of the issues that have been occurring, including recent actions in the last few months, including strong penalties for breaches of...
Strong is subjective, but it's good to see them acting.
Yeah. But yes, Senator, for example, that figure that Ms Lopez referred to, it doesn't include the time that she spends on BETSTOP issues, that I would spend on it, that other colleagues would spend on it. So, yeah, it's definitely an all-in effort on harm reduction, and the review is a key part of that. Mr Eccles is a very experienced policy professional who has strong understanding of the issues, and we're confident that the report will provide a strong basis for further action. So, yes, and we take your points on board about making sure it's done as expeditiously as possible.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I have sought leave to table this photo.
Yes, and I understand from you,
from
Senator
Queensland
McDonald,
Water.
from Queensland
Yes.
Water, and on that basis we're happy to accept it.
Thank you. There should be some copies distributed. Thank you. Mr Betts, I've got questions with regard to the image that I've provided. This is specifically from Alexandra Hills in Brisbane, but my questions relate to other infrastructure that's scattered across Australia. The communications towers, I understand, are classified as national security infrastructure, and are such protected and have certain requirements around them, which I agree with. My questions start with, are you aware of water reservoir tanks throughout Australia that also host communications towers such as this?
Might get the relevant official to the table.
Dr Ashurst will be able to assist you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Yes, we are aware that a number of water towers across Australia do host telecommunications equipment and facilities.
Do you know how many there are?
No, we don't have that number, sorry.
If so, would you please, on notice, take a question of how many water tanks host communications towers, broken down by the state or territory and the location of those, please? My question is now moving to, would you consider this a health risk, given that there are birds roosting on communications towers on top of the water tanks, and I've been made aware that a number of these water towers have been compromised by the installation of the infrastructure.
Senator, the telecommunications industry are required to follow standards in terms of installation of those towers and maintaining those towers. So if there are concerns around how they're being used or their impact on those water towers, then those concerns should be raised to the telecommunication providers.
Given that these sites are secured under legislation for national security and national infrastructure requirements, would there not be an oversight from the department in that regard? Because it is my belief that Queensland Water has written to the department raising these concerns.
Certainly, yes, Queensland Water has raised these concerns with the department in the past, and we continue to work with Queensland Water and the telecommunications industry on addressing those concerns and seeing what can be done. In some cases, those towers host what are called redundant facilities, that are facilities are no longer being used, for example, with the 3G switch off, and we're working with industry around mechanisms to try and remove those sort of facilities from those towers and identify them.
Which individuals, agencies and organisations have access to water reservoir towers outside of local councils?
I don't have that information, but telecommunications carriers do.
What are the security processes for those companies, telecommunications agencies and organisations to access water reservoir tanks?
They do have to notify, for example, the water companies and the water utilities that they're accessing those and provide a notification process, which I think is 10 days in advance of accessing those towers. And they must observe all safety practices, particularly any practices that those water utilities prescribe to those telecommunications providers.
All right. So the issue that I'm raising is that I've been made aware that the locks on the gates that secure the physical locations of the water towers are being cut by communications companies seeking to get access to their equipment, that the water towers are being compromised by the poor installation of these the comms towers. Potentially there's a human risk if there are birds sitting on top of the towers, if the concrete and the tower itself is being compromised. And I am just seeking to understand that given that this is regulated or has oversight from the federal government and through the state governments, then I'm seeking more information about how we're managing this, because both are equally important, aren't they? I mean, the digital comms are important, but no water, there's a problem as well. And so I'm trying to seek to understand the intersection and whose problem it is and who would seek to solve it, who you would be working with.
Yeah, we have had a group called the Powers and Immunities Reference Group that brings together utility companies and telecommunication providers to discuss these types of issues and look to ways broadly to resolving them, including if changes are needed to the regulations. But we also do engage directly with, say, Queensland Water and as well as telecommunication companies on particular incidents as they occur, and broader discussions too around whether there are further, as I said, regulatory changes that could be made if required to address this.
Given that the nature of the telecommunications towers often makes them unsafe for humans to work in close proximity to, but we're expecting our water tower maintenance crew to go into the same locations to patch holes and provide physical security, who is responsible for ensuring that that intersection is managed?
If you're talking about the electromagnetic emissions from the telecommunication facilities, they are heavily regulated by PANZA and ACMA in terms of those levels of emissions from those facilities. And in that way, both telecommunication workers and water workers can access and work near that equipment because they're below what are required standards in that space. But telecommunication companies, when installing them, are required to keep them to certain levels. Okay, so that it is safe for water tower maintenance workers to be accessing the roofs of the towers to inspect them and make repairs and so forth, because they'd be very close to them. That's right. That is my understanding in terms of the way these standards are set out, yes. Okay. All right, my final question then, Chair, is if you could also on notice find out how many of the towers are defunct
So, for example, with the changeover from 3G, how many are still active? And of course, as I've already asked you, where they're located. That would be really helpful. And may I ask that Queensland Water continue to be consulted with as part of this, because I think they're providing that overarching network of the local councils and the water infrastructure.
Thanks, Senator. See what information we can provide. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. There's a little bit of time left on the block, shall we begin the next? Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to turn to matters in regards to 000 again, if we may. Can the department provide me with an update on what activities it's undertaken in regards to the Optus outage since we last spoke?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
I'll ask Ms Chappell to step you through that work, particularly through the activities of the 000 custodian and the work we've been doing with ACMA and the industry to date.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Mr Chisholm. So the custodian's undertaken a number of activities, particularly since the legislation came into effect on the 30th of October. Our immediate work priorities are informed particularly by the events of the 18 September outage, but not exclusively. Would you like me to run through the activities we've undertaken in that time, or our priorities?
Well, actually, let's run through the activities, and if they're a priority, you can identify them as a priority. Yeah.
Certainly. So on the 20th of October, the custodian facilitated and participated in a large-scale simulation exercise. There are 130 participants that attended that exercise across the entire emergency call ecosystem. And as a result of that exercise, the custodian then wrote out on the 30th of October to all participants on the outcomes of that exercise and the next steps, and we will take charge of monitoring the delivery of those actions. In addition, on the 3rd of November, the custodian wrote to ACMA issuing its first request for ACMA to make an ECS direction under Section 151 of the Telecommunications Consumer Protections and Services Standards Act, and the request sought information from Optus on its policies and procedures in an outage, including those relating to notification, welfare checks and recovery, as well as its outage testing prior to system changes. And the ACMA then issued the direction on the 14th of November. In addition, we have met with all key stakeholders involved in the 000 ecosystem, each of the telecommunications carriers, the TIO, ACAN. I also attended a conference with State and Territory Emergency Services and introduced them to the work of the custodian. And I've written out to all of the telecommunications providers and the ACMA outlining our work priorities.
Ms Chappell, how long have you been in the role for?
I started on the 27th of October.
I was just about to say I don't remember seeing you at the last estimates.
No, this is my first for this committee.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hope it goes well for you. I'm sure it will. I just want to turn to the matter of the legislative instruments. So my understanding is that there was a legislative instrument registered on the 20th of November requiring telcos to have a, this is the centralised register.
Yes.
Requiring telcos to have a register up and running by the 15th of December. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, Senator.
So it was the 20th of November and the central register had to be up by the 15th of December. Okay. And what confirmation, what communication has the department been having with telcos on that obligation, and what has the response been from telcos to that obligation?
Certainly, Senator. I might ask my colleague, Mr Fogarty, to come to the table. Is that the other end?
Yeah. Chris Fogarty, Acting Assistant Secretary, Custodian Implementation. The instrument that you're talking about was registered on the 20th of November is the Service Provider Determination, which is related to mobile service outages and having a public register on a website, and also for mobile virtual network operators to actually link back to that website as well.
Okay. So what is the total number of telcos that you expect to, are required to register?
It's for mobile services.
Yep.
So the 3 mobile network operators,
Yep.
Telstra, Optus, TPG, Telecom,
Yep.
and their virtual network operators such as ACM and others like that, that they actually link back to.
Okay. So what is the status, if you like, of the mobile providers and their, how would you describe their...
They need to have that public websites by the 15th of December.
Yeah. And so what is the progress on that for each of them?
They are working towards it. We have been in contact with them on that, and they are aware of their timing.
And what degree of confidence do you have that they will meet the 15th of December requirement?
Given that this is information that they already have to report, it's just actually putting it onto a public facing to increase transparency.
Right. So am I to hear in that response very high level of confidence?
We continue to work with the telcos and making sure that they're going to meet that timeframe.
Okay. If they don't, what's the penalty or what's the repercussion?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Oh, I would have thought that the penalty regime or I would have thought that might have been a bit more obvious than...
I'd have to look into the determination itself, Senator.
We haven't had any indication from any of the telcos that will be a difficulty for them to meet that timeframe.
Okay. So then I understand that there was a further instrument that was advised to stakeholders on the 19th of November, proposing amendments to the Service Provider Network Outages Register Determination of 2025. Can you just explain to me what's the interrelationship between that instrument issued on the 19th and the instrument issued on the 18th?
Yeah. The instrument issued that was put onto the legislation on the 20th of November, as I said, is related directly to mobile service providers. The instrument that you're talking about, and it's a draft direction, which was to increase it to broader services. Given that the majority of 000 calls are made through a mobile phone, it was an idea to push towards registers for the mobiles as a first place, and then the broader services as it goes, given that there's a wider range of providers in those different categories.
So they are not. So the instruments operate. So so both instruments are necessary and independent of each other. One's not replacing the other.
It would come down to how it's designed, but the idea is that we have the mobile services covered initially, and then as the other services are covered, the mobile service determination would then be captured by the broader instrument, which would be a change to the standard.
Right. And is that well understood by industry participants?
We took targeted consultation on that, and ACMA will also have a process that it will go through with consultation as well. And there's an extended time frame provided for that to actually get broader industry across.
Right, so targeted consultation, does that mean, just explain that to me?
So it was targeted towards the mobile carriers, plus also some of the broadband carriers, and also industries representatives such as the ATA, Australian Telecommunications Association, as well as the TIO, and also someone like the New South Wales Telco Authority.
And what has been the feedback on that consultation around the draft instrument?
The feedback was that it needed more time, and we've taken that into account.
What needed more time? The consultation process needed more time, or the
time to actually put the registers together, given that they're different services.
Right. And what's been the department's reaction to that feedback?
We've provided some advice to government on that.
So the targeted consultation has come back to the department and said industry needs more time. You've taken that feedback and provided advice to the minister, that the industry is asking for more time. And so what would be the impact on the instrument if the Minister agreed to the industry's request for more time?
Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, so if the Minister was to agree more time, how does that affect the instrument?
Which instrument? The
one that you've had the targeted consultation around.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. It would extend the time that is provided for the carriage service providers to actually put their outages onto a public register on their websites.
But not for the mobile
Not for the mobile
operators.
carriers.
Yeah.
And so why do you think that the industry's request for more time is fair?
I would expect, and as Mr Fogarty has outlined, this is the sort of information that mobile network operators already have, and so it should be relatively straightforward for them to be able to publish that information. But for the complexity of stakeholders involved in that broader piece, that might be something that they have to handle less easily, or that, you know, they may not have a public-facing website in a way that could kind of accommodate that information. So I would expect it may take them some extra time.
Right, and that broader piece is the second instrument that's been out for consultation. How long was it out for consultation?
It was targeted consultation from the 19th of November to the 24th.
19th to 24th. When we say targeted consultation, I've always assumed that to mean here is our list of stakeholders, and on this particular issue we're going to target our consultation. But perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps targeted consultation means we would normally give people 2 months and we're going to give them 5 days.
I would also note that in the development of the final instrument, there is a 30-day consultation period that ACMA would undertake. So that provides another opportunity.
So this is an important point. So 19 to 24 is the consultation period that the department is engaging in. You're providing that consultation feedback to the Minister, but there's also an ACMA consultation process. Right, okay. Okay, that's important information. When was the advice provided to the Minister?
On which instruments, Senator?
On the targeted consultation instrument.
That was provided on the 28th of November.
28th of November. And when are you expecting the Minister to provide a response?
That would be up to the government.
Up to the Minister. Is she responsive when?
Very.
Very? Very. Oh, wow. Was that going to be your answer, Senator Green?
Yes.
Great.
Time to share the call.
That's a very polite way of putting it, Senator Gosh. Yes, I might take a pause and gather my thoughts. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Ms Chappell.
Thank you. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions regarding UOMA. If you could get the relevant people. We've introduced legislation on the universal outdoor mobile obligation that we're going to be imposing on telcos. How are you expecting telcos to fulfil this obligation?
Senator Lisa Lawrence, First Assistant Secretary, Communications Infrastructure. The legislation is technology agnostic, so if they are able to fulfil the obligation with traditional infrastructure, they will. In locations where that's not feasible, then we anticipate that they will need to use low Earth orbiting satellite, so LEOSat, direct-to-device technology.
Okay, and there are some telcos that are already making some strides in this area, correct? Have you been liaising with the telco, or?
We have. So Telstra already has direct-to-device calling available for certain devices and certain plans, so iPhone 13 and above, and Samsung Galaxy, I think it's a 24, it's the newer model, and if you are on a plan that enables that, and it works in practice, it's working in practice. The technology is still new, so those call times can vary, the time to connection, but it does work in practice.
Nicole Power, Assistant Secretary, Universal Services Branch. Just to clarify that the Telstra operation is particularly focused on SMS services currently, and will move to voice services in due time. The obligation is intended to, at the outset from 2027, cover both SMS services and baseline outdoor voice services.
Do you see a time where we will have full capability with SMS, voice and data?
The legislation has been developed to allow flexibility to add additional services when the technology is able to support that. The timeframes for data services is a longer term one compared to SMS and voice services. Internationally, I think there is some limited sort of supporting of apps and data services, but it is quite limited at the moment. So I think it's something that the government would intend to monitor and decide whether or not the circumstances are right to add that in the future.
And can you tell us a little bit about LEO satellites versus the older type of satellites?
So low Earth orbiting satellites are closer to the Earth than the more traditional GEO satellites, which sit a bit higher, which means it's faster to communicate to. So increased speed and reliability in that sense.
Okay. And in terms of coverage, like who is going to benefit from this, apart from people in, I guess people in regional and remote Australia will be quite excited about it, but also workers, I can imagine, fly in, fly out. What do you think the implications are for these communities?
So it offers coverage in places where it hasn't really been feasible. In terms of like the land mass of Australia, there is still a significant portion of it that doesn't have traditional terrestrial mobile coverage. Most of our population is in areas where there is coverage, but most of our land mass is in areas where there isn't. So particularly for people in regional and remote areas, it will offer connectivity where we haven't had it before.
And what redundancies will be put in place, do you think, so that, say, for whatever reason the satellites were unavailable, what would the redundancies be?
So it forms part of our broader communication systems. So this is for the first time bringing mobile phones into our universal service obligation arrangements, but there are still obligations or programs around having infrastructure in place where it's possible, traditional infrastructure, but then there are also options like Wi-Fi calling if you have a broadband connection or a satellite connection through broadband in place.
Essentially, it's important that we ensure that a wide range of technologies are available to people, given that this is a transition that the market's going through. LeoSats provide connectivity options for people, as Ms Laurent said, that just haven't been there before, so it's quite exciting, and we're looking forward to its use also in situations where there might be emergencies and improving coverage in those areas. But we continue to also focus on having the broader infrastructure, terrestrial coverage, investment in all of that, so that we're not reliant just on one piece of technology.
And when will it go live, do you think? Is it 2027?
1 December 2027 is the date in the legislation, the target date in the legislation.
So if in preparation for that, how are we going to get the message out? How are you going to get the message out to the community regarding devices that might be compatible or not with this?
I think that's a really good point, and we'll continue to work with telecommunications companies to make sure that there is an understanding of what devices are able to connect and sort of maximising the devices that can apply to, but also making sure that consumers know how to use it and what technology options are available to them, and some of the limitations with the LeoSat connection. For example, if you're inside a building or a car, then being able to have other forms of connectivity is also important.
And what's needed is that right? You need a line of sight to the sky, is that right?
Yes, that's the general understanding, because it talks to the satellites in the sky. So it is an outdoor mobile obligation. People obviously in their homes have alternate ways to access through broadband services that can support Wi-Fi calling, as well as sort of other connectivity uses. But yes, largely it requires line of sight. So there will be some technical limitations, but the intention behind the legislation is that it will be available as widely as feasible to provide the biggest benefits possible to the community.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anandaraja. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. I just want to go back to the matter of the two determinations, if I can. I'm assuming the department subscribes to Communications Day? Yes. Thank you. On the 21st of November, Communications Day reported in a bolded headline, I'm quoting now, clarified, Minister takes centralised outage register off agenda but wants all telcos captured, which goes to the matter that we were discussing previously. And then towards the end of that article, it says, and I'm quoting again now, the possibility of a centralised register has now been walked back. ComsDay understands that a requirement for one is not reflective of the Minister's thinking. Is that an accurate account by Communications Day of what evolved?
The idea of the centralised register was to, in the consultation, was to see what the views from those people being consulted on would be around a centralised register. And through that consultation, it was identified that while there may be some benefits to a centralised register, the complexities around developing it and putting it together were far outweighed by the benefits.
And that would include the speed with which a register...
Yeah. Essentially, the speed was one of the key things as well.
And was that a unanimous view of people that involved in the consultation?
I wouldn't say it was unanimous, but it was the majority of people that were consulted on.
A narrow majority or an overwhelming majority?
I'd say close to overwhelming.
Okay. Okay, so just perhaps one or two industry participants disagreed.
As I said, there was views around the benefits, but they were outweighed by the complexities associated with, including timing.
So the difference of views was around the benefits, or the difference of views was around the complexities? Because you could have a unanimous view about the complexities and have a range of views around the benefits.
There was views across both benefits and complexities.
So, and that advice was provided back through the Minister?
Yes.
And she made that decision?
Sorry, as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been a decision made around that.
So a decision hasn't been made around that? So the headline says, Minister takes centralised outage register off agenda.
As again, it was just a consultation. It was a draft.
Right.
Yeah. And just to clarify, the determination around the mobile network operators is the one that is in operation, and that's the decision that has been already made.
That's right, okay. So a decision has been made, so that instrument is in place?
For the mobile service network providers, yes.
Consultation happened around that?
Yes, for that one as well, yes.
Yep.
And the views of that were also taken into account for the broader services.
So the advice that's been provided to the Minister on the 28th of November, does that advice cover both issues, instruments, or is it just
no, one
sorry. Yeah, just the mobile network operator.
Right, okay.
Instrument, yep.
So the comment that says the possibility of a centralised register has now been walked back, Comms understands that a requirement for one is not reflective of the Minister's thinking. Is that a correct statement?
That'd be the view of Comms Day.
No. Comms Day is reporting on
We're not going to do a commentary on Comms Day views.
You don't trust it as a source, Mr. Chisholm?
Yeah, but Senator, the point that the witnesses are making is that the focus here is on getting effective register outcomes in place ASAP. The benefit is the information being available. The complexity would be in the design of a centralised register which would delay that information being made available. So I think we would certainly take the view that we want register function up and running as quick as possible. We would not like that delayed by the complexities of designing a centralised one.
So the headline that says Minister takes centralised outage register off agenda is accurate?
No, it's not.
So it's not accurate?
Nothing's been... We just wouldn't use that language to describe any decisions made or not made.
So how would you...
We've explained the position as part of the consultation process that's been expressed, and we understand why that view's been expressed, but final outcomes on registers are a matter for that process.
So just to bring this matter to a close, finally, how would you explain the Minister's attitude to the centralised outage register? Secretary?
Well, again, Senator, I think the Minister's view would be let's get a register up and running ASAP and then balancing that against the design issues that might delay that. So her view would be getting the information out there as quickly as we can.
Thank you. I hope Comms Day is listening. Thank you.
You'll have to ask them.
Thank you again, Ms. Chapel.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to clarify in relation to the devices which have been recalled because they are not compatible with 000. When was the government first made aware that certain devices were not compatible with the 000 system?
We were first made aware of device issues over a year ago in relation to the 3G transition.
Okay, so just thank you, that's all I needed. Mr Chisholm, could you please provide that advice to the committee on notice? And we would appreciate it again before next Tuesday, bearing in mind we've got the Optus Senate
we'll step you through the device issues.
So, and I'm just going to, I've got limited time and I'm really going to cut to the chase here. My concern is that the government did not do enough to either require the telcos to alert customers or to directly alert Australians that their devices were not compatible with the 000 network. Mr Chisholm, how do you respond to that? Did you give the government advice that they needed to move into urgency mode?
Indeed, and the government acted urgently by blocking devices that couldn't call 000. By requiring that devices that couldn't call 000 be blocked, and that continues to be a requirement that the industry work with. Once the industry becomes aware of devices with 000 functionality problems, that is addressed ASAP, and ACMA is enforcing those rules.
So when you say blocking, what do you mean by that? Because there are... So I'll give you an example. Many customers have received emails saying you need to be aware that your handset you're using is not compatible, but they're still using the handset.
Well, we ideally...
So they're not... People are not blocked from using their phones.
So sometimes the issues relate to things like software upgrades, and people are being helped to update their software on their phones. There are some devices where they simply are not compatible, and that was the issue in relation to 3G, where they could make normal calls, but they couldn't make 000 calls, and we had to block them because we didn't want people thinking their phones could work and not be able to make 000 calls.
Okay, so could we just get on notice the details of which devices were blocked, so meaning they could not be used at all?
Yes, and then also the information you're seeking about...
because there were also devices that were not blocked, which are not compatible with 000.
So I just want to be really careful about the language about compatible, because there may be a range of reasons here. One of them might be, as I say, they can't make 000 calls at all, and so a very firm rule was put in place that those devices should not be used. There are also issues we're aware of with some devices related to things like software upgrades. And we are also working with UTS in relation to ongoing testing of devices to make sure if there is, say, for example, a system problem with a particular network, that the phone can camp onto other networks and operate properly. So there's different reasons why a phone might encounter issues, which is why I just wanted to step that out a little bit.
My concern is that the government did not raise the red flag more than a year ago when you became aware that some devices could not receive or make, people could not make 000 calls on some devices.
Yes, so we did, as I stepped through there were a number of rule changes put in place in relation to both device blocking and also now rules in place to ensure that devices are tested and made available for testing. And there are requirements on the networks to actively reach out to customers to help them address any issues they might have with their phones, because it could be a simple matter of updating their software, which they haven't done.
Well, Mr Chisholm, I've received emails directly from customers who've been informed by their telco provider that 000 does not work and they're still using their phone. And this is where...
And those customers should definitely contact the regulator.
Well, again, so you knew this more than a year ago. It's a year after the 3G network was switched off. Now we know we've got the issue with Samsung and iPhone devices. I mean, the Minister surely should have been screaming this from the rooftop, raising the alarm bells that Australians had devices that may not be able to be used to call 000.
And that's why the government did change the rules in relation to devices and is continuing to fund and support research and testing to make sure all devices that come into the market are functioning correctly, and working closely with both industry and the regulator on that.
But Mr Chisholm, that's a different issue than I've raised. I'm saying, why didn't the Minister raise the alarm bells? Go out and just, with the Prime Minister, hold the press conference, run advertising, make Australians aware they may have a device that doesn't work on the 000 network.
There was very extensive activity from government, including very extensive communications activity associated with the 3G switch off. We will give you on notice all of the details of all of the interventions that were undertaken, but it was extremely extensive.
Yeah, no, I realise that, Secretary, and I understand there was extensive work on the 3G switch off, but this is a different issue. This relates to not being able to use phones on the 000 network. Now, exactly we've now had 4 people who have died.
I understand.
Potentially, and I think the jury is out in relation to 1 more person. This is an extremely serious issue, and I am just raising, very cognisant, the Minister can't do everything, but I'm just raising a very big red flag, Secretary, that when the Minister and your department became aware of this, this was a very serious issue. And my view, if I'd been sitting in the Minister's chair, I would have, and I think we've made this very clear on behalf of the Coalition, we would have been raising very significant alarm bells about this. So when did the Minister first, when did the Minister first make public her concerns about these devices not being compatible with 000?
Senator, we'll take on notice any statements regarding that question, but I just wanted to also mention devices themselves it's one of the core priorities of the custodian and the work we're doing. So it's, in fact, a really important issue that you're raising and that we are working on very intensively.
Okay, so Mr. Chisholm,
I was just saying that because we've been asked to do that by the Minister.
No,
and
I
by
appreciate that.
government. Yep.
But the 000 custodian, that legislation was rushed in after the Optus outage into the Parliament. There've been, my understanding is, there've been no statements by the Minister. So
I think the Minister's reinforced the obligations that industry have to make sure the devices work. So
okay, so what I'm going to ask is, on notice, and on indulgence, I know there's a short time frame, but we would really appreciate this before next Tuesday. Could you go through each device which is not compatible, either because it doesn't work or because it requires a software upgrade, and can you just provide us with the action the government has taken and the regulator in relation to each device, including the communications to customers, so we can understand, with respect to each device, what actually occurred?
Yes, definitely so.
And we can also give you what the requirements are on telecommunications companies, because we don't want to let them off the hook.
No, I agree. Minister, I agree.
Very clear standards, and in the law they are required to take a number of steps to deal with these types of devices. Well, most of them which can be, as the officials told you, most can be the software can be updated, but there's some very clear steps that need to be taken if that is not the case. So we can give you that information as well.
And I would appreciate that, because my other concern, and you've prompted me now to raise this issue, Minister, is when were the regulations changed, if any regulations were changed, in relation to proper notification to customers by telcos about the non-operability of devices? Now, we saw 000 improvements through the regs announced in April. They did not come into effect until the 1st of November.
I think
Minister, were any regulations made in relation to requiring telcos to advise customers?
Those laws
Sorry,
exist.
Sorry, Mr. Chisholm, I'm asking the Minister this question.
The official probably has a better answer than I do, but the advice I've been given is that they were changed in 2024.
Yeah, that's right. So those rules already exist, Senator, and they were put in not just in relation to issues with 3G, but in general to ensure that industry communicate and actively manage device issues.
Mr. Chisholm, I'm aware of the regs that went through in 24 in relation to 3G. I'm specifically asking about the regulations in relation to the operability of 000 and the defective devices, for want of a better word.
I mean, officials might be able to add to what I'm saying, but the law is already pretty clear on that front. I'll just check with Ms. Soleria, but I think it's true that the reforms you're talking about actually impose those obligations.
Senator Kathleen Soleria, Assistant Secretary. The regulation that I think you're referring to and Mr. Chisholm's referring to is the Emergency Call Service Determination, which
has 2024.
Yeah, which has requirements in it that if the provider, the telco, is aware that a phone will not be able to contact 000, they have to contact the customer within a certain period of time, give them another period of time before which they will block the device.
But this is a public safety issue where if someone can't ring 000, they could die. Yes. And so my concern is, why wasn't this elevated to the very highest echelons of the government? Why wasn't the Minister raising the red flag about this critical issue of public safety, which the department knew about more than a year ago?
It was elevated because we changed the law to put those rules in place.
Why didn't the Minister say anything?
Well, ministers reinforced the obligations on industry in her commentary a number of times.
No, Mr. Faulkner, and Mr. Chisholm, sorry, and I'm not directing this to you, I'm just saying through you, why didn't the Minister say anything at the time? Because the Minister was speaking about the 3G transition. So why were telcos given lead time?
Oh, they weren't given lead time.
This just seems to me to be...
There's no lead time, Senator. These laws were put in place last year, these regulations. There's no lead time.
No, I've just been told that there was a time provided for the telecommunications companies to notify customers.
But that's actually when they find out that there's a phone that's not working properly, they have to notify the customers.
All right. So
yes.
have you scrutinised what the telecommunication companies have done? Have they breached the regulations?
We monitor it very closely.
Have they been fined for breach?
We monitor it very closely. I've just finished. We have sent questions to companies whenever we become aware of issues, and we don't just rely on what we're notified of. We will rely on other information given to us, and we also then ensure that the regulator is aware of that, and we are seeking urgent attention in those cases to make sure that the problem is fixed. Yep. So we do. It's actually a huge priority for us.
So, Mr. Chisholm, I'm just going to be very quick here.
Yep.
Have there been breaches of the regulations?
We don't determine breaches, the regulator does. So
no, but I'm asking about your knowledge. Are you aware if there have been any breaches of the regulations?
I am not. Again, we don't enforce the law. ACMA enforces the law.
I'm not contesting that.
But those rules themselves definitely guide the attention that we put into that issue.
All right.
Yep.
So Mr. Chisholm, what I'm asking, and to Secretary, I actually regard this as a pretty serious issue. Could we please have on notice all of the actions taken in relation to this matter, including the regulation, any actions which flowed following the regulations being made? Were there any breaches by the telecommunications companies? We just need to know everything, please, in relation to this matter.
Provide that information, and you have the ACMA on the stand in a second who will be able to answer these questions for you.
Yes, but I'm seeking it from the government's point of view.
I'm not arguing with you, Senator. We'll give you that information if we can.
And so could I also ask on notice for all correspondence between the Minister's office and the department in relation to the defective devices, meaning the devices that don't work with 000?
Take that on notice.
Senator Henderson, do you have that question?
I do, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. In which case I'm going to share the call.
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
come back to you. Senator Darwin.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about First Nations programs. So relevant officers could come up. Really, it was just obviously digital inclusion is very important, but particularly for our First Nations communities. I was keen to understand if you could talk a bit about what programs you are delivering for First Nations remote communities, and how what you're doing is bridging the divide between metropolitan and regional communities, but particularly with a focus on First Nations.
Thank you very much, Senator. The government announced in the 24-25 budget $68 million in funding towards First Nations digital inclusion, and that's delivering a range of programs in that space. The first opportunity provided $20 million for was 23 communities in remote Australia with free community Wi-Fi being delivered by NBN over their Sky Muster satellite services. And that's already having a beneficial outcome. Those communities, the last one was installed in about July this year, so those 23 communities, and a range of benefits there, connecting communities more broadly, but also to each other across remote Australia. That was followed up then by a contestable Wi-Fi program. The outcomes of that were announced just last month, with up to an additional 52 remote First Nations communities being provided free Wi-Fi services. And those communities are across 4 states and the Territory, Northern Territory, again providing Wi-Fi and connectivity services in and across those communities. The government's also announced a digital support hub and network of digital mentors with the intention of rolling those out to Wi-Fi communities and beyond. And the digital support hub in particular is intended to provide digital inclusion advice and digital literacy advice to not just remote communities but also metropolitan and regional First Nations Australians as well, and provide them access to that. And as I was answering a question to Senator Shoebridge earlier around the national collection of data, the government's also rolling out national collection of data to assess how Target 17 is being met, but also how these programs and their benefits are being delivered and met.
Thank you. The Wi-Fi program, so 52 communities and 23, so that's 75 in total across the 40 million?
That's correct.
Yes. And across 4 states and territories for both?
It's a range. Under the new round, I think Tasmania's now been included as well. Some communities there, but otherwise it's Western Australia, Northern Territory, South Australia and Queensland off the top of my head.
And with the digital support hub, the $4 million that you talked about, is there an age range that you're targeting there, or that's across the board?
It's across the board, yeah, be accessible to anyone.
Yeah. And so what kind of examples can you give around the impact that these programs are having in communities? I think both kind of connectivity, but also like what sorts of issues are you seeking to tackle with the digital advice program?
With which program?
The digital mentors. Or what's it called? Digital support.
The digital support of mentors are really about helping people get online and stay online. One of the key areas of providing connectivity is around connectivity literacy, and that's being able to help people operate their devices to access the Wi-Fi or potentially mobile plans as well when they're out of community, but also know what the best plans are available to them, what the most affordable plans are, what might provide the best service. As we have seen in recent years, some unconscionable conduct by operators, and being able to provide independent advice to community and individuals is really important.
Yeah, yeah. And in terms of the Wi-Fi services, like what are you seeing around impacts of those funding programs?
Yes, Senator, we've seen in sort of, I guess, as anecdotal evidence or feedback initially around increases in school attendance in some of those communities, a decrease in crime as well, certainly stronger social, family and community connections in those communities. And as mentioned earlier, we are collecting data on First Nations people in general across Australia, but also specifically in some of those communities to be able to directly assess what the benefits have been over time.
Wow, that's very high impact. And in rolling out these programs, how do you go about it? And is there partnerships with local communities? And what is that delivering? And how's it working?
Absolutely, yeah. The focus has been on real place-based solutions, and that advice has been driven by advice from the First Nations Digital Inclusion Advisory Group, whose recommendations actually have informed these programs. They have also undertaken extensive engagement across Australia to understand the needs and requirements of different communities, and those have been reflected into the designs of the guidelines for those programs. But we also continue to work with providers, states and territories and community to make sure that they continue to deliver and that communities do want those programs in their community.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just wanted to quickly ask about prominence. So there was a commitment made by the government in relation to ensuring that certain services on digital televisions would be prominent and Australian free-to-air and other services would not be buried at the back of the line. And the government did make a very strong commitment about this. We moved an amendment last week in the Parliament which was voted against by the government. Minister, can you explain why you made that decision?
I will have to get some, if you can just give me a second so I can get some information in front of me. We're swapping around to different topics quite quickly. I don't have advice on that particular amendment and I can't recall, I believe I actually wasn't in the Senate at the time personally, so I apologise not having more knowledge of the particular amendment, but our officials can probably give you some advice about the legislation and its effect.
So the government, prior to the last election, committed that Australian-produced TV content such as news, sports and emergency broadcast is easily discoverable on connected TV platforms like smart TVs.
Is this the streaming bill?
Yeah, that's correct.
Sorry, apologies. Does that sit with...
This is the prominence issue. Would you like... We can...
I'm happy if you wanted to come back.
Yeah.
Does it sit with...
We've got the prominence issue and then the streamings are different.
Well, I'll tell you what's happened, Minister. Minister Burke has taken carriage of prominence and streaming, but they actually sit within the communications portfolio.
We can answer questions about
I know, but Minister Burke has been in
information
a very improper turf war with both the former Minister Rowland and now Minister Wells in relation to taking over these matters, which sit within this portfolio, and I think that's pretty unimpressive. But yes, have you got an update?
That. We have a prominence regime. Our officials can answer questions about it for you.
Sorry, the question, Senator, was about the operation of the current prominence framework?
So the government voted against our amendment to introduce prominence on streaming services. That was a government commitment. Why? I'm not asking you why the government voted against the amendment. I mean, that speaks for itself. That shows a complete failure of a commitment to support prominence, which is very disappointing in my view. But could you update this committee on what the government is doing, if anything at all, in relation to prominence?
Well, the framework that implements the television prominence framework was passed with the Amending Act last year. That framework formally commences in terms of obligations on the 10th of January next year.
16th?
10th.
10th. Right. 10th
of January 2026 is when the prominence obligations apply to the suppliers of regulated television devices. That framework, in the lead up to that commencement time, the ACMA has been undertaking a range of work to establish and put in place relevant arrangements, working with device manufacturers and others in terms of providing guidance and guidelines, all of which are provided for under the statutory framework. And as I said, the commencement timing for that framework, which has been put in place, is January next year.
But they only apply to new televisions manufactured after the 10th of January.
Manufactured and supplied after the 10th of January 2026.
But the vast majority of households, of course, using smart TVs, that doesn't apply to them.
No, the Act doesn't provide for any retrospective application to existing television sets.
And is there going to be any consideration to extend prominence to existing televisions, smart TVs?
Oh, look, the only thing I'd say, Senator, is there is a statutory review of the prominence framework to be conducted from as soon as practicable after January 2028. That would be the next opportunity to consider the framework. But given the framework hasn't actually commenced, it's hard to make any assessment of its application or effect.
Okay, I just wanted to quickly move to universal outdoor mobile obligations, and I'm trying to race through things very, very quickly, so thank you for being able to jump around. So the legislation was introduced into the Parliament, but the industry is raising very significant concerns. Can I please have an update, Mr Chisholm, on this obligation and the legislation, and why it seems to have suddenly not proceeded in the Parliament?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Senator, with not proceeding. Like, the legislation's been introduced. It's a priority for the government. It's met its commitment to have it introduced.
Well, it wasn't on one of the 50. There were dozens of bills that were guillotined on the last day at the sitting in the Senate, so it wasn't brought forward as an urgent bill to be passed by the Parliament.
The commitment was to introduce in 2025. The government has done that, and the government is also mindful that this should be considered as part of the normal parliamentary processes, and I think the UOMO bill sets out a comprehensive set of obligations and also arrangements for managing that transition. So yeah, there's no sort of delay there. It's all on track.
Okay, so and you're the head of this part of the department, what concerns have been raised by industry in relation to implementing this universal obligation?
I'll just turn to my colleagues, especially Ms Power, who's been leading the work. We obviously have been keen to make sure that we balance the government's commitment to progress the reforms in a timely way with allowing industry enough time to be ready to implement the obligation, given there's a range of technical as well as other market issues. So I'll just ask Ms Power to take us through that.
And Ms Power, I just wanted to put this in context. So the industry is saying that the plan could lead to carriers relying on untested and unregulated technology. So could you update the committee on those concerns?
Of course. So we've been working very closely with industry, but also obviously undertaken extensive public consultation to inform the legislation that was introduced last week. I think the government has recognised that this technology is still developing. It's emerging quite quickly. The intent behind introducing the legislation in a framework way is intended to ensure that some of those issues that will need to be resolved prior to the introduction can be worked through sort of in partnership between industry and government, and to ensure that industry, has the public interest in mind in that process. Certainly, there is already direct-to-device services at a SMS level available in Australia, and the expectation from industry is that voice services will follow in time. I think industry in consultation did seek to understand the processes by which the Minister would consider how those technical issues and the market readiness, and the legislation that was introduced includes some additional information about how that process will happen. So there will be consultation with industry around if there was any adjustments to the obligations, and to consider market readiness, technical readiness, and also impacts on consumers.
So this is, and just to be clear, including for those listening to these proceedings, so the Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation legislation is to provide for access to voice services via satellite from anywhere in the country.
The legislation, I think, as Ms Lawrence talked about earlier, is actually technology neutral. So it requires the national mobile operators to provide baseline outdoor mobile coverage across Australia. Mm-hmm. They will have a choice of how they will meet the obligation. So where they have terrestrial coverage, they will use that. But direct-to-device technology is expected to play a role, particularly in those areas that it has just not been possible to provide terrestrial coverage.
So do the telecommunications companies have the ability to deliver this obligation?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, Senator, Telstra already has this in place. I've tested it; it works to be able to make SMS.
If you've tested it, then we can.
Well, it works for me. So in places where you go outside of mobile range with terrestrial coverage, it moves over to a satellite. The other mobile network operators are working through what this capability will look like for them. The market is evolving rapidly, so the solution that Telstra have in place may differ for the other mobile network operators, and that is why the legislation has been drafted with those three things that Ms Power said, having regard to market conditions, technical capability and consumer impacts.
And so when do the telecommunications companies have the ability to deliver on this obligation? What's the timing?
So they're all in the process of working through those arrangements. I think putting the date in the legislation provides a clear signal to industry that they need to proceed towards that date. Satellites.
Sorry, can you just remind me of that date?
It's 1 December 2027. So we do have a runway in which it's not a requirement for the mobile network operators to be able to meet that requirement now. The legislation provides that runway under which the mobile network operators who were already developing commercial arrangements to deliver this service now have a clear understanding of the government's expectations and can ensure their arrangements with satellite operators can meet those expectations and they can plan accordingly. So it's between now and 2027. Obviously, we'll be closely monitoring the rollout of technology and working closely with industry to understand how those technical issues are considered. There are standards and other things that are also progressing that will be relevant to these issues.
So the EM attached to the bill says the public interest telecommunications services special account could be used to support contracts or grants. How much is in that account, and are those funds quarantined for this use, or have they been reallocated?
So the Public Interest Telecommunications Special Account is the account that currently funds universal service arrangements more broadly, including and also other things like access to 000. So it's not that it's using existing funds. The way that whilst there is money sitting in the account, the way it works is that in the event that the government elected to provide a contract or a grant to a party to help deliver a public interest outcome to support the obligation, then in the subsequent year, industry contributions would go into that special account to cover those costs. The Commonwealth also puts in a $100 million contribution to that account on an annual basis. So it's not 100% industry, but it's spread across. So,
and how much is currently in that account? Do you know?
I'm not sure I have the number to hand, but yes.
All right. Well, look, we've got more questions on notice on many more issues, but Chair, I will leave my questions here so we can try and get back on track.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Senator Henderson. I very much appreciate that. That means that at this point we're moving off outcome 5 and onto the Australian Communications and Media Authority, but we are taking our lunch break at this point, so we'll be back with ACMA at 1:30. Thank you very much. I now call officers from the Australian Communications and Media Authority. Welcome, Ms Nerida O'Loughlin, Chair. And do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. No, we're happy to take questions. Nerida O'Loughlin, Chair, Australian Communications and Media Authority.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the officials at the table. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you all. Ms O'Loughlin, I just wanted to start with the Optus outage and your investigation. Can you provide an update on where the ACMA investigation is up to? When will it be completed? And have you provided any preliminary findings to the Minister at all?
Senator, I'll give you a bit of an overview and I'll ask my colleague to add anything in addition. So we opened the investigation on the 22nd of September and formally advised Optus of that. We issued statutory notices, a wide range of statutory notices to Optus, and they have responded to those notices. And we are going through the detail that Optus have provided to us. So at this stage we're reviewing that information. We have not formed a view nor have we provided any advice. But I'll ask my colleague Kath Rainsford to add anything.
Sure.
else.
Just on that, before we go to your colleague Ms O'Loughlin, could we have a copy of the statutory notices and the responses from Optus, please?
Senator, I think we've taken that on notice from you previously.
And so I did ask you for those statutory notices.
Yes, and I think what we indicated was that we're concerned that they form part of an investigation.
Well, that's not a reason.
So
Sorry,
providing those now would potentially impact on that investigation.
Ms O'Loughlin, I appreciate that, but that's not a category of exemption in Senate estimates.
Senator, I will take that again on notice.
So, well, you've taken it on notice previously.
Yes.
You haven't provided those statutory notices.
And we've put our reasons forward to you.
But providing reasons isn't a reason not to comply with the request.
Well, I'll consider whether I need to look at a public interest immunity.
Yes. So could you advise us on that as soon as possible? Because if you were going to make a public interest immunity claim, and that is a matter for you, and I'm not disputing that, because the Senate does recognise where there are issues of particular harm that may be caused by the disclosure of a document, then the Senate does recognise that. But what we are asking is that if you are making that claim, that you set it out and explain the harm to the public interest in disclosing the document, so we can have appropriate transparency about this.
The grounds that we would be looking at are outlined in the PIA and related matters, which are around prejudicing the investigation of a possible breach of the law or the enforcement of the law in a particular instance.
So I appreciate that's open to you, but you haven't made the claim.
And so I will take that on notice, Senator, and I will turn my mind to that very quickly.
Because if you are intending to make the claim, which, as I stress, it is open to you to do so.
Certainly.
Then we would just ask that you do so that we have clarity about your position.
Certainly, Senator. I'm happy to take that on board.
What about Optus's response to the statutory notices?
I would think they would be covered by the same explanation, Senator.
So you're not inclined to provide those to the committee, but you'll consider that in the context of making a PII claim?
I will, Senator.
When could you provide the committee with advice, given we asked about this last time in October?
Senator, I'm also aware you've got the inquiry into Optus going on at the same time. I will turn my mind to that as quickly as possible for you.
So the question was, when could you provide us with information as to whether you will be making a PII
I will
claim?
need some time to think about that, Senator, but I will do that as quickly as possible and certainly in a time frame that suits your other inquiry, given that you've got hearings next week.
Thank you. And to the extent that you are able to assist before our hearing next week, we would be really grateful, because at the end of the day, I think this committee is very concerned. Well, it was obviously a references committee hearing inquiry, but we are concerned about the public safety of all Australians.
Absolutely, Senator, as are we, and that's why
I'm sure you are as well.
And that's why we're undertaking a comprehensive investigation of the Optus outage against the various rules that we have in place.
So just going to any updates you've provided the Minister in relation to your inquiry?
No, Senator, we haven't.
And are you intending to do so?
We would not normally. We would normally proceed with our investigation to a finding, and then we would normally share that finding with Optus for any other representations. Normally, we would probably, as a courtesy, let the Minister's office know of the outcome prior to its public release.
So there have been a number of other outages as well, and we've also had the death of a person as a result of the TPG issue, which is tragic also. Can you just explain the scope of your inquiry? Does it now include the other outages?
It does. So in terms of the outage of Optus, which I think was in Dapto, that's on a similar timeframe. We've made inquiries from Optus. The TPG matter, which we were advised of Monday before last, we are also investigating.
I'm going to choose my words carefully here. I am concerned that there are some inherent conflicts. I am concerned there are some inherent conflicts in relation to your investigation by reason of ACMA's role. Have you identified any conflicts or any issues where ACMA's performance is at issue? And what decision have you made in relation to those matters?
Senator, if I can just step through. Our responsibility is to look at the compliance of Optus with the legal instruments for which we have responsibility. That is our role. If there are other matters that sit outside us looking at Optus's performance and Optus's compliance, that's not a matter that we would be looking into. However, that said, internally, as I've said on the record previously, we've been looking at the amount of notifications we're getting and how we handle that information and how we escalate things when we need to. And we have certainly looked at that after the Optus outage of September 18.
And that's the issue I'm raising, is that you are also inquiring into matters concerning your own performance as the regulator.
We're not, Senator, to be clear, that's an internal consideration. That's not part of a formal investigation.
But they intersect, Ms O'Loughlin, because I've raised privacy concerns about the fact there was that 6-month delay with the latest...
Senator, that's... I'm
sorry, if I could just finish my question.
Of course.
In relation to the regulations which were passed to improve 000 rules, and they were made on the 1st of April, they came into effect on the 1st of November. It took 6 months. So that's one issue. Another, and now it may well be, and you've given evidence before that that was a decision for the Minister.
That's correct.
But again, it intersects with the way that you work as an agency with the government. The other issue that I'm concerned about is ACMA's management of I call them defective devices, for want of a better word. These are devices that do not allow a user to call 000. And I'm just concerned, we've now had evidence this morning, the government has known about these defective devices for more than 12 months. And I'm also concerned about ACMA's role in relation to those devices. So can you provide us with information about what action you took and when you first found out about those defective devices?
Senator, that's a large range of questions. If I can go back to the implementation of the new rules that came into effect on the 1st of November, yes, they were made in April, and as we've discussed previously, that was the time frame that we were given from a direction from the Minister. And I think what informed that time frame was the significant changes to systems and processes that would be required for the telcos to move into compliance by the 1st of November. But I will ask Ms Rainsford to go through that detail with you. And then I'll come back to your question about devices.
Look, it's probably not necessary because we have had that evidence before. I'm just flagging the issues in relation to your inquiry and the internal review that you're doing into your own performance?
So that, as we've discussed previously, we looked at our standard operating procedures to see whether there was more we could do when we received information of major outages arising from the delay in information that Optus, the delay in information around the 18th of September from Optus providing us with thorough information. I would say, though, that having reread Mr Rue's testimony to your inquiry, that while it is the case that we didn't ring Optus to find out more information, it was very much clear from Mr Rue's testament that he did not intend to provide any additional information until that afternoon, 24 hours later.
But you would know that at the time. You're not a mind reader.
We weren't a mind reader.
Well, you didn't
at the
ring
time.
on the Thursday, though, Ms. O'Loughlin.
No, but I doubt very much whether we would have got any information.
No, but that's all very well in hindsight. You now know that information.
That's true.
But at the time, you didn't make those phone calls and you didn't follow up.
To make sure that we follow up those processes.
I know, but what I'm saying is that the evidence that Mr Rue has given in that respect is immaterial, because what
I don't
the
think
issue
it is immaterial.
that's before
I think
us.
the obligation.
No, hang on. Sorry, if I can just finish.
Certainly,
the
Senator.
issue that's we're talking about is ACMA's response, and on the Thursday, after getting the notifications, ACMA did not take any action or
Senator,
follow up.
That's true, and as I said previously, we've reflected on that, improved our process. But what I am saying is that the obligation to tell us that there is a major outage is on the carriers. Optus failed to do that on the 18th. They failed to do it on the 19th.
So what improvements have you made to your own internal processes?
Most of that is about escalation processes, about flagging, and about reaching out to the telcos if we haven't heard in what we think is an acceptable period of time. There are obligations on the telcos to actually update their outage information, so we want to make sure that's working as well. In the case of the Optus outage, we were not told about the outage until it was resolved.
Well, that's not true, because the day you did learn about the outage on
the
Thursday.
18th, we found out that there had been an outage and the outage had been resolved.
Well,
we were not told
that's not quite true either. I would put to you, Ms O'Loughlin,
no,
because...
that's correct, Senator.
No, hang on a minute. Let me just finish the point I'm making, is because while it was indicated the outage was resolved, it was not... The welfare checks were still being undertaken. And even though the outage, you received advice that the outage had been resolved.
That's correct.
There was no... You knew that welfare checks were still being undertaken.
Senator, Senator, if I can just answer your question, we were not told that welfare checks were being undertaken, from memory. We were told that there had been 10 calls affected, it had been resolved, and there were no matters.
No, but you knew at that moment, you've already given evidence, Ms O'Loughlin, saying that the 10 calls you suspected that something was
sorry,
very wrong.
Senator, if I can correct. The problem had only impacted fixed line calls, and Optus had rolled back the upgrade that caused the outage and is undertaking welfare checks. And that affected approximately 10 000 calls.
And at that, when you gave evidence last time, you said, well, it just seemed odd to us that only 10...
And Senator, we have gone through this and we
have
have said that we've improved our
Let me just step in. Sorry,
Senator Henderson, let me just step in for one moment. This has now happened a couple of times. I'm sure it's no ill will on either side, but it is both the witness and Senator Henderson are talking over each other, so if we can just do it in an orderly way, question and answer.
Of course. And we're trying to move things through as quickly as possible and just correct some of the issues. So on the Thursday, you were aware of the outage, you were told it was resolved, you were also told welfare checks were being undertaken, but then you also suspected something was wrong because we had this mass outage across a number of states with only 10 affected services. So I guess in terms of now you've reflected on your own processes, can you detail what changes have been made to those processes? What's going to be different if this was to happen again? Because from your perspective, and I understand you didn't receive fulsome information, Ms O'Loughlin, but no one picked up the phone from ACMA on the Thursday, the day of the outage.
So, Senator, what we have done and the process we're following is we've got monitoring the receiving inbox and remembering that we get notified of both major outages and significant local outages now. We have reassessed and made changes to our process of escalation to senior management where major outages in particular are identified. We are then putting into our process formalising, undertaking preliminary assessments to identify those issues of concern, requesting further information from the relevant telecommunications provider, which is the issue that you have raised with us, and also, as a matter of process, immediately alerting the 000 custodian, the department, and the Minister's office if that has not already been done, and also, of course, opening an investigation where we see problems. So they're the improvements we've put in place.
Thank you. Just to get some clarity on your investigation, how long will it take? When will you complete your investigation?
Senator, I can't speculate on how long. We're early in the process. We are moving it through as a priority.
I do want to move to the issue of the Samsung devices. So in late October, telcos announced there was an issue impacting more than 70 Samsung devices from being able to call 000. 11 devices would no longer be operable and 60 devices needed a software update to remain compatible with the 000 network. Telcos started sending out text messages and emails to customers, which I think, to be fair, created a fair bit of confusion. Tragically, on the 13th of November, a person in Western Sydney died when the Samsung device they were using failed to connect to 000. It was one of the devices which had been flagged as problematic just weeks earlier. So I just want to understand why these devices have only very recently been flagged as not being able to connect to 000. And secondly, why not more was done to alert the community about this issue when it was first discovered more than a year ago?
Senator, so as the department mentioned this morning, the issue with devices was first identified as part of the 3G shutdown, and rules were put in place on the 28th of October 2024, which were changes to the emergency call service determination, requiring telcos to, in effect, block mobile phones. So once the telco actually identifies that an impacted phone on their network may not successfully connect to 000, they need to let customers know within 5 days that they may need to block their phone, 5 business days, and that the phone will be blocked between 28 and 35 days later to allow the customer to take their own action to resolve the issue. Within the time frame between that 5 business days and 35 days later, they need to send 2 further separate notifications, in essence reminders to the customers. So that may, they're also required to give end users information about alternative mobile phones that they may be able to, that are available for them, including low or no cost mobile phones. So the focus there is trying to manage those customers transitioning from phones that are problematic to a new phone, but also at the end of that period that if they haven't made those changes, their device will be blocked.
And so my question was, why wasn't more done to alert the community back more than a year ago to this issue?
I think, Senator, the process was really around the networks knowing which devices wouldn't work and the networks having that relationship with their customers so they could go directly to their customers.
But you
because it only affected a subset of people who were using those mobile networks.
But you as the regulator didn't issue any public alerts. I know there was a notification, I appreciate that, but there was no community alerts or information.
Senator, that responsibility was given to the telcos.
The Minister didn't issue any alerts, or the government didn't make any statements at the time?
I'll pass to my colleague.
Okay, just before, sorry, I know I'm keen to hear from you, but just in relation, you just gave evidence saying the phones were blocked, that the defective devices, handsets were blocked, and that was the regulatory requirement.
After the notification.
That's right.
Yes, Senator.
After that period of time. Did that happen? Because if they were all blocked, how did we have the person dying just a few weeks ago?
So, obviously the TPG matter is under investigation, but I think from memory TPG had made public that they were aware that that device would not connect to 000, and they were in the process of that notification process with the customer. They had already notified them, and that the intention of TPG was going to be to block that device. And I think that's where...
But weren't they required to block the device within a period?
That's right, but that statutory period had not run out.
But wasn't it, you said between 28 and 35 days
That's
that the notification, and then the device had to be blocked?
That's right, but what I'm saying is that they were still in that notification period.
In relation to that particular device?
And that's part of what our investigation will...
But how could that device, was that a newly acquired device?
That's what we'll need to look into, Senator. I'm only stating what I think TPG had made already public, but that will be a matter for our investigation, unless Kath has some additional
information. But the requirement
so.
to block the device was after that 28 to 35 day notification period. That was last year. But
no, Senator. From the notification period kicks in from when the telco identifies and knows that a device will not connect to 000. So they'd only just established that fact.
So, hence the critical importance of a public awareness campaign. If the telcos don't have the information as to who has what devices, then surely a public awareness campaign about these defective devices is even more critical.
Senator, the telcos are best placed to understand what devices aren't working.
But you've just given evidence that the telcos didn't know.
One sec, Senator Henderson, if you'd finish that answer, but we just need to let the witness finish your answer. Thank you.
Ms O'Loughlin, you've just given evidence that TPG had only recently discovered there was a defective device in relation to the person who died, more than a year after those regulations were put in place.
But, Senator, that's part of what we need to investigate as to when did they know.
But you're saying the telcos are best placed to do this work, and I'm saying as the regulator, Ms O'Loughlin, why didn't you recommend a major public awareness campaign to alert Australians about this acute safety to people's lives?
The approach that was taken was to put in place...
Acute risk, I should say, to people's lives.
The approach that was taken was a new approach when the issue of devices was identified through the 3G closure process. Regulations were put onto the telcos to deal with these issues themselves, as they are best placed to know the subset of devices that are sitting on their networks that won't go through to 000, and that's the approach that was taken.
Ms O'Loughlin, I would put to you that it's been a major error of both the regulator and the government not to run a very major public awareness campaign about this significant risk to public safety.
Senator, you've made a statement.
And can I ask you to respond to that statement?
That's not a matter for me. Senator, if
you're the regulator.
We did not. We put in place the regulation. We expected the telcos to deliver on the rules that were put in place. We think they are best placed to communicate directly with their customers on this subset of devices. But I would reflect on the fact that devices are one issue. The other issues that we're looking at in terms of the Optus matters are actually about network outages.
Did you advise the minister or the government that they should run a public awareness campaign?
No, Senator. We thought the telcos were best placed to communicate directly with their customers on the issues and help those customers transition to a new mobile phone.
But that judgment clearly now has been proven to be wrong.
think that's your opinion, Senator.
Well, someone has died, and this is in relation to a device that was being used.
And that's a matter
allowed
for
to be used, that was not blocked, Ms O'Loughlin, and it was still being used in November of this year.
Senator, as I've said to you, we'll investigate the matter. If we identify that there's a problem of non-compliance, we will take action. If we consider there are continuing gaps in the regulatory framework, that's a matter we will raise with the Minister and the Government.
Senator Henderson, I'm just going to share the call.
Yeah, sure.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again. Minister, the Australian Communications and Media Authority review of Australian Classification Regulation written form closed submissions in May 2025. What's happened since, and when will we get an outcome?
Thank you, Senator. Ortonfield, General Manager, Content Division. I believe that is the work of the department, Senator, not the ACMA. So we have not published a paper.
Okay, let me continue then. ACMA made a submission titled Modernising Australia's National Classification Scheme Stage 2 Reforms. It was dated June 6, 2024. Your submission calls for, quote, a national classification regulator to oversee a reformed classification scheme. Is this in addition to the ACMA, the Classification Board and the Classification Review Board?
Senator, I think what we're reflecting on in that submission is that classification is undertaken by a range of different organisations, and that there may potentially be benefits of rationalising that, because you have the National Classification Board who's doing publications and film, you have the National the Review Board, the Classification Review Board. You also have us who have responsibility for classification in broadcasting. So what we were saying is there a way of looking at that, and is there any rationalisation that would happen?
Oh, good, because my next question was going to be, that's a lot of bureaucracy to have 3 agencies, which will most likely have the outcome of nobody being responsible. So you're saying let's rationalise it from 3 to 1?
That's our proposal, Senator.
Okay, good. One of the duties you suggest for the new body, or the rationalised body, sorry, is to conduct community standards research. Community standards are central to the existing Classification Board decision process. Do you do community standards research at the moment?
Senator, we do from time to time in the broadcasting space, but I think what we were indicating that if there was a combined organisation, if I can use that term, if you rationalised it, that there would be a requirement to make sure that there was community research done across all those different mediums, broadcasting, film, literature, to inform the decisions of that new rationalised body.
So you're currently doing that for broadcasting, but you're saying it needs to continue so that the new rationalised entity doesn't drop those community standards research?
So that the body is actually testing what the community standards are, rather than only relying on its own judgment.
Okay. Seeing as you do community standards research for broadcasting, can you provide, please, the most recent round of research, the cost to the taxpayers for that process, on notice?
Certainly, Senator. We haven't done some for some time, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
And if you could give us the date of when it was done, please.
Certainly.
Thank you. I want to see how some obscene sex manuals for children could be considered as meeting community standards, because I'm horrified, shocked with a publication called Let's Talk About It, which is really, should be, the title probably should be, This is How to Do It. It's an instruction manual, not an information manual. I mean, it's pornography. I've asked many questions in many estimate sessions regarding the failure of the rating system to offer a restricted classification for printed material, something between the existing unclassified and R18+, such as we have for violent teenage video games. What's ACMA's position on a legally enforceable mature age 15+ or similar classification for these graphic sex instruction manuals targeted at children?
Senator, that's not part of our responsibilities currently. That is a matter for the Classification Board, and I would expect that that may be something that will be raised in the review, the Stage 2 classification review that's being undertaken by the department. That would be the place for that to be considered.
Minister, what's the government's opinion, view?
Well, I'll answer your question in by saying the chair is correct. We did have officials here that are working on a review, and they were here a bit earlier, so unfortunately they can't answer those questions for you now. I will say that the Minister, obviously stage 1 was quite successful. We're working on stage 2 reforms now. The department has engaged a social research centre and Meddlesome to undertake a functional update of the classification of guidelines, and the Minister awaits the final report from this functional update. Unfortunately, I can't give you any more information without officials here at the table, but as the Chair indicated to you as well, the Classification Board itself and the Classification Review Board will be appearing later this evening and can answer questions about specific classifications that you might be concerned about.
Thank you. We've got to get something done about this.
Of course.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Robertson. Going back to the coalition.
Thank you. Look, I'll just continue with my questions about the issues with the defective devices or handsets. Can I ask Ms O'Loughlin if you can provide any other information in relation to the death of the person using the TPG-supported handset?
I don't believe so at this stage. I think that is a matter that we are early stages of investigation. We need to dig into exactly what did happen. So, as I said to you earlier, I'm only going on memory of what TPG disclosed around the time, but that would be a matter that we will thoroughly investigate.
Okay, we now have a situation where many people could have devices in this country which do not connect to 000. What action is being taken right now to alert Australians?
So, Senator, as I've explained, the obligations are on the telcos to identify those devices that are not working, not able to connect to 000, and then it's their responsibility to go direct to that customer, to notify them of the concern and to give them options. So that's
Ms O'Loughlin, I would
taking.
dispute that. I believe if there are breaches by telecommunications companies because they have not blocked these devices within the statutory period that you require them to do so, then I think this falls back on the responsibility of you as the regulator.
Senator, I agree. And we already have a couple of investigations underway, which Ms Rainford can go into. If people are having that experience, if they're not getting notified by the telcos about follow-ups from when they're first notified, or if there's evidence that people have that they're not being blocked, then certainly report it to the regulator.
Ms O'Loughlin, how many breaches of the 2024 regulations have occurred by reason that telecommunications companies have not blocked defective devices?
I'll pass over to Ms Rainsford.
Ms Rainsford, do you have that information?
Yes, thanks, Senator. Cathy Rainsford, General Manager, Consumer Division. As my chair said, we've got 2 investigations open into potential breaches of those rules. We have been working with the telcos to understand, particularly in relation to the Samsung devices, what they knew at what time and what they have done about it, and should those inquiries, as well as the intelligence we get from a range of other sources, including places like the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman, the complaints reporting data we get, as well as other stakeholder input, indicate that any telco has not complied with its obligations to take steps to block devices which would not be able to get through to 000 when needed. We will open new investigations.
But opening an investigation is, just say for instance there is 100,000 people across Australia who have one of these defective devices. When are you going to accept that the regulator and the government have a responsibility to raise the red flag about this, to alert Australians? This is an issue of significant public safety risk.
Senator, I'd just also add that we've issued a request for information to Samsung to collect further information on the source of the issues and other matters related to where there might be indications of regulatory non-compliance. We've also issued a request for information to TPG Telecom to collect information relevant to whether there is an indication it has not met its statutory obligations. So again, we're focusing on the rules that are in place and the compliance of the sector with those rules.
So you've made no recommendation to the Minister for a public awareness or safety campaign. Has the Minister raised this with you at all?
No, Senator.
How many devices do you believe are still being used that are defective, meaning they cannot connect to 000?
We don't have that information, Senator.
Do you have an estimate?
No, Senator.
So you don't know whether it's 100,000 or a much smaller number or a much larger number?
No, Senator.
Have you sought that information from the telecommunications companies?
Not at this stage.
Why not? Why not, Ms. O'Loughlin? Well, if we've got people with phones that cannot connect to 000, why haven't you asked the telecommunications companies how many are still being used in the market?
Senator,
this is a risk, a very significant public safety risk.
Senator, Ms Rainsford has some additional information for you.
Sorry, Senator. I have some data specific to some Samsung device issues, which I can share with you.
Thank you, Ms Rainsford.
Okay, so there's some different dates here. So by carrier, Telstra has advised us as of the 28th of November that it had 114,527 customers with devices that would be updatable by the software. Each of those customers has already been notified that there is a potential issue with that device connecting through to 000 if the Telstra network was down and if the TPG network was the only one available.
Are they capable of being remedied? So if the software is updated, then they will work?
That's correct, Senator.
Aren't these updates automatic?
No, they're not automatic for this particular device, Senator, and I understand...
But you're right, Senator, you would think that most devices are. These are a subset of devices that aren't.
Yep.
How many Telstra devices are not capable of being upgraded and therefore cannot connect to 000? Do you know that number?
I've got 4,158 and they are in the process of being blocked.
And they are being in the process of being blocked. Have you issued breach notices in relation to those devices because they haven't been blocked?
No.
I think they're still within the statutory period, Senator.
But these regulations came into effect last October.
Yes, Senator, they did, but as Ms O'Loughlin explained, the regulations turn on the point at which the telco identifies that the phone would not be able to get through to 000 on either its network or another mobile network if that is available. While an indication there was a problem with Samsung devices started in late October, there has been substantial work done with Samsung to try and understand which devices and which software upgrades or which software versions were causing the problem and the nature of that problem, such that then the telcos could work out what that meant for their networks and embark on this process.
So are you telling me that of those 4,158 devices which cannot connect to 000, that Telstra has only just discovered this? Even though the regulations were issued in October last year, more than a year ago?
Yeah, well, so our understanding at the moment, but as Ms O'Loughlin said, this is being tested through a combination of our investigations underway and the statutory information gathering notices we have put out to test, if you like, the veracity of that claim, that the carriers only became aware of this particular issue with this set of Samsung devices in very late October.
So could I ask for all correspondence between ACMA and the telcos in relation to defective devices to be provided to this committee, please?
Senator, we can take that on.
On notice.
On notice.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so that's Telstra. What about Optus?
So Optus is in a slightly different category in that they are using more manual processes, we understand, to identify which customers have which devices. They have a less automated system than Telstra. On the 14th of November, Optus said the worst case scenario for them was approximately 470,000 devices across, so that's 470,000 sort of customer devices across 2,240 tax or device type codes. That might be impacted.
What do you mean by device type codes?
Oh, so sorry. Each device then gets broken down into sort of different configurations or characterisations. So, and tax are important because that is one of the mechanisms that telcos use to block the devices from their networks.
So the 400...
But if I can, maybe, sorry, I've probably added some complexity in there.
So just of the 470,000, which is a massive number.
That is the worst case
scenario. Are those phones capable of being upgraded by way of a software upgrade, or are they defective, meaning they don't work on 000?
We understand it's a combination, and the vast majority are likely to be able to be upgradable, but Optus is needing to work through that manually.
And Senator, if I can just... Ms Rainsford mentioned it before. What the telcos are testing is whether the device, will work on the Telstra network, but also whether the device will camp onto another network if the Telstra network is out. So it's quite sophisticated testing to find out both those things, which is why the telcos are spending a lot of time testing devices, not just on their own network, but what happens to that device if their network goes down? Does it successfully camp onto another network? That seems to be part of the issue here.
Could we also, just on notice, receive any information in relation to which devices, because my understanding was you've issued information about those devices now that are defective, and so you're saying that there's still uncertainty about whether they fall within the sort of device that should be blocked?
Certainly there is certainty in relation to some devices. It is an ongoing discussion that the telcos are having with Samsung to understand, well, certainly to confirm that what they understand is the breadth of the device issues, and then of those devices, which ones are upgradable and which ones might not be.
Okay, and what about how many other devices are there in the Australian market? We've got Optus and Telstra. Do you have any other figures?
The only other one I've got, Senator, relates to TPG. TPG was in a slightly different situation because the nature of the problem meant that if these devices were in a TPG's customer hand, they were not expected to get through to 000 at all, so the risk profile was different.
So no TPG supported handset?
No. So it's the same Samsung set of devices, it's just the problem manifests differently for a TPG customer compared to an Optus or a Telstra customer.
And Senator, we're happy to provide that advice on notice to you with those different numbers, if that would be useful.
Well, look, we have got a hearing next Tuesday.
Yes, we will do that.
I have asked that you also appear next Tuesday when we have, and that program is yet to be made public, but if you could do so urgently, because we just have to try and properly understand.
Certainly.
Properly understand this. Chair, I have got other questions. Do you think you will have Senator Henderson? So I know Senator Bell has questions as well. I'm happy to share the call.
Okay, Senator Bell.
Yeah.
Thank you. So my questions relate to the ACMA's new telecommunications, domestic, family and sexual violence consumer protections industry standard rules. And so in June this year, ACMA released the new industry standard, and the standard was introduced to assist in the protection of victims of violence, making sure they retain access to telecommunications to protect their privacy and security of communications and devices or accounts. and to ensure that victims are not forced to interact with alleged offenders. Recently, Telstra announced in an email to customers the following change to their customer terms and conditions. I'll quote, "Supporting victims of domestic and family violence. We may terminate your service without notice if you are alleged to have committed domestic or family violence against an end user of a service. We may also transfer the phone number or email address to the alleged victim if they are an authenticated end user of this service." So my first question would be, does the industry standard require or authorise a provider to terminate, suspend or restrict the service of a person who is an alleged offender in a domestic or family violence matter?
Thanks for the question, Senator. The standard doesn't require the termination. The standard actually focuses on the protections to either the account holder or the end user of the service. So, and noting that the end user, the person who's actually got the using the phone number, if you like, however they're doing that, might not be the person with the contractual relationship with the telco. So the protections are very much focused on making sure that they're that they have a suite of protections that help prevent the perpetration of harm. Certainly we're aware of the advice that Telstra put out, and my team have been in contact with Telstra to I think suggest that there is possibly a bit more nuance in that message that might be needed. But it is correct to say that there are certain obligations that go to trying to create a scenario whereby if an end user has been using a particular phone number, and that might be the phone number they're using to connect with emergency services or domestic violence help services or family and friends, and that they want to keep that there are protections aimed at trying to, if you like, separate out their accounts from the alleged perpetrator. But there's certainly nothing in the standard that requires or puts an obligation on telcos to form a view about whether or not a person is perpetrating domestic violence or not. That's not their role.
So in terms of allegations to a provider of, say, domestic or family violence, there are no requirements placed on the provider to terminate, for example, someone's service?
No, the obligations very much focus, Senator, as I said, on if you are talking to someone, let's say they're the end user, and they explain that they are experiencing domestic violence, trying to achieve an outcome for them which helps to minimise the ongoing perpetration of domestic and family violence.
And just for clarity, the end user may be someone using a mobile phone that is the account holder might be a different individual.
Exactly, that's correct, Senator.
So with that in mind, say if there's an individual involved in a family business that is the user of a service, it appears they could, under some situations, be transferred critical business emails or accounts or phone numbers, and someone who's an alleged offender could then lose access to, say, those business details or communications on the basis of an untested allegation, even if the victim... the victim might not be the account holder but an end user. So is the ACMA concerned that a provider policy allowing disconnections or alterations or transfer of service on the basis of untested allegations could disrupt a customer's business operations or personal life? Is that something you've looked at, or...?
Senator, I think that's probably what Ms Rainsford's team has raised with Telstra about that language.
And as a result of communication, because, and we believe that Telstra, in response to the feedback, has sort of pulled back that communication they put out. My understanding is it's written to customers who've complained about that communication and apologised, and they described the message as being unclear.
Yes.
And now they're stating it does not disconnect services based solely on allegations. But my understanding is the standard provides that, quote, a provider must not require evidence or supporting material which demonstrates that a consumer is an affected person, which sort of means that from that wording you could assume someone could just pick up the phone, make an allegation with the purpose of disrupting someone's business or family life. And so I can sort of see why Telstra would have put out that initial communication. How are you reconciling that requirement with an expectation of procedural fairness, so before the transferring of or changing of services?
So, Senator, one of the, I think, challenges, it's fair to say, in drafting this standard was finding the right balance between some absolute protections that needed to be in place with a degree of discretion to the telco providers. And partly that reflected the type of complexity your question goes to in terms of the way telco services are used and managed and in different ways by different members of the community. But it also recognises that the way in which family violence is perpetrated is also an immensely complex thing, and we recognise it would be impossible to write a standard which was absolute in every respect, that catered for the innumerable different manifestations of people's experience when they're subject to family and domestic violence. We did extensive consultation with the telcos, but also particularly with a range of stakeholders and organisations with experience in domestic and family violence, including representatives also from the disability advocacy groups and First Nations advocacy groups, and spoke to people with lived experience as we sought to try and find a framework that provided the right balance between a degree of discretion but with some absolute protections in there. I think, as you've said, it's a relatively new standard with some obligations that came into effect on the 1st of July this year. The rest of them will come into effect from either the 1st of January 2026 or the 1st of April 2026, depending on the size of the telcos. It may be that there is some adjustments needed as we see how that is working in practice. We are working with the telcos to understand what they're doing to implement the changes. We have good lines of engagement with them, but also with the consumer advocacy groups to understand what they're seeing and hearing about how this will impact the consumers they're seeing, and if it turns out it's not achieving what it's intended to do, then I'm sure the authority will explore amendments to that standard.
And so is it the ACMA's view that the telecommunications providers, are they capable of conducting an impartial and reliable investigation into these allegations for the purpose of deciding whose name a service or account should be in?
So, Senator, the standard doesn't require them to do an investigation. There's nothing here which would require any telco company to try and resolve a point of difference or a dispute between two people about whether or not one is perpetrating violence against the other. They're not equipped to, they're not trained to, it wouldn't be proper for them to do it. What the standard is aimed at is that if a user of their service contacts them to say they are experiencing domestic and family violence, to then take that, provide a particular level of support that recognises the essential nature of these services, including in terms of public safety outcomes and staying connected to support and family and friends, and then looks to put in place or gives them the discretion to then try and tailor some solutions that help that particular user. Now, in some cases, that may warrant needing to, if you like, separate that phone number out from the account it is existing, it's currently existing on, and put it into that person's name. But there are a range of other things, including the potential for additional security protections on particular accounts, certain agreements that must be complied with around when users can be contacted about their telco services. So we're really, we're trying there to give the telcos a degree of flexibility about how they could help support the users of their services in terms of access to those telco products, but without requiring them to sort of diagnose or make findings about whether or not that person is experiencing violence.
So how do they make a decision without coming to a conclusion?
So I think, Senator, the way it's the obligations turn is that if someone comes to them and says they're experiencing violence, that triggers certain obligations around providing them support with particularly with staff who have particular training in how to do that in a trauma-informed way, and then certain protections around how they go about finding a resolution to whatever the telco issue is, but that they don't need to then go and work out whether or not it is, if you like, true that that person's experiencing
there's a
violence.
threshold there where they'd have to reach a level of, they'd have to, at some point they could be, taking action to sort of suspend or terminate or transfer. So there is a decision-making process there that has to be followed. And you're confident that the telcos have that capacity to do that in a fair or... I'm just curious,
I think, Senator, we've given some guidance. Recently we've issued some guidance to the industry about what our expectations are about these rules.
Is that guidance public? Is that something you can provide?
Yes, it is. We've also required the telcos to consult with domestic and family violence experts in the development of their policies and procedures, to train their staff on those DFE policies. And as Ms Rains said, that they're not in a position to make judgment calls, which would be a matter, obviously, for the police.
And the last question. So my understanding is Telstra has indicated it will not publish the full terms and conditions of a revised policy that I suspect they've come up with after consulting with ACMA until the day after the policy comes into effect. Now, is that an adequate notice of transparency for customers whose services may be affected? Have you spoken about that? Is there any...
I'm not sure whether Telstra representatives have spoken to any of my team. I've had no direct conversation with them. I'm not sure it's that unusual that there's always a date from which a contractual arrangement takes place and telling people that. But I'm happy to take that up and discuss further with Telstra what their understanding is, Senator.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator Bell. I just have some questions in relation to some of the evidence that emerged a few minutes ago. I think there was a reference to issues with some 470 Samsung devices. 470,000 Samsung devices. But can I just clarify what the issue was? My understanding of that evidence was that not that the phones were unable to call 000 directly, but that in a specific set of circumstances where the Telstra network and the Optus network were unavailable, that variety of phone would be unable to camp on to the TPG network.
Yes, Chair, that's exactly right.
Okay. And sort of what's the coverage of TPG geographically compared to Optus or Telstra?
I don't have that number in front of me, Chair, but obviously Telstra has the largest mobile network, the largest reach of mobile network in Australia.
And just relative, as my understanding, if you'd confirm it, I'd be grateful, that it's Telstra, then it's Optus, then it's TPG, so
That's
TPG is the
correct,
smallest. Okay. If you are able to provide us with an estimate of what percentage of the country has TPG, has only TPG and not Optus and Telstra access, geographically speaking, that would be very helpful.
I think we should have that information, Chair, but you're exactly right. That's why it's actually quite complex testing because the telcos are testing whether it works on their network, but then if their network was out, whether or not it successfully camps onto the TPG network. We can provide that information to you on notice.
That'd be very helpful. Thank you very much, Senator Henson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just following on from that issue, we had the breakdown of the impacted defective devices, of course, as you've given evidence, many of which were capable of being upgraded so that they could be compatible. So I've got up to about 588,000 to date. There's a report in The Australian on the 20th of November stating that figure is about 740,000 devices, including TPG devices. Is that correct? And what is the TPG number, Ms Rainsford?
So I'll take those one at a time, Senator. My understanding of the 740,000 reference in that Australian article related to the number of devices that had been identified as non-VoLTE enabled ahead of the 3G shutdown. So that is the sort of that related to particularly to the 3G shutdown, and
sorry, just apologies. I don't want to interrupt, but just to be clear, what it says in the article. In meetings with Telstra, Optus and TPG last year, the Commission, referring to the ACCC, refused to initiate a product recall for an estimated 740,000 devices that could not be used to call emergency services when the 3G network was turned off. So yes, it was about turning off the 3G network, but the result was that they couldn't call an emergency, make an emergency call.
And all of those devices that that fell in that category were blocked by the first week of November last year to coincide with the shutdown of Optus and Telstra's 3G networks.
That's because they were 3G.
Yeah,
they were 3G phones.
The nature of the.
Okay, so we're not talking about that 740,000.
No, we're not.
So this is the additional. I've got up to 588,000 impacted devices, Samsung devices.
Yeah.
But
so
what about iPhones, Apple devices?
So I've got data about the Samsung matters. I don't have information with me, Senator, about other types of devices.
All right, just to go through it quickly, TPG, how many affected?
So TPG blocked 5,389 devices on the 16th of October this year, and they blocked a further 1,763 devices in the week of 12 to 19 November.
Okay, so how many other devices are still out there being used?
So as we understand it, TPG, because of the nature of the issue, TPG moved to block all of these device types on their network, and our understanding is that that constitutes all of the TPG blocking that needs to be done. But as my chair said, we are looking into that further with TPG.
Okay, so can I just clarify, when did Telstra block their devices? It's identified 4,158. Have they all been blocked?
So the 4,158 are a subset of Telstra's 114,527, excuse me, in there, and they will all be blocked between now and early January. And as I said, those customers have been advised that their device may have a problem if it needs to call 000, and TPG is the only available network. So they've been alerted. Telstra's providing support for those which are software upgradable to assist customers to be able to do that if they want to, and with a view then that fewer devices would ultimately need to be blocked.
So here's my issue with all of this, one of the issues. These regulations were passed last October, and suddenly, following the Optus tragic deaths, suddenly the telcos are now moving at speed to block these devices. That surely reflects that there have been perhaps thousands of breaches of these regulations because they weren't blocked earlier.
Well, so, Senator, as we said, they're matters that we are looking into, including through the use of our statutory information gathering powers, to understand when the telcos, what they have understood about when devices would likely have a problem, and whether they have indeed taken the action they needed to comply with these laws.
There's an active investigation, is there?
We have
into whether there's been breaches?
We have 2 active investigations and other lines of inquiry with both Samsung at this point in time and our engagement with Telstra and Optus to understand what they understood and when.
But earlier you gave evidence that Telstra was able to identify quite easily these devices because they have a much better system. Perhaps it's an automated system of some kind. So why weren't these defective devices identified earlier?
So Senator, I think there's sort of two phases of identification that go into this. The first is which devices, in this case Samsung devices, potentially have this problem, and then that has been the engagement that Telstra and Optus have been having with Samsung to understand how, particularly which devices and which subsets of those devices would likely have this problem. Then there is, once we understand that, then there is the piece about understanding how many of their customers own and are using those particular devices. In that second set, Telstra, we understand, has a likely automated system which helps them better understand which devices their customers are using and which software versions those devices are on, whereas Optus seems to need to employ more manual processes to do that, which is why Telstra can be more definitive at this point in time.
Sure, but here's the problem, Ms Rainsford. The regulations were changed last year, more than a year ago. 3 people, maybe more, died as a result of the Optus outage. Then we had the tragic death of the TPG customer a number of weeks ago, and it's only now that the telcos are taking action to block these devices.
Senator, if I can just clarify a couple of things. The introduction of the 28th of October 2024 changes to the determination was about the 3G shutdown. The emergency action required by the telcos to make sure that those phones which would not connect when the 3G networks were turned off were blocked. This Samsung issue has emerged after that time, and that's what we've been working through with the telcos.
No, we've already had evidence that these defective devices were known for more than a year. The government has already given that. The department has already given that evidence.
Senator, I think what the department was talking about was those 740,000 devices which were not VoLTE compatible, which needed to be either upgraded or blocked when the 3G network went down.
Well, that wasn't the wasn't the evidence that was given, because I was asking about the defective Samsung devices, Ms O'Loughlin. So are you saying to me that you were not aware? Okay, so you've got the issue with 3G and then those regulations. So when did you become aware of the defective Samsung devices?
20th of October.
And how did you become aware of those?
A Telstra representative called Ms Rainsford just before midday to provide an overview of the issue and flag a meeting was being scheduled that afternoon with the department, the ACMA and the Minister's office, and there was a briefing that afternoon on this device issue at 1:30 and we have been pursuing this issue with the telcos since that time. Ms Rainsford, you were responsible, so...
No, that's accurate.
Okay, well, I would welcome any clarifying information the department may wish to provide in this regard, because the department certainly gave evidence in relation to the defective Samsung devices that I was asking about, that they'd known about this for more than a year.
Senator, I will talk directly to the department, and if there's any need for us to clarify our evidence, we will. But that's certainly when we first heard about these particular Samsung devices.
All right, well, look, could you possibly come back and just clarify that with us as soon as possible, because that's an important issue. And so how do these intersect then with the regulations passed last October?
the regulations that were put in place while it was in response to 3G, and there was certainly an immediate known issue
because
there.
you've made it very clear that they also apply to these.
They do. They were designed
to the telco's obligations. No, I was just finishing my question, Minister.
It sounded like you were interrupting.
No.
Okay. I'm sorry if I interrupted your
no,
question,
that's okay.
Senator.
That's all right.
So it was certainly done in response to 3G, but recognising that technological changes, including future 4G or 5G shutdowns, would likely occur, and also that that there are other complexities between devices and network changes and the way they operate together, were designed in such a way that they would have an ongoing requirement, such that should the telcos become aware at any point that there are devices operating on their networks which would not be able to get through to 000 either directly or through the CAMP-on mechanisms, they would have an ongoing obligation to block those. So our reference to the application of those to this set of Samsung devices is because it has been identified somewhere. We understand recently, but as I said, we're testing that proposition about when the telcos actually identified this was an issue, reflecting an ongoing obligation on telcos to be monitoring which devices their customers are using and taking action if they would not be able to get through to 000.
Okay, well, given the 20th of October advice to ACMA, can I just clarify, and I am keen to move on, but given the 20th of October advice to ACMA, why wasn't there a public information campaign either recommended or implemented by the government to alert Australians to this serious issue?
Senator, well, as I indicated earlier, because of the complexity of these issues, it was the regulations require the telcos to directly notify their customers because they have the best information about who owns the particular devices, what's the status of that device, how that device is working on their network, and they have the obligation to notify those customers directly, and only the impacted customers.
And did you make any recommendations? The telcos were pleading ACMA for a recall notice so that these devices could be recalled. They were sufficiently concerned about the safety risk of these devices being used by Australians?
Senator, we're aware that that was a proposal put by the telcos to the ACCC, so that would be a matter for the ACCC to respond. Did you raise any concerns, or did you have any? That was a matter that the telcos raised.
No, I appreciate that.
With the
ACCC. Did you support that recommendation or that plea by the telcos?
I don't think we're actually engaged in that process at all, Senator.
No. Despite the risk to public safety? No.
Senator, we weren't engaged in that process. That was a matter for the ACCC.
I just want to quickly ask, thank you. I just want to quickly ask you about the financial hardship standard. In July, you issued a statement that you had given them 4 warnings to Optus, Origin, Sky Mesh and Swoop for breaching the financial hardship standard. Why did you decide on a warning rather than any other sort of enforcement?
Yep. So my recollection, Senator, is that the nature of the non-compliance there related to the information those telcos were required to put on, or in fact all telcos were required to put on their website, and that by the time we had concluded our investigations, they had already addressed those, such that the material was compliant with the requirements under law, and on the back of that, and the way in which those telcos had engaged with us during our investigation, that a formal warning in those instances was considered an appropriate action. I would say, Senator, compliance with the financial hardship standard is an ongoing priority for us, and we do have some other open investigations looking at other aspects of various telcos' compliance with the obligations in that standard.
And what are those investigations?
I don't have details of the specific ones there. I know we've got several on foot at the moment.
And which companies are you investigating in that respect?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have that detail with me.
There's only a small number of providers.
No, Senator, there are hundreds of CSPs operating in the Australian market.
I thought you were talking about the telecommunications companies.
We're talking about the carriage service providers or the retail providers, not the 3 mobile carriers.
All right, if you could provide that on notice and any details in relation to that investigation.
Yep.
Thank you so much. I'll leave it at that. We'll put our other questions on notice, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Before I go to Senator Pocock, in a position to release those representatives of Screen Australia, AFTRS and National Archives. So thank you very much. And you go with the committee's thanks. Senator Pocock.
Chair. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Mr Loughlin, we talked to the last estimates about the ACMA's statement that it would be assessing the suitability of alcohol advertising restrictions in the current free TV code. In October, you told me that you were doing some preparation work about which stakeholders we need to talk to inform the terms of reference. How's that work going, and is there a firmer timeline for the work?
Senator, I think we took that on notice. So as part of the preparatory work, we've consulted with the Alcohol Beverages Advertising Code Scheme, the ABAC scheme, the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, Alcohol Beverages Australia and the Brewers Association of Australia, the Endeavour Group and the Foundation for Alcohol Research and Education, so FAIR, as well as the Free TV Australia and its members. But I'll just ask Ms Field if there are any additional stakeholders that we've consulted since then.
Thank you, Senator. We haven't consulted additional stakeholders since the last time we appeared at estimates, but one of the key pieces of work that we're looking at the moment is understanding the frequency and placement of alcohol ads on television. So we are in the initial stages of looking at a provider who is able to provide us with that data. So we haven't received any complaints about alcohol advertising since the standard, which I think was 2018. So what we're trying to understand is where people are seeing those ads. We understand anecdotally that some people may be seeing them on streaming services or BVODs, and so we need to understand where those ads are occurring on free TV, because this code applies to free television. Okay,
and so just to confirm, so you haven't received a single complaint about alcohol advertising since 2020?
I've got that here, Senator. Let me just find it.
Senator, I think, as Ms Field said, I think that's why we're undertaking research, because, and I think I've mentioned this before, across the board, we don't get a lot of complaints these days around...
Who's going to bother, right?
They just go to social media.
Yeah.
So that's why we're undertaking the research, because we acknowledge that while we have not received complaints, we really want to test community concern and look into where they're actually seeing ads and where their major concern is.
Well, thanks for doing that work. I remember getting pretty annoyed being bombarded with alcohol ads watching SBS and watching Alone, but I certainly wasn't going to, write an email and complain. You just kind of deal with it. But am I correct in saying that you don't actually know how many alcohol ads there are on TV and on streaming video on demand?
We don't have those figures at the moment, Senator, and so that's a really important piece for us to understand as we commence this process, to understand where those ads are taking place. And if I could just answer the rest of your question from before, we have received no complaints about alcohol advertising in any year since the 2018-19 financial year.
Great, thank you.
Senator, I'm just recalling that we did do previous research on alcohol ads in... I'll take it on notice. We had previously looked at it, and what we saw in that research No, I'm going to correct myself and I'll take it on notice. I think we have done previous research, but I'd like to just check my facts.
And is it a concern that the regulator doesn't actually know how many alcohol ads are being served?
I think our focus, Senator, will be that that the broadcasters are compliant with the law.
But how do you know if you're not actually monitoring how many ads there are? Are you just taking it at their word, or what's the...
I think the rules are not necessarily about the quantum.
Okay, so there's actually no limit on the quantity of ads in the code. It's just a time-based thing, and you can...
It's time-based.
And so the numbers are relevant. You can blast as many alcohol ads as long as they're just not in a certain time frame.
So the code goes to allowing commercials relating to alcohol to be broadcast in any program classified M or MA except between 5am and 6am and 7:30pm and 8:30pm.
Sure.
So it's really time-based.
Just time-based. Is that in itself a problem?
Well, that, I think, Senator, is what we will want to look into, identifying where people are seeing these advertisements, whether they are within those timeframes or whether they're at other times, or as Ms Field said, are they actually on free-to-air television, or are they seeing them on BVOD, or are they seeing on other streaming services, which of course don't fall under these rules?
Yeah, so the time-based rules don't even apply to BVOD.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay.
And throughout the free TV code process, we have encouraged the broadcasters to voluntarily apply them to their BVOD services, and they have not done so.
You have no powers to force them to?
No, Senator. At this stage, we do not.
Do you think you need those powers if they don't?
Senator, I think I'd comment that we find it curious that audiences can see the same program on different platforms and different rules apply.
Totally different rules.
And we've been clear previously that we think that that broadcasters don't need to wait to be regulated to improve their code for their audiences.
Okay, thank you. And just finally on this, and I've got some questions on BetStop. But in October, you said you were preparing terms of reference to support this work. I was just wondering if they've been completed and if you can share them with the community.
Not at this stage, Senator. They are a work in progress. We've had a bit of a busy time, but they are certainly a priority for early next year.
Okay, thank you. And then just on BetStop, again, we were discussing this in October, and the case of a gentleman who had self-excluded for life and yet had been receiving emails from betting companies. And when you look at them, like, they really are designed, it seems, to look like a credit card, may not be an inducement or an ad per se, but I think really questionable behaviour. You said that you would come back to me with some further information on complaints you'd received about the sort of behaviour from betting companies, but you haven't responded to any of my questions on notice. So I was interested if you had any information you can give me today.
You hand over your mouth. What was the last part of your question? Sorry.
Do you have any information you can give me today? We sort of talked about this. You said you'd come back on notice. I haven't received any questions on notice, and so I was wondering if you had any.
I apologise, Senator. I had understood that had been tabled, but I do have that information, and I can talk you through what we've done in relation to...
If it's been tabled, I'll just have a look at that then. Okay, thank you. What actions, if any, is ACMA taking against these companies that are doing that?
Thank you, Senator. So, in relation to the particular issue that we discussed last estimates, we have assessed all of the material that was provided to the particular complainant. Not all of the material, in our view, falls within that quite narrow definition of an electronic regulated message under the IGA. However, one of the messages has gone to formal investigation, so that matter is still under consideration. Noting the issue around the distress that might cause to people who are self-excluded, even if it's not a formal minimal inducement. We have written to each of those wagering operators and cautioned them to exercise extreme caution when communicating, even if it's required under the National Consumer Protection Framework. We have raised the issue with the department and with the independent reviewer because people who have excluded might reasonably expect that they would not receive any communication. So we have raised that as an issue for the review.
Thank you for doing that. So currently there's a review happening, but our current laws, if you can self-exclude for life, but if you get an email that basically says, we know you've self-excluded, here's an activity statement, happy punting, that because the definition is so narrow, that's you can't, the ACMA can't actually do anything about that.
That's correct, if it doesn't fall within that definition of an electronic regulated message.
Just on a final issue, a few weeks ago, a family wrote me a very distressing email about their 16-year-old son who'd stolen his mum's licence and was able to open a bank account and a sports betting account through an app. He registered his mum's ID but used his own phone number and email. He then went on to lose $20,000. His parents having to sleep on his floor at night because he's suicidal. How is a 16-year-old able to open a sports betting account? I thought there were requirements on these big multi-billion-dollar gambling companies to know their customers and to have checks and balances in place.
Senator, I'm not aware of those particular circumstances. I would be very happy if you were able to provide that information to us for us to have a look into that particular matter, and we can certainly speak to the wagering provider. But I probably can't answer that question at this stage, but we would be very happy to look into that.
Under your powers and the current laws, what are the consequences for a sports betting company if apps fail to verify that their customers are over 18?
I might just ask my colleague to come to the table.
Senator, while we're seeking that information, as Ms Field said, we would be very happy to receive that information from you to also assess whether it's a matter for the ACMA or whether it's a matter of the state and territory licensing organisations, because of course they have the role to licence those organisations. But if we can have, if you're comfortable with providing us that information.
Okay, thank you. I can do that. And I guess that then brings us straight to the government and the Murphy report, which recommended a federal regulator. But Mrs.
Rochelle Zen, I'm Executive Manager of the Gambling and Mis and Disinformation Branch. Senator, there are no actual identity verification requirements in the IGA for the BetStop scheme. So the identity verification requirements fall under AUSTRAC's purview. Those are the Know Your Customer provisions that I think you're talking about, and that is a combination of anti-money laundering and other rules that came into place, I think, in September 2024. What we have done in relation to BetStop and the IGA is we have strongly encouraged wagering service providers to keep robust identity information that they can verify, because that's very important when they try and match that information with the register, because the register operator keeps verified information. So that's where it comes in. But in terms, I think your question was, what's the penalty for not verifying? That wouldn't be under our jurisdiction.
That's not yours. Okay. I mean, in terms of BetStop, it's been raised with me that if you've self-excluded and then you get caught up in the desire to register with a company, you can essentially use your middle name and your surname, and that gets around the database. Is that been raised with you?
Senator, we are aware that some fairly determined individuals will get around the register, and there are a number of reasons that can happen. That can happen because they're using somebody else's identity verification documents, which is quite difficult for the register operator to pick up. It could be because the information that's been used to match them by the wagering service provider is not the same as the information that we're using. I can say that we're constantly working to refine the system at the wagering provider end to make sure it's resilient to some of these fairly sophisticated attempts to try and, get around the system.
Ms. O'Loughlin, I know this is, probably an awkward position for you to be in, but as the regulator, it seems to me you're dealing with, in the words of Peter Murphy, a predatory industry, and all you can do in many instances, it seems, is just strongly encourage them to do better. Does the ACMA need some more powers and the ability to actually enforce things and crack the whip a bit?
Well, Senator, I think we've got fairly strong enforcement powers for the NSER. I think, and in our online illegal gambling space, we have quite extensive powers as well. I think it really depends on the circumstances of the matter. So I don't really have an opinion on that, Senator.
Thank you. And then just on the questions I noticed, when were they uploaded? My team just texted and said they still can't find them.
That might be a question.
The department, Senator, we provide our answers to the department and then they forward them on to the Minister's office.
Senator, we can talk to the department after this hearing and check with them when they actually... We understood they had been tabled.
We'll find them for you, Senator.
And in terms of your strong enforcement powers, could you maybe give me a few examples of where you've used those strong enforcement powers on gambling companies who are doing the wrong thing?
Quite sure I've got too much information in here. So we have taken... So remember, the enforcement... I'm just going to talk about BetStop at the moment. So we've used, for example, Unibet for failure to close the accounts of 954 self-excluded individuals.
And what happened there?
So we had infringement notices totalling more than $1 million, a 2-year court enforceable undertaking, which requires them to do an independent review and implement all the recommendations of that review. ReadyBet, we've done remedial directions. PointsBet had a substantial enforceable undertaking, including, again, implementing recommendations of independent reviews. We took action against BuddyBet, who actually exited the market, and also UltraBet, who we had a strong court enforceable undertaking as well. I don't know whether my colleagues wanted to add anything to that.
I think those are the main ones in relation to the NSER. We also currently have 21 investigations open into alleged breaches of the rules relating to the NSER, so there will be additional enforcement action coming.
And so you've got strong enforcement powers, but there's been $1 million fine, and you've ordered some other betting companies to have independent audits.
And court enforceable undertakings, so that if they don't actually deliver on those, we can take further action. It is fair to say that the focus in the first year of NSER was really on the register, but we're now moving, as Ms Fields said, into compliance and enforcement action. Some of them have taken some time. There are some novel issues in these processes, but we have a number of investigations before us, and we will take relevant enforcement action once we've settled non-compliance of those.
Given we know from the Murphy report that problem gamblers are by far the most profitable, there's a relatively small number of gamblers who are the gambling companies are making a huge amount of money out of, and we saw in the Four Corners investigation Steve Kinane sort of showing just how predatory it was. Are you concerned that someone who's not complied with BetStop with almost 1,000 accounts, like $1 million fine is sort of chump change? Is that much of a deterrent if you have strong enforcement powers when you're dealing with multi-billion-dollar multinationals?
I don't have the details of that investigation before me, but I would say that was the enforcement action that the authority thought was appropriate given the outcome of the investigation. It's always based on, you know, what the actual case is, what we're actually finding, but we thought we came to the view that that was appropriate in that circumstance.
Okay. Whew, okay. Thank you. It seems like there's a huge amount of work to do in this area.
Absolutely.
Both in terms of ensuring that there's more regulation of a predatory industry, but actually ensuring that the ACMA steps up and uses its existing powers to actually lay down the law to these companies that are causing so much harm in communities across the country that we all are here to represent.
Yeah. We take that responsibility very seriously, Senator. I would add that we've also discussed with the department, you've talked this morning about the independent review of the NSER. We've been feeding into that some of the observations that we've seen around, as Ms Unama said, around these really tricky issues when people are trying to get around their registration. And so we will continue to work with the independent reviewer to improve the NSER as we go along.
Thank you very much for your work on this. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. On that note, we are going to move to our next agency, so thank the officers from ACMA for your evidence.
Just suspend briefly until the next witnesses come in.
I now call officers from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, but we're going to suspend for about 30 seconds or a minute as we clear the table and also that they enter the room and come join it. Broadcasting, thank you very much. I now call officers from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Welcome Mr Hugh Marks, Managing Director. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thanks, Senator. Yeah, I will. Chair and members of the committee, thanks for the opportunity to make a brief statement. The ABC remains the home of Australian storytelling, and I'm delighted to say that our 2026 slate takes that legacy to the next level. Next year, the ABC will feature over 100 new and returning titles from many extraordinary talents, showcasing the creativity and ambition that define the ABC and our nation. It's a dynamic lineup of distinctive Australian programming across broadcast and digital platforms, unmissable Australian drama and comedy, world-class children's and family content, returning favourites and exciting new original formats. It means increased investment in premium television hours, increased investment in drama and more investment in original podcasts with more long-form audio storytelling. Investment in Australia and Australian stories has never been more important, and I'm delighted that has been recognised by the federal government with its announcement last week to provide an additional $50 million to the ABC to invest in even more content. a most welcome initiative that will enable the ABC to better deliver on its charter commitment to tell Australian stories, serve Australians with rich original work, celebrating the nation's rich diversity. It's been a strong year for the ABC. I know that awards are only one sign of progress, but the ABC's journalism excellence was recognised last Thursday, winning 9 Walkley Awards, including the Gold Walkley, for Adele Ferguson and Chris Gillette's outstanding investigative journalism into the shocking failures of Australia's childcare industry. Reports which have already led to reforms by government. A remarkable 30 ABC journalists, program and teams were finalists across 18 categories of the Walkleys. Impactful, exceptional journalism of which all Australians can be proud. And this week, Ipsos Rankings announced that ABC News is the #1 digital news brand, which it has been the case for every month in 2025. ABC iView is also the #1 reaching BVOD service, with 3.4 million Australians watching content on ABC iView on average each week, and the most trusted media brand and most trusted news brand in Australia. And we're determined to do even better in 2026. With summer underway as an official emergency services broadcaster, the ABC's emergency team will play a vital role in helping Australians stay informed and safe during times of crisis. Our recent Darwin coverage around Cyclone Fina was a great example of the best of the ABC local and ABC emergency broadcaster teams working brilliantly together for the benefit of their top-end communities. And in a new development, we will be assisting other local media with emergency-related digital news media content in regional and rural Australia. This is the ABC at its best, providing high-quality content, vital information in time of need, and serving all Australians wherever they live. Thanks, and obviously happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr Marks. I might lead off. What does the $50 million commitment mean for your organisation? Are you able to just elaborate on that a little bit and perhaps at the end just tell me what you're most excited about?
No, thanks, Senator. I mean, I might answer the last part first. There are so many great Australian creative practitioners around this country at all levels of our industry, and no shortage of brilliant stories to tell. And, you know, great little businesses, many small businesses around the country in a great position to do it. And this is in an era of a burgeoning global content market. So Australia's role in that market, I think, is very important. So, you know, we've got always more ideas than we have the funding to be able to do, and there's more that we can provide to Australians. So the additional funding enables us to tap into those talented people and those ideas at a really high and exceptional level, and to be able to play an even greater role and take Australian not only to Australians but to the global market. So for me, the ability to work with, you know, those practitioners and to be able to realise their stories, share those stories with Australians, get that sense of themselves and their nation and that sense of Australia, it's so important to, I think, the culture of our nation. Also the fact that, you know, we're really focused on children's delivery. Children's content has become an area that really has defaulted to just the ABC now in our nation. Serving Australian children with Australian stories, their own language, their own voices, their own identity, their own stories is so important to, I think, how they grow up into our nation. And there are a range of really talented children's producers in our market who've been frustrated by the lack of ability for their stories to be realised given the constraints that we've had in terms of funding. So particularly in that children's area, to be able to invest in more stories, bring those additional children's content to you know, Australian children, and again, take those stories globally and hopefully replicate, you know, the success of amazing stories like Bluey and obviously Bananas and Pyjamas from some time ago. To be able to have the opportunity to do that, I think, is a great opportunity, and the stories and the people to tell them are there and ready to go.
Can I pick up on that aspect of stories? Now, you talked about producers and in terms of businesses. What are the types of businesses that you see this flowing down to? Is it only producers, or is there a broader ecosystem that the ABC is going to be able to support in this creative space? Yeah, I mean, most of the creativity, it can come through different sources.
But generally, the Australian market is defined as a producer's market. So producers will work with writers, directors, other creators to originate and develop ideas that they'll come and pitch to organisations like ourselves. But many of them are small businesses. They might be organisations that might be 2, 3, 4, 5 people deep. But obviously when a production happens, that will swell to 200 or 300 people working on that production. So it is an amazing opportunity for those small businesses to be able to get some consistency in their, I guess, the ability to get shows ordered so they can invest with certainty in their businesses with knowledge that there will be someone there that can buy those ideas and can take them to the global market with those producers. So that more certainty for that creative community, I can't tell you, having worked on that side for many years, how important it is to have that certainty as a small independent television producer.
Now, thinking about the news market in Australia, we know that the way people consume news has changed quite significantly and continues to evolve. I understand you're launching a new service called ABC News Loop. Are you able to tell us a little bit about what that is and who it's attempting to reach?
Yeah, I'll start with some comments and then I'll hand to Mr Stevens, who's got, I think, responsibility for rolling out that particular initiative. Yeah, I think when we've always known that a percentage of the population, many Australians now, are consuming a lot of their content through social media services. And I don't see that stopping. I mean, it is in the matrix of media services and social media has been on the rise and it will continue to be a place where many Australians go to get their stories and their content and engage in those forms, and particularly, I would say, younger Australians, but not exclusively younger Australians. So I guess part of our responsibility is we have to understand that our responsibility is to ensure that we reach all Australians with reliable, accurate news and other content as well, but particularly in news, I think it's really important. So rather than us sort of accepting that ABC News brand can be one thing to all people, I think our thinking was that maybe it was necessary to create a new brand that might be definitionally identifiable for a different section of the audience that might tell us stories in a different way. And I'll give you an example. If there was a story about something that happened, the general news story would be, this happened, these were the people involved, this is the consequence, and this is what you need to know. But a young person might approach that story in a different way. You know, why did it happen? What were the participants' motivations? What were the things that were driving the influence of those particular moments? And the two can be very different storytelling styles, not only in the distribution of that content, but the way the material is created. So we felt that presented an opportunity to reflect and build into that and tell a different form of storytelling that would reflect a different form of Australian audience that would be specifically designed for those social platforms. And I think it's important that we accept responsibility to ensure that there is accurate, reliable, trusted news in those forums. Mr Stevens, do you want to add something to that?
I think you captured everything, Hugh.
So one of the challenges, I think, with the speed at which news needs to be delivered now, in order to be relevant and in order to capture that level of interest, is that that speed creates pressure on your ability to deliver, I think, accurate and impartial journalism. How do you balance those two challenges or those two imperatives that exist, particularly in the context of Newsloop?
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point, and it's also another thing that we're looking at as we consider what our news localisation approach might be, and whether we should be handing more responsibility to local officers in the dissemination of local news relevant to particular communities, as opposed to something that might be through our main digital news site. And I think we do give that thought, and we're coming up with different methods and techniques to ensure quality, and not, again, recognising that not one model will fit all different styles. But Mr Stevens, I think it's a good point for you to elaborate on.
Yeah, look, I think like every single team will follow the same editorial controls around making sure we always get things right and follow processes of accuracy in the endeavour of publishing news material. We've got a really talented core team working on our vertical video at the moment, and the Loop exercise will be an expansion of what they do, but they'll particularly focus on explainer journalism. Mindful, as Hugh, the managing director, alluded to, you know, the majority of young people under the age of 30, as you know, are getting their news and information on these platforms, and apart from us proactively playing a role in tackling misinformation or disinformation or news being generated by people who aren't in the exercise or endeavour of accuracy, we see a really important role for us to play there. It won't be about the frequency or amount that we're putting there. It'll be about when can we post something that will value add to something that's in the news cycle that warrants and requires explanation in detail.
So I think, Senator, in both of these areas, I think with the additional investment, there will be a return beyond that investment. The creative sector will, I guess, benefit, plus there'll be more jobs, plus more international money will be attracted to our market. So there will be a multiplier on that investment, which I think is really important to understand. And I think, again, on the digital news things and things like ABC News Loop, etc., it gives us another opportunity to have a content connection with the technology businesses that are operating in our market that enables us to sort of work more in partnership with those businesses and reflect the importance of the ABC to them in informing and dealing with some of the social issues that they have around social harm, polarisation, misinformation, etc. Again, the reliability of ABC News in those places gives them the ability to work with us to be able to sort of mitigate some of those harms.
Now, two of the observations you've made are around trying to reach a younger audience and also trying to reach audiences that perhaps haven't traditionally been reached by the ABC. And I'm sort of interested in your opening statement. You referred to the digital news brand and then also users of the iView service. I'm just wondering, do you break down by demographic who's engaging with your digital news brand or your iView service? And is that information that you publish?
Certainly with iView. iView is now subject to a new measurement system, was introduced by free-to-air television, which is called VOZ, which measures viewing across both linear and on-demand services effectively as one number. So we'd certainly get a good understanding of the different demographics consuming content in different platforms. And it would be no surprise to anyone on the committee that there is a younger audience consuming content on demand than there is in a linear form. And particularly for some of those bigger shows, I think I've been talking about, for example, Fisk as a show. I don't know if you've seen it, the wonderfully talented Kitty Flanagan.
Very funny.
And, you know, that show across its audiences across those two platforms, I think is now at about an average of 3.1 million Australians, 3 seasons long. I think it's 24 episodes. I'm not sure exactly the number, it's about that. So that's an incredible number. It will continue to grow audience. It'll probably get close to 4 million, I think, if you look at 5 years out from today. And that 4 million would equate to what the audience would be for the NRL or AFL Grand Final. So the impact, I don't want to underestimate the impact of an organisation like ours to reach a broad audience across all of those platforms with wonderful Australian content that engages a large section of the population across all demographics. And the other thing that wouldn't be surprising is a successful show like that will work with all demographics, not just one. So I think that we need to constantly be thinking about reaching that broad audience. We need to mean more to more Australians. We need to let go of this term, the ABC audience, and accept that our audience is the audience, the Australian public, and constantly be trying and aspiring to reach as many people as possible.
Change tax briefly. There's a reference in your opening statement to your role as the official emergency services broadcaster, and there's obviously a significant role that you play in that regard. Are you able to tell me basically whether and how demand for those services have changed over the recent years?
Yeah, sure. I'll get Mr Stevens talking in a minute, but I'll just share one exciting development that I only just got this morning as we were waiting to come into to the committee. I understand now that Apple News are going to Apple Weather, is going to reference the ABC emergency broadcasting information on the Apple page home screen in an event of an emergency service. So that's a really sort of acknowledgement by an organisation like Apple of the value that information bears to consumers and to audiences around the country. So that I was very excited when I saw that, particularly because that was one of those things I didn't know was coming until it came. But Mr Stevens, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, we've got an outstanding, high-performing emergency broadcast team. They'd be just over 13 staff, and they're working 365 days of the year. They track the number and frequency of emergency events that get triggered. We track it on a financial year basis, And since we've started tracking 4 to 5 years ago, the frequency has gone up quite dramatically year on year. Since we've started measuring that, that means that the intensity and focus of covering those events has increased. As you would imagine, over the last couple of weeks and months, the team have been very focused on preparing for summer, particularly off the back of the updated summer forecast in recent weeks. To that end, the team have added a 24/7 shift, so an overnight shift, just because emergency events don't start and end in work hours, as you'd imagine. That team are our Centre of Excellence and Authority for Information that liaise with emergency services and also the National Emergency Agency. And then they are conduits with key emergency information into our regional local radio, into our Cap City local radio, and then to our continuous output, which goes out nationally on News Channel, on the website, which Managing Director alluded to. So we have a big summer ahead, but the team are ready and prepared, and they do an outstanding job.
And when I was looking at the Cyclone Fina stuff recently, I don't know if anyone caught any of the coverage, but it was outstanding. But our local radio team in Darwin and our local news team, because the office went into lockdown, they actually agreed to go and basically stay in the lockdown offices, prepared to sleep there, eat there for the period of the emergency, which was a sign of the dedication of those teams to their work, and they did excellent work, and I think really great results from the local Darwin community through Cyclone Fina.
Thank you very much for those answers, and I'll share the call now with the Coalition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you all. I'm sorry that we kept you waiting a little longer than you were scheduled. Mr Marks, I want to ask firstly about the asbestos issues with the ABC. I've just received your answer to the questions I asked at the last estimates, and learned that 2 people have died as a result of the asbestos exposure. What more can you tell us about this obviously very serious situation?
Yeah, no, it's a horrific situation, Senator. I think something that concerns many corporations, businesses, governments around the country. Asbestos obviously is something that afflicts us all and continues to this day to play a presence in many, homes, offices, buildings, facilities, etc. I think the work that we're doing is extensive, and I'll ask Ms Klein to talk about this in a minute, because it's an area that falls under her direct responsibility in terms of the management of many of our facilities. But it's obviously something that we're deeply, concerned for any of our staff who've suffered, loss or even the worry of potential loss that just sits, must sit at the back of your mind, having worked in some of these facilities over time. Something that I think is a terrible thing that affects, many Australians, many businesses, many corporations wide across the whole country. Ms Klein's been doing some work, obviously, on ensuring the stability and reliability of many of our offices around the country. Sometimes
just before we go to Ms Klein, though, can I just ask, so we've just received information, there have been 2 people who've died as a result of exposure to asbestos. Where were those 2 people working?
I think Ms Klein's well placed to answer all your questions, Senator.
And before I go to Ms Klein on that, the period of exposure at Elstonwick where I worked I've now learnt is between 1984 and 1990. So that's been narrowed from when I first learned about this, but this is alarming for perhaps thousands of former ABC employees, and particularly when ABC employees will work at more than one location. And so, Ms Klein, what further information can you provide about the 2 people who've died? And are any other people in a critical situation as a result of asbestos exposure as well?
So, Senator, first, if I can correct the record, and apologies because I believe a response was provided on notice that was not accurate. So I'd like to just correct the record. And obviously it's not a good correction, but we are aware of 3 deaths of staff who may have had exposure to asbestos in our Victorian sites. So I'd just like to correct that record. And again, apologies that an incorrect answer made its way through.
So just on that, what was the cause of death of those 3 people?
So we are aware that there have been 3 people who have died in relation to exposure to asbestos. We are aware that those individuals were at our sites. We cannot, of course, actually confirm that it was due to being at those sites, but we are aware that there have been 3 deaths of employees who had exposure in Victorian sites, where we are obviously working with Comcare to provide any information we can with regard to those individuals. If I could also just correct, in terms of exposure, you noted, Senator, I think 84 to 89. It was actually previous.
No, 84 to 1990 is in your answer.
84 to 1990. So,
which contradicted an earlier public report about the period of exposure.
Could I ask, and perhaps I'll need to understand the question you're referring to. So we were aware of exposure up until around 1978, I think it is, that we started remediating. So it's actually prior to that time period that you're referring to.
Well, this is the answer that I've received from you literally today. So you may have provided it earlier, but I've only just received it today. The period of exposure at Elstonwick was between 1984 and 1990. Now, it's actually unclear whether it's Elstonwick or any other sites. So what is the accurate period of exposure then?
So, Senator, I'm referring to, and again, I apologise because I do understand that an incorrect response was sent through. So we obviously are working quickly to get the correct response. In fact, I think the correct response has been provided. So I'm referring to question 2130, which I think was a follow-up to questions from you.
That's the one that I have, SQ25 002130.
Correct, yeah. Understood.
And the answer says the Australian Broadcasting Corporation is aware of 2 deaths as a result of exposure to asbestos. The period of exposure was between 1984 and 1990. So you've corrected that to 3 deaths. What is the correct period of exposure and at what sites, Ms Klein?
The period of exposure was between 1950s and the mid to late 1980s, although the ABC commenced management of asbestos at Elstonwick and Broadcast House from 1978. That's the correct response which has now been provided.
1950s?
And the mid to late 1980s, but we commenced management of asbestos at Elstonwick and Broadcast House from 1978.
Management of asbestos is different to asbestos exposure. So what was the period of asbestos exposure?
From the time of management, we start actually managing the exposure to staff. So from 1978, as I say, we commenced the management of asbestos, which would have meant that staff were informed and made aware if there were any sort of danger within the site.
Well, this is now very confusing, Ms Klein. I'm not quite sure how we would get an answer from the ABC, the most trusted broadcaster, as you say, and get such a basic fact so wrong. Clearly you're trying to remedy those, but this is not a good start. The concerns that I've raised about accuracy and impartiality and the dissemination of information. So I would like to understand what was the actual period of exposure. So managing an asbestos risk is different to exposure to asbestos.
And Senator, to our understanding, the period of exposure was between the 1950s and the mid to late 1980s.
And what sites?
So our understanding was in Elstonwick and Broadcast House. We are aware, and we do maintain an asbestos register that actually details all of our sites. So there has been asbestos in sites within the ABC, and I would just like, if I may, Senator, to just correct, I think there was reporting today that highlighted, and if I can also just, be very clear, I would like to correct this because I do have concern that our staff will naturally potentially read that and have concerns for themselves. So there was reporting that indicated that there are 13 sites where I think the buildings are riddled with asbestos and may have implied that there aren't the appropriate processes in place. There are. So we have an asbestos register that is available for all staff. That's on our intranet. We keep up to date with that asbestos register. In response to our estimates hearing last time, we actually had a Comcare audit of our Collingswood site, which actually clarified and confirmed for us that all of our processes are in place and that we are fully compliant. Having said that, we do have an awareness that we will have had sites, as many buildings, obviously, in Australia, that there will have been some asbestos exposure. We are aware of that. I can only apologise that you had incorrect information that made its way through on a question on notice.
So of the 3 people who died, where were they working? Which site, Ms Klein?
My understanding is that they were working in our Victorian sites. I'm sorry, I do not have in front of me the exact site they were working at.
Well, that's important. Could someone bring that information to the table?
Certainly, I'm sure I have colleagues watching who will provide me with that information.
And are there any other people with asbestos-related diseases as a result of exposure?
So we understand that there are two schemes, as I understand it, where these claims can come forward. There's a very specific, there's a workers' comp scheme, which is a broad scheme, and then there is an asbestos scheme. So claims can come forward through those different areas. As that happens, there is at times correspondence with the ABC. We have communication with those schemes. Exactly who the individuals are, exactly their exposure, that is not always information that is available to us.
Right, so of the information that you have, how many people have an asbestos-related disease?
I don't have information on that, I'm sorry, Senator.
Could you find this information?
We will, of course, provide the information we can on notice. I'm not sure that that information will be available to us.
So we don't know where these people who died worked, which site. That's important. And we don't know how many other people are potentially facing a death sentence. So surely you must have that information, Ms Klein.
Senator, there is, and I do not wish to diminish the issue at all. We are very aware of the issue. We are monitoring the issue. There is no way for us to know who had exposure to our sites in a manner in which we may understand if they've had exposure and they are therefore unwell from that exposure.
No, I'm not asking that question, just to be very clear.
Yep.
How many people do you know of who have an asbestos-related disease who worked at the ABC at one of these sites? I'm just talking about what is your knowledge.
Senator, I don't know, I'm sorry. My personal knowledge, I know the information I've been provided, we're aware of 3 deaths relating to staff exposure.
Well, I'm going to ask for you to take that on notice and provide that to the committee as soon as possible. I mean, are we talking about dozens of people who are potentially also in a life-threatening position?
I don't believe so, Senator.
Are we talking about a few? I mean, this is pretty obviously a very, very horrific situation.
We are taking it very seriously, and I completely appreciate the concerns that people have. We have done a number of things to try and make contact with former employees where possible. We've also asked for employees to, where they're comfortable to do so, come forward and register with us. We have provided information as to how former employees may be able to seek medical assistance, and also the ABC has offered to reimburse people for that medical assistance. So we have put in place a number of things where we can to contact former employees and make as many people aware of the situation as we can.
Okay, well, I think it's important that our committee is appraised of all information in relation to this issue. And you would appreciate that I asked these questions last time. I was told that you couldn't reveal this information, which I thought was not open to you to answer the question in the way that you did. So we now know there are 3 people who have died. What support have you given to the families of those 3 people?
Senator, if I could I've just been informed by a colleague that all 3 related to the Elstonwick site, so just confirming that on the record. With regard to support, where we are able to, we have made contact with the families, where we are aware of who the individuals are, and we've obviously offered our support where we can and our condolences, and of course the families are compensated financially through insurance schemes.
And what's been the compensation that's been paid to the families?
Senator, that wouldn't be information that we have available to us because that's money through the insurance schemes.
You don't have any information about what's been... I mean, doesn't the liability indirectly still rest with the ABC?
No, Senator, it doesn't.
No, I realise it would be through your insurance scheme. You're talking about Comcare?
That's right, through Comcare, yes.
And so you've got no knowledge of what compensation has been paid?
No, I don't, Senator, no. It's managed through the insurance schemes.
What years were the 3 people who died working at Elstonwick, which of course is where I worked at the ABC in Melbourne?
Senator, I'm not sure I'm not sure who the individuals are. I apologise. So I'm not sure what years they're actually working at the sites. And again, I must stress, and I do not wish to diminish this issue at all. We're aware of 3 people. We are providing as much information as we can to Comcare. We don't know if there is a direct relationship to the site.
So, Ms Klein, on notice, could you please provide this committee with all correspondence, all briefs, all advices, all emails, every single piece of documentation you have in relation to this matter?
Of course
we
can,
Senator. To this committee,
Senator.
please.
Of course we can. We have provided, and again I appreciate that some of the information is still coming through, so we have provided an extensive amount of information to questions on notice, including sort of the links to our asbestos registers and the like. So there is quite a large amount of information that has come through, but of course the team will go through all of that and provide.
So I've seen all of the sites where asbestos has been identified. There does seem to be a number of regional offices where there is asbestos, which concern me. So in relation to, I'm not asking for any identifying information, and so I ask you to address this question in a broad sense, but what types of work were the 3 people doing who died? In other words, were they working in studios? Were they working in offices? Were they working in facilities? Have you identified the hotspot of the asbestos exposure at the Elstonwick studios?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. You've included some correspondence from a number of people who've made inquiries about the support and the testing and the like. So one person's name has been redacted, but there was actually a graphic which included that person's name. I'm not going to say that person's name underneath the redacted name. It's a graphic of this person's identifies this person. So that's another very big error the ABC has made in providing answers to questions on notice which identify someone who's concerned about their own health and has written to you. No issue about you just providing us with this correspondence, but it should be properly redacted. So who is managing your responses to this committee?
Senator,
who clears them?
Senator, there was clearly errors made in the provision of these particular responses, and we will manage that accordingly, and again I apologise.
So who is responsible for clearing these responses?
Senator, I would not know the exact name of the person who cleared these responses.
Is it in the management? Can you give me the description of the person who does this work?
There are a range of people within our organisation who prepare and provide responses. They then checked. In this instance, unfortunately, the incorrect response was sent.
So what has been done to remedy the asbestos in the offices where asbestos still exists?
So in all of the offices where there is still the existence of asbestos, the asbestos is properly captured in an asbestos register. We have it's labelled where it is. We follow the right processes with regard to the checks, which is every 5 years. But of course, if there is any other activity that happens in the intervening periods where the asbestos could be disturbed, we go through all the appropriate processes in that regard. So we maintain the asbestos register. It is kept up to date. As I say, we have most recently had an inspection in Collingswood from Comcare, and Comcare have confirmed that all is in order and that we are compliant.
I appreciate the point you've made, Mr Marks, that many companies face this situation, particularly companies which operate out of very old buildings. So I totally appreciate this. But this is still a pretty grim situation.
It is, and as Ms Klein's mentioned, we're not necessarily in control of the information, the resolution, or the unfortunate dealings with many victims, as that's obviously a broader Commonwealth government Comcare matter. So as much as we'd like to be in control of obviously relationships with staff of the ABC over many years, some of them choose to go directly to Comcare, some of them will choose to liaise with the ABC. The whole area, I guess, across the economy, across all areas is something that it was problematic, and not just probably locally across the world. So it's a difficult area where we are doing our best to remedy and rectify and also allay any fears of staff at the moment. As Ms Klein said, the register is available. There is a ongoing work program to ensure that there is no exposure to asbestos that would be harmful, and that program is constantly being assessed and reviewed, and we will continue that exercise until we can get rid of asbestos off every premises, but it takes time, as we all know.
All right, I'll just hand over the call, Chair. I know Senator Jacinta Price's questions.
Understood. What we'll do is, I understand Senator Payman has about 10 minutes of questions, so I'll give you the call till the break at 4. We'll come back after 4:15 and then we'll restart again.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I've just got a few questions about ABC's X account, so formerly Twitter, which under the About This account says that the account is based in Ireland. Do we know why it's based in Ireland?
Mr Stevens, I don't know if you have an answer to that one, but
we'll have to take that on notice, Senator. I wasn't aware that it says that. If it does say that, I'm sure there's a good reason, but we'll come back to you.
Okay. Do you know if the ABC use a VPN to access X?
Not that I'm aware of. I access X periodically myself, much to my internal regret, but you don't need a VPN to access it. So I'm puzzled and interested at what you've seen, and we'll follow it up.
I would assume that's Twitter residents or domiciled in Ireland for tax purposes, or X, sorry, as it's now called.
Yeah, okay. Because, it is the official handle at ABC News account that I'm referring to. But, if you could... I
can assure you that the people running that account are in Australia, not in Ireland, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, great. So, I would love to know if you are using a VPN, what the provider is, what annual expenditure is used on that VPN, and why you would need to use a VPN to access X. But I understand you'll take that on notice. Which social media platforms is the ABC active on?
Mr Stevens?
A myriad of platforms. And we're there because, as the Managing Director alluded to, a large portion of Australians are only ever getting their information on social media and will only ever get it there. And so we provide news and information on these platforms, particularly via Meta on Facebook and Instagram. We've reduced our presence on X periodically over the last 5 years, given it's become a much more toxic place that is harder to engender a positive discourse. We do retain a presence though, rather than abandoning it completely. We also recently ran a trial which we've extended beyond that on Reddit, where a lot of people are discussing news and information, and then we have a presence on TikTok. Of course, YouTube is a major gateway into the public in terms of consumption for news and information, and also for general content too. So we have a number of accounts we can take on notice and listen for you if helpful.
Thank you. Yes, that would be very helpful. You've said that you are not as active on X as an ABC, not yourself personally. Which social media platforms, if you could take this on notice as well, that ABC have a presence on but don't actively use? So just a conclusive list would be helpful. How many ABC staff deal with social media?
Can we take that?
Yeah.
A large number, and they're doing a variety of things. So, for instance, we have a small group of staff that are doing a superb job moderating comments, for instance, which, as you can imagine, is not the most pleasant job, but they do a fantastic job moderating. We have staff that are involved in the distribution of content across video and audio, for audio third-party platforms as well as video. We also have specialised staff who are expert in creating content for those platforms as well. We're trying to expand the skills acumen of staff across the board to be able to access these platforms, because it's a major priority for us.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So how many staff would you say you've got?
I would not want to guess, Senator. We can take that on notice as well. There would be a smaller number of staff that are specialising in it such that they're spending all their workday on it. There'd be a large number of staff that have a small amount of interface with the platforms, but touching it at some point as well.
Thank you. How does ABC decide which post it disables replies to?
Well, you might be aware, and I'm sure you are, Senator, there was a significant legal decision a few years back which meant that publishers are legally responsible in a defamation sense for what people post by way of comments. Unfortunately, this means if there is inflammatory or defamatory comments on our posts, we bear the legal responsibility. We don't have the number of staff to be able to moderate all of the posts and all of the potentially inflammatory comments. We can anticipate where there's a higher risk in regards to inflammatory comments or legally risky comments. Having said that, we will always try to minimise the number of comments we switch off, because the third-party platforms will deprioritise the posts, and secondly, engagement with the public and our audiences and having a direct link in is critically important for us. And so it's a great shame that we have to do that, but we do it reluctantly.
Is ABC concerned with being held liable for defamatory comments made on its pages following the High Court upholding the decision in Volla? Is that what you were referring to earlier?
Yeah.
And just on that though, I understand that you don't have the number of staff as you'd like to. I think we would all love to have the number of staff to be able to moderate our social media commentary. To what extent would you say that those profiles that you're able to moderate are moderated on social media?
I wouldn't put a percentage on it, but I'll take it on notice. What I'd say is we always endeavour to try and keep comments open. So often we'll keep comments open for a period of time, and then if it's unmanageable, we would switch it off. Sometimes the risk and our experience of some topics or issues or matters that might be before the courts, for instance, we would know that there's no benefit or upside in taking that risk. We can give you a breakdown of the percentage. We would far prefer keep comments open, because we're all about engagement. We have to manage that against the legal risk, because obviously the public would expect us to not carry immense legal risk over that on a consistent basis if we could avoid it.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Bowman. Now I'm going to Senator Henderson.
Just Mr Stevens, good afternoon. I'm so delighted to hear that you're finally taking note of comments on social media accounts, because for maybe 3 or 4 years I raised concerns about the publication of defamatory comments which were just being given free flow across a number of ABC platforms, but particularly the Twitter Now X account. When did you make that change?
I wouldn't be able to put a specific date on it, Senator. I would say that the inflammatory abuse that you and other politicians have been subjected to is outrageous and unacceptable. Certainly after the legal case and decision, there was a very intentional change in the policy around moderating comments. As you would also appreciate, Senator, there's a huge amount of comments to moderate, and the moderators can't necessarily keep track of every single comment, simultaneously. So I can give you further information on that.
If you could, it is almost impossible to moderate every comment if your accounts are left open indefinitely. But I just make the point, and many of my conversations with your predecessor, for a very long period of time, and you've got however many lawyers, 50 or 60 lawyers at the ABC. The ABC was publishing, and I'm less concerned about the offensive comments, that's not really the point, but really grossly defamatory comments, many grossly defamatory comments, exposing the ABC to risk of defamation, clearly, without any regard to your legal obligations or to your legal liability. So I would be interested to know when you made that change, and any advice that accompanied that change, please. If you could provide a copy of any advice or any other relevant correspondence.
We'll certainly do that.
Thanks, Mr Stevens. I just wanted to clarify that particular point, because you want to go to a break, don't you, Chair?
I do, but if we've got, I don't think we've got any other questions in the room, so are we able to...
We do. We've got other questions. I just sent one senator away because I thought we were going to a break at 4 o'clock. But I've got plenty of other questions.
Okay. Well, no, let's not use time on that basis
But
exclusively.
I just thought we were going to a break at 4.
We will go to a break at 4. We're back at 4:15, and we can have a discussion about how we recover the program properly. Right. Thank you. We will break at 4. You will still be required to come back, Mr Marks and your colleagues, at 4:15. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
So we're back with the ABC, and I'm going first to Senator Henderson briefly, and then to Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr Marks, we just had a brief chat during the break, and in relation to the email that I raised about the asbestos issues with the ABC, I referred to an email that had been sent to the ABC and the fact that there was an identifying graphic underneath. Now, it appears it is a person who works at the ABC, but the identifying graphic, which had a person's name in it, is not the person. It was promoting a program. So I just want to correct
Thanks,
that, or clarify that that graphic does not identify the author of the email. So you can see why there was some confusion, because it was sitting in the signature block of the person who wrote the email.
We need to stop attaching names to shows so that doesn't
Well,
happen
it was,
in the
yes. It looked like it was that person was identified by way of a graphic sitting under the signature block, sitting under the signature. Anyway, that's good to know. So thank you for clarifying that for me. I'll now hand over to...
Thank you. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Marks, I just have a couple of questions with regard to things that were brought up during your National Press Club address on the 19th of November. You said that the ABC is not beholden to political patronage or commercial investment or touchy advertisers. You added we're funded by and for the public. Does the ABC take any advertising revenue from YouTube at all?
Senator, yes. Some of the clips that play on YouTube that contain ABC material, we do receive a share of income in accordance with the YouTube standard practice that we get into our revenue. Yeah, we do.
Is that in conflict at all with your charter?
Senator, we have no relationship with the advertiser, and the only restriction that we, I guess, are able to place as, I guess, a public broadcaster in that situation is we are able to limit the categories that YouTube might be able to deal with. So, for example, gaming is something that we would say we don't want in any way associated with our content. Of course, we could also switch off advertising completely, potentially, but that would be inconsistent with the way audiences are generally consuming that content on YouTube. So there is no relationship with the advertiser. It has no impact on our editorial. We don't have any concern to that advertising relationship, so we are truly independent of any of that revenue.
Okay, so switch off from gaming. Is there anything else that...
I think alcohol, Mr Fang. Are there any others that we've specified?
Alcohol, firearms, and obviously we wouldn't be associated with pornography and the like.
Is that everything, or can you provide a list perhaps on notice on all?
I'm happy to update with the full list.
All right, thank you. In your National Press Club address speech, you said we craft narratives that inform Australians about their society, our institutions and issues that matter. On the 10th of November, Patricia Carvelis published a column that was identified as analysis, not opinion. What narrative was she trying to craft when she stated that former Liberal leader Peter Dutton had an authoritarian style and led the party with an iron fist?
I think obviously Patricia is a very experienced part of our journalistic team. As such, you know, analysis that she undertakes is often contextualised to whatever the point is she's making. I'm not particularly aware of the article that you refer to. Maybe Mr Stevens, you might have a look and see if you can find that particular article. But often with our experienced journalists, they will make comments, I guess, that are the subject of analysis that give the particular article some context. I can only assume that was the context that she was looking for. Again, on the particular article, I'm not aware of the details, but that would be, I guess, would be borne out by the rest of the article that she's written. So.
Well, would you consider that such characterisations are fair and impartial, or, I mean, I suppose, could it be viewed, I suppose, as activism?
I don't think so. I think her comment would be she'd be trying to draw what would be factual, what things that she thinks are facts borne out by the work, the context, the article that she's done. I don't think it would be activism. I think she's trying to be factual and provide audiences with some context to the material she's writing.
Interesting. I suppose you could probably never see such a characterisation being put about the current Prime Minister. That wouldn't necessarily be a thing that you'd probably view from the ABC?
I'm sure, I can assure you, Senator, that if the current Prime Minister was to undertake conduct that would be viewed in a similar light, or in the views of Patricia Karvelas in that light, I'm sure she would not be afraid to draw similar conclusions.
Okay, I won't hold my breath. In the same analysis piece, Patricia Karvelas described the Liberal Party's policy process to retain or dump net zero as an act of self-harm. Ms Karvelas went on to quote Liberals Rashina Campbell and Senator Maria Kovacic, who both support keeping net zero, but didn't quote any Liberals who wanted to dump net zero. Ms Karvelas's analysis piece was clearly an endorsement of net zero, I would think. Was there any reason why Ms Karvelas omitted any discussion of the impacts of net zero to the economy, to power prices and perhaps even to the environment?
Thanks, Senator. Look, based on the information you just shared, I would imagine that article was an analysis of the political outcomes or motivations related to, I guess, decisions that were made or announcements that have been made. It's not a reflection on the rights or wrongs of that as a policy, just on the political outcomes of those decisions. And I think, again, as a senior political journalist, and as someone that's been in this industry for many years and has earned the right to make those that sort of analysis, I would imagine that's what she's directing her comments towards, as what are the political implications of this, as opposed to whether it's the right or wrong thing for another environmental or other reason.
Just lacking contribution from the other side of the debate, I suppose. Would you consider Ms Karvelas's piece to be fair and impartial and objective, or was the ABC trying to, in your words, craft narratives?
I don't think, yes, I think she's certainly doing a piece of political analysis from the information she's sharing with me. To give you a better answer, I'd have to review the article in detail to be able to really get into the thinking and the narrative that she's creating. But it does sound to me like it's an analysis of the political implications of decisions, looking at the implications for the party and the parliament. It's not an analysis of the rights and wrongs of net zero or the rights and wrongs of environmental policy. It sounds like a piece of political analysis, which is entirely consistent with...
Of one side of the debate.
Well, she's not dealing with the debate of net zero right or wrong. She's dealing with what are the implications from a political party of a particular decision.
Yeah, I suppose I'm not sold. On the Politics Now podcast on the 14th of November, Patricia Karvelas and Mel Clark discussed the Liberal Party room dumping of net zero. Mel Clark said they've ended up with a nonsensical policy, and Patricia Karvelas said of Susan Lee, she looks like she stands for nothing. Again, was there any reason, do you think, that Patricia Karvelas and Ms Clark omitted any discussion of the impacts of net zero to the economy, power prices, the environment? Can the ABC confirm whether it has taken an official position to endorse net zero?
We don't have a position on anything in response to the last part of your question, Senator. It's not our position to do that as an organisation. And then again, referring to the article that you've done, again, it's a piece of political analysis analysing the political implications of decisions for the players involved. It is not an analysis of the rights or wrongs of net zero or otherwise.
Presenting one side of the argument. That's correct.
Analysis still has to be impartial, Mr Marks, and that's a statutory obligation of the ABC in relation to all news and information disseminated. And that's the very point that Senator Nampijinpa Price is raising. Of course, it's open to journalists to present analysis, but it's got to be done on the basis of all of the relevant facts. And I think the point that Senator Nampijinpa-Price is making is that there were a whole lot of facts that were not referenced or even considered in that analysis. That's not impartial, Mr Marks.
Well, look, Senator, I guess the argument you're making, and Senator Nampijinpa-Price would be making as well, would be that for that analysis to be correct, the relevant journalist would need to also consider the alternative political implications of making that decision or not. Again, I haven't got the article in front of me. I would think on balance, the conclusion and the analysis, the work that they're doing has led to the analysis and the conclusions that you've stated. So again, to really give an in-detailed response, I'd need to look at the article, but it does sound to me like political analysis and a reasonable conclusion as to their work, as to the decision that's been made and the political outcomes of that. Again, it is not referring to whether the net zero or not net zero is a sound environmental piece of legislation.
Can you point me to, and you might have to take this on notice, to an article or an interview that does present an analysis of the alternate view from the ABC?
So the alternative view that you're arguing would be, has the ABC considered that the coalition party, accepting dropping net zero as a policy would be arguable on political grounds for that basis? So I'll have to look at to see whether we've made that
I'd be very interested to know if you have, and for this committee, for the points that you're trying to make as well.
Thank you, Senator. Of course, I guess
on the basis of impartiality.
No, I understand the point that you're making. I guess there's also a point here, which is not all perspectives are necessarily equal when it comes to analysis. So some perspectives will have a stronger view based on the experience and the work of the journalism involved, and again the people involved, and some will have a lesser perspective. I don't know if you're aware of this.
Or based on the science and the evidence.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think
I don't know if you're aware of the details.
You see,
You're either for climate change
excuse me, but this is my line of questioning. This is my line of questioning that you're interrupting, and you don't have to speak on behalf of the ABC. But thank you.
Senator Anandarajah, thank you very much. Senator Henderson,
Can I just raise, I think what Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price is raising, it's less concern about the conclusion, but that it goes back to that notion of fair comment. Fair comment means, look, we can reach a view based on an analysis, but it's got to be fair. And so, Mr Marks, what seems to be missing here in Ms Carvelis's analysis is any consideration of perhaps the benefits of dropping net zero. I'm not suggesting that her analysis would necessarily reach the same conclusion that we have reached as a political party, but this is where the ABC crosses, this is where I would suggest the ABC crosses the line. It's a bit like if someone else at the ABC was giving a glowing endorsement of a coalition policy without considering what the government was doing. The same thing applies. So to properly and accurately and impartially analyse any issue for the national broadcaster, all sides of the argument need to be properly considered and weighed up. And that is what's missing in a lot of the ABC's journalism, I would put to you.
Yeah, look, I'll ask Mr Stevens. He may have more knowledge of the particular article that Senator Nampijinpa-Price is discussing, so I'll ask him to comment in a minute. But again, I'll just make the couple of comments, which is I think these journalists in particular do strong analysis and commentary, and they do form comments. Again, not every article necessarily doesn't need to reflect every different perspective, because
it doesn't. It really does. That's the point, I suppose.
Just let him answer the question too, Senator Nampijinpa-Price. Thank you.
Well, not all perspectives are equal. So, and that's the point I was making. And again, it might be that in a particular context where one article might draw a different conclusion, there may be another article that might inform other sides of a different perspective in the argument. Mr Stevens, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, thanks, Managing Director, and Senator, thanks for your questions. I think the first thing that's important as well in the context of the analysis is what is the focus of the issue that's being discussed. And the focus of this particular article was about, by Patricia, who I would add is an outstanding and impartial political journalist, was about, over time, the inner city seats that the Liberal Party have lost. Quite drastic losses that you'd be aware of over a number of years. It was grounded in expert analysis from strategist Tony Barry, who used to work for the Liberal Party, I'd add. And it was looking at the unfolding debate in your party over a number of weeks where, to be fair, the policy position was completely unresolved and unclear, to try and look at, depending on subject on where the party landed on net zero, what might be the ramifications for inner city seats or people prospectively from the Liberal Party room or Liberal Party outside of the party room trying to win those seats back. The two people that she had on the record, I would add, beyond Tony Barry, who used to work for the Liberal Party, are Liberals. I think it was the Deputy Liberal Mayor in Melbourne, and the second individual is a Liberal Party member too. So PK, anyone who watches Afternoon Briefing, reads her writing, knows that she is incredibly objective and impartial. I would encourage people to read the raw article rather than going off the commentary that's sat around it from Sky and others.
There's no suggestion.
I haven't suggested.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price is being informed by Sky.
I'm just putting that on the record.
Well, hang on a minute.
No, hold on, Senator Henderson. I was listening to that quite carefully. I don't think he was suggesting that the senator was doing that either.
Generally.
He was speaking more generally. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Take that.
You might happen to know what an imputation is, Mr. Stevens.
I would discourage an overt reaction to that.
Cut it out.
Senator Henderson, there's no need for that. I'm chairing this committee, and as I said, I made a ruling that that was not directed at the senator. Senator Nampijinpa-Price has the call, but you shouldn't. Well, it's open to me to say that you ought not interrupt the witnesses while.
I'm on the receiving end, and that's how I do
No,
it. So thank you.
Well, you're welcome to respond to that too, Senator Nampijinpa-Price. But before I come back to you, but Senator Henderson ought not come over the top either. So, Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you. I suppose, going back to within the context of impartiality, it would be helpful, perhaps, if the ABC sought out. Of course, there are other individuals that have a different perspective that do live within the inner city, I'm sure. That's what I suppose I'm getting at. But look, I think we've done that question. I'll go to the next one. On Monday, the 20th of October, an article appeared in the ABC News Online covering demonstrations in Melbourne the day prior, which saw clashes between the leftist group Campaign Against Racism and Fascism and the conservative group March for Australia. That article described the March for Australia group as anti-immigration. So was an editorial decision taken to falsely portray this group as anti-immigration when in fact they were protesting mass immigration, which is clearly stated on their website?
I guess, Senator, you draw a distinction between words. Again, I'd have to look at the article and get a context again for the rest of the article. And again, the protest in question, I don't know if you have reference to that particular article, Mr. Stevens.
We will look specifically at the article. I know that we've covered a number of these protests, Senator. We can have a good look at the one you've identified. I think what's clear is, journalistically, what we've shown through these protests, including ABC News Verify has done some really forensic work looking at who the individuals are behind organising various rallies across the last 6 to 12 months, not necessarily the one you've specifically mentioned. But certainly there are people attending the rallies that have general concerns about immigration. But certainly what our work and journalism has shown is that often at rallies, and again I preface it that I'm not sure if it's specifically the one you mentioned, there are extremists and neo-Nazis often in attendance who have extreme anti-immigration and racist views, and we report on that as well.
But they're not running these marches, which the Australian people also condemn, that participate in these marches and don't like to be misrepresented through our national broadcaster as well. The article went on to say 2 police officers suffered injuries as they tried to keep the groups apart at the northern end of Melbourne CBD. Commander Wayne Cheeseman said officers were pelted with rocks, glass bottles and rotten fruit and responded with pepper spray, rubber bullets and flashbangs to subdue protesters. When one reads the ABC's article, one could be mistaken for thinking both groups attacked police. So, on the Sunday afternoon, Victoria Police Commander Wayne Cheeseman said at a conference, the people that came to pick the fight with police were the issue-motivated groups on the left. I can tell you that the March for Australia group, they were peaceful, they were engaging, they listened to our instructions, they did what they were told and they protested by example. Yes, Commander Cheeseman's comments were covered in an ABC online article on Sunday 19th October, but that context was not included in neither the online article on the 20th nor the ABC News breakfast coverage on the 20th of October. So, again, you know, I suppose what I take issue with, and on behalf of Australians, because I get a lot of correspondence from Australians, is that they are often misrepresented, and particularly so with these marches. Yes, we condemn groups that call themselves Nazis and for their conduct and their behaviour, but why isn't our national broadcaster also highlighting the behaviour of violent groups that belong to the left and levelling the same, you know, condemnation to these groups as well?
Well, it does sound like, Senator, that the body of work did end up with that conclusion. Sometimes these things happen live and in the moment, and sometimes articles evolve and the coverage evolves and the facts become more evident. Again, there's a huge pressure on journalism now to be live and in the moment, so sometimes those things aren't addressed at the moment, but they are addressed over time. And I just, in relation to the...
I'm sorry, Mr Marks, but you just described to me the fact that you look into these individuals with great detail, and so you only just caught up with that after the fact, as opposed to... It was the same interview, which was already reported on at the same time.
Yes, Senator, but it does sound like we got the facts and we got the facts right. And just on the net zero thing, I mean, we did have... I watched 7:30 report last night with Senator Canavan on the program, gave, I think, a very good interview about the party's position on the matters that we discussed before. So, you know, again, over the totality... Sorry?
You get there eventually.
Well, Senator, you know, again, our obligation is to ensure that we do bring relevant perspectives. My point is we are bringing the relevant perspectives to the audience from different sources. So, I mean, that's just the way that these sorts of things happen. And again, we need to ensure that the journalism of our particular journalists that are able to bring conclusions are able to do so. But the organisation itself does cover these matters. I can assure you an incredible amount of work goes in every day to our people to try and ensure impartiality. I know this is something that Mr Fang spends a lot of time for in relation to the organisation as a whole, and reviewing our balance across the body of our work. And we can be proud of the body of the work. Will we get it right every time? No, we won't. Like, there always will be things that we can do better, but the body of our work entirely across the organisation, I think, it stands for the impartiality of the organisation. Mr Fang, if you've got any data or facts that you want to add to that particular...
Oh, look, I mean, as you know, Senator, we have a publicly available and transparent complaint process through the ABC's Ombudsman, which regularly reviews our content and is also... the audience is able to also complain about issues with ACMA, with the ACMA. We have had few, if any, bias findings or breach findings for impartiality. Yes, we have had some findings from the Ombudsman's Office about accuracy issues, and we accept those. But overall, and over the course of our coverage of all of these issues, and more broadly the stories that we cover, we have very limited, if any, bias or impartiality breaches that have been found by independent ombudsmen.
How many complaints have you received so far this year? Can you take that on notice, or do you have...
No, I can help there. So the ABC Ombudsman put out a 12-month report, which is publicly available, which captures the 24-25 period. So there are editorial and content complaints. So the editorial complaints, there are content complaints and general complaints, so content complaints about editorial matters. Of those, there were around 4,500 issues that were complained about by the audience for that period. The Ombudsman Office investigates a high proportion of those complaints. And we had 18 stories over that period that were found to be in breach of our editorial standards. So that's 18 out of the many, many thousands of hours of content and stories that we create every year.
Still 18, I suppose. On the ABC Insiders program on the 16th of November, the Sydney Morning Herald journalist James Massola said, fun fact on the nuclear plan, Peter Dutton's plan was, well, Labor said, 600 billion or so. Mr Massola then went on to make a comparison with Labor's plan for solar and batteries, pointing out how unaffordable the Coalition's nuclear plan was. Mr Marks, in your National Press Club address on the 19th of November, you said you wanted the ABC to be the #1 source of facts and truth. So that 600 billion figure has been widely exposed as a lie, one conjured up by the Smart Energy Council, a renewable energy lobby that has donated money to Labor. Indeed, Labor's plan was almost 600 billion and the Coalition's plan was 331 billion, 44% cheaper, as per the modelling done by Independent Frontier Economics. Was the ABC seeking to perpetuate a false narrative when Insiders host David Spears didn't take the opportunity to point out the Smart Energy Council's lie or to provide additional context around Mr Massola's remarks?
Senator, I would say that those particular numbers have been subject to much discussion and editorial review and analysis by various parts of the ABC organisation over many months and over a long period of time. So I don't think anyone who has been consuming content on the ABC would be unaware of the perspectives around those particular issues. So I can't talk again to that particular instance, but I know from my own experience those matters have been covered extensively across the organisation. I do think you're raising an important issue, right? There's an important issue for the ABC as we go forward, and I guess the organisation represents a significant player in the news and current affairs elements. I do think there is an opportunity for us to do more content, and I do think there's an opportunity for us to provide that town square element better, and I do think there's an opportunity for us to offer more perspectives as part of that town square. That's something Mr Stevens and I have been discussing at great length, and it's something we're committed to ensuring that we invest in that space to ensure that we do have those opportunities for those objective perspectives to be considered and relevant with a view to outcomes and solutions. So I do feel that's something that we're really focused on improving our effort.
I was just about to bring up, in fact, your comments about the nation's town square. Also, you mentioned at the National Press Club address where everyone has a place and all Australians matter. Can you name any ABC presenter, especially in the ABC's news and current affairs television programs, who you would consider to be conservative in their thinking?
Look, I don't know that that's the right question for us to ask because, again, what any of our people think, therefore, should be irrelevant. What I think should be irrelevant. The assessment should be based on the work, right, which is your point. So, you know, an example of a show that did something effectively when it started was...
Is Tom Switzer still a presenter in one of your programs? I mean, he's sort of that sort of leaning. I suppose there's one easy one for you. I gave you the answer, but is there anyone else that you might consider?
I imagine you'd be surprised, Senator, as to the nature of people's personal views in the organisation, but hopefully you'll never know because their personal views should not come across through their content.
Wonderful? That would be wonderful if that was the case.
And that is our aim.
It doesn't feel that way.
But I do feel this question of perspectives is really interesting, and Q&A at its best enabled that to happen, right, when it started, and when Twitter, as it then was in its infancy, provided a great mechanism for also ordinary Australians to get involved in that debate, so we really could see not only expert perspectives but also perspectives of ordinary people. We've lost that a bit in our television coverage in terms of the opportunity to have those town squares. That's something we've got to do more of.
Senator Nabajimba-Bryce, I just wanted to check how much more you've got because I will share the call.
2 more questions at the most.
Okay.
Yep.
Well then, yeah, okay. Well, in which case, why don't we finish with Senator Nampijinpa-Price? We'll
Yeah.
share the call with Senator Anundarajah, and then I'll come back to you, Senator Henderson.
Thank you.
The ABC's Insiders panel features journalists from various media outlets like Fairfax Papers, The Guardian, less frequently from The Australian. I suppose, when was the last time a Sky News journalist appeared on Insiders, now that you've mentioned them? Has a Sky News journalist ever been invited to appear on Insiders?
So thanks for your question, Senator. I suppose the first thing to point out is that the anchor of Insiders, David Spears, worked at Sky for a number of years. In regards to the panel, we'll have to check with the team. My understanding secondhand is that Sky may have or may not have exclusive arrangements with some of their journalists. So journalists and presenters for Sky are only at liberty to speak to Sky.
Is that something you're aware of? Is that because you've invited...
I know previously, in a previous role, I approached an individual at Sky for an interview on the ABC and was told they couldn't because they can only appear on Sky due to their contractual arrangements.
Well, that would be interesting to know. There are plenty of guests that are Sky News guests that probably would be good to appear on the ABC at some stage too, I imagine. Now, I'd like you to take a question on notice to reassure the Australian public that the ABC is impartial, non-biased and balanced. Can you please provide this committee with a list of panellists who have appeared on the Insiders this year? And please also indicate how many times they have appeared against each name, whether the ABC executive leadership's team considers the panellists to be of left or right political persuasion.
Again, Senator, I would hope that we're not in the program of Insiders necessarily selecting people based on their political persuasion, but their ability to offer commentary, analysis, views and impartial observations of the matters at hand. But certainly we can come back with a list of
Was that
guests.
part of your audience decision-making around Q&A?
No, I think the decision around Q&A was the program had failed, I think, eventually, not through anyone's fault, just by the affliction of time, to do what it did well when it started, which was it was able to take different perspectives and the host was able to weave those perspectives into a narrative that was designed around conclusions and outcomes. I think over time, all of the participants that were part of Q&A had worked out in a way to avoid that particular outcome and that conclusion, and so it had become not what it was intended to do. So we need new formats that achieve that.
But I suppose
today.
it speaks to the town square concept.
Yeah, it did have a town square concept in its original derivation, but it had lost that, I think, as it went forward. So that's something that we take on board, or that we've decided ourselves to take on and ensure that we're able to do that going forward. And we've got various things in development to achieve that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price. Senator Anundarajah.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Marks and team, I guess you are in a content-hungry industry, right? How do you reconcile the volume, the pressure to publish with maintaining editorial standards and quality? And how do you actually do that in practice, internally?
No, it's a great question. And as you would be aware, we've got 3 pretty much 24-hour news audio services. We've got a full-time television news service and also the key programs on ABC. And I'll ask Mr Stevens to provide the detail in a moment. But it's something that we are, in the current process, considering the balance between, I guess, core services or things that are of immediate news benefit to content of impact, which is, core public interest journalism, and how do we get that balance right as we go forward? And it's a piece of work that myself and Mr Stevens are working through at the moment. Do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, just to reassure you that while we're generating a lot of content, there's a great deal of effort and intention around quality and excellence at every step of the way. We can't avoid or escape that people are consuming news of different ages across different platforms, and we have to service and we're obligated to service every Australian and as many Australians possible with our news and information, which means it makes it difficult to pull back in any of those realms. We will never publish for the sake of publishing a certain amount of content, and where possible we will do less. Obviously the public, though, have a low toleration for repeated content or simulcasted content if we can avoid it. So, however, going forward, the Managing Director is keen for us to be ambitious around what can we do less of to ensure the quality is high and as impactful as possible.
Sure. And in terms of your own internal processes, do you have a internal audit kind of process where content is referred internally for review in order to use it as a learning?
Yeah, we're constantly reviewing, and in all parts of news we have an expectation of a number of reviews based on specific pieces of coverage that we've done, or reviews more broadly around issues. Mr Fang can speak to the broader internal reviews that he regularly leads.
The board takes a very active position in ensuring that the organisation meets our objectives under the Act, and Mr Fang takes primary responsibility for reporting to the board on the balance of our journalism as a whole, and does that on a regular basis.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So I think there are probably tiers of review in the sense that program teams, content teams, all of our teams review their work consistently after it's been done and discuss what they've done and how effective that might be. I know that all of the content divisions run internal reviews, around a whole bunch of different coverage and other issues, both in the craft of their journalism and content, but also examining whether the content meets the best of our editorial standards. My team runs a number of different types of reviews, either ad hoc, where we decide to look at a particular issue, mainly for the purpose of trying to report back to teams about how they can do better, and also a number of reviews consistently across the year around impartiality, in particular to look at how our impartiality standards are being met across our output. We also run a process for the board of assurance. So there is another number of review activities that we undertake to provide the board with a biannual assurance process around how we're meeting our obligations under legislation around impartiality, independence and integrity. And I report back to the board on that twice a year, plus in my editorial director's report regularly across the year. So there is a significant amount of ongoing review that takes place. We also have a broad training structure, and of course through the training and discussions that are hosted, run often by my team or by other content teams. This is another avenue to raise issues, to find examples of where we think we could have done something different or better, and help to share that around. So there's quite a lot of internal assessment of our content that goes on, informally, formally and through feedback and reporting up to the board.
I just wanted to raise the bomb story. I think the ABC was the one to break this story about a month ago, and I just reflect on it. It's not criticism, it's more a reflection, because yesterday we did actually interrogate Bomb over this. But the story initially broke as a huge overspend on a website. But in fact, when you probe deeper, this was close to $1 billion that was invested in hardening an entire weather and energy and security and cyber infrastructure, including the build-out of 2 supercomputers. There was nothing trivial about it, and yet I feel, and speaking to the bomb team, who came yesterday, including the CEO, they used the word mischaracterization many, many times. You should look at the Hansard. And I feel like there is a reflection to be made in the way this story was broken, because I don't actually believe that they acted poorly. By all accounts, they had multiple reviews over a long period of time. Yes, there was an overspend, but it was within a 20% envelope. And the story was not kind of presented that way to the Australian public. Instead, it was presented as $100 million spent on a website. And I feel like that is what is going to stick, rather than all this back-end work that was done.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I mean, I think that information did come across in our reporting. It's certainly registered with me. But it's something that I'm happy to talk to Mr Stevens about to make sure that we use whatever we can from that as an exercise to understand how it happens. Often what I find is teams, when confronted by journalism or journalists with a particular point, can take a while to get into their rhythm of providing the relevant information, the relevant perspectives, so that our stories can be, make sure that all that is included. And sometimes that time does get in the way, and hesitant response does get in the way of some information being provided. But, you know, again, when that information does come to hand, it is shared with the public, and the totality of that material should be accurate, and we should be doing a job of bringing all that relevant information. I think in that case, my experience is I did see all that information, so I don't know if you have anything to add on that particular story.
No, we'll take it on board, but I think obviously the key public interest angle at that point in time was the spend on the particular website and whether that was money well spent.
Sure. Look, and I just want to conclude with the issue of false equivalence. Right, this is not something that gets talked about ever, but it's actually really important, particularly with journalism and public reporting. How does an organisation like yours, public-facing, mitigate against false equivalence, where two views are given an equal weight when clearly one view has a far greater credibility and a much greater body of evidence to support it? And a classic example is vaccines. Right? Vaccines have saved millions of lives, public health benefit, since they were invented. The second, of course, is net zero. Right? Contentious, yes, and that's fine. We can debate the policies. But net zero has been signed up by 84% of the world's population. Global GDP, 84%. There are some in this building who believe that we should abandon net zero and put ourselves in the corner of Iran and Yemen. So, and yet, when you know, you hear criticism to the point where you're not giving equal airtime to both, how do you, as an organisation, mitigate against this concept of false equivalence?
Yeah, no, it's a really great question. And if you think about our dual obligations of factual accuracy and impartiality to a large degree is driven by factual accuracy, right? Because the reference, the terms of impartiality, and I'll ask Mr Fang to expand on this in a minute, because impartiality to a large degree does come back to factual accuracy. So not all perspectives have an equal weight. We're not there for balance, we're there for accuracy and impartiality, with those two being linked. Mr Fang, we have this discussion at length all the time. You'll be better placed to give a more eloquent answer than I will to the Senator.
I'll give it a crack. Thanks, Senator. So, this issue of false balance or false equivalency is a key issue in journalism. We have guidance around objectivity and impartiality, which speaks about impartiality, and one of the key parts of that, as the Managing Director has indicated, is obviously factual accuracy, but also balance that follows the weight of evidence. And we ask our journalists, in the process of evidence gathering, to test evidence, to test perspectives, to ensure that they are looking to make sure that different facts are being examined to try to find what is the where the balance of the weight of evidence rests, and it's incredibly and critically important to impartiality, as the Managing Director has pointed out. I would say that there are issues, though, that are of high contention, and our editorial policies and guidance is pretty clear that when an issue is more contentious, and certainly when there is political contention, we need to make sure, and our guidance is that we need to ensure that we're putting the relevant perspectives. That doesn't mean that we are going for false balance, but it means that it falls upon us more to ensure that different competing perspectives are put forward so the audience can make up their own minds.
I think you have to be careful, though, around legitimising or inadvertently legitimising fringe views. How do you deal with that?
Well, I think, as Mr Fang was just saying, you know, it's an analysis by the journalists of what are the objective perspectives that need to be considered on a particular contentious matter. What is the weight of evidence that supports those objective perspectives, and how do we ensure that we balance that in the journalism? It can be very difficult in a highly contentious issue, but again, I think, as Mr Fang said, there are reference points that we can point to that do help guide our response to that question. So, I mean, this is the big task for us as we go forward to ensure that we do get that balance, or not the balance, the impartiality right, referencing all those particular elements that Mr Fang referred to.
I'll just close with a nice, easy question. Your recent showcase here in Parliament House highlighted some new content that's coming down the pike. Can you just elaborate for us on what these new shows will promote?
Yeah, I mean, all of our shows are designed for Australian audiences, first and foremost. And what we're seeing now increasingly is with a lot of content moving to the streamer, the global streamer environment, they are considering content from the perspective of the global audience. So, you know, it is important that we maintain primary perspective on that local audience. So we have, I think, when we come next year, some really great dramas that have ambition and scale. We have comedies that I think represent a unique slice of life, a look on Australian society, often a satirical thing, but often just, you know, a look at a particular part of society. We've got a range of documentaries coming through, high-profile documentaries, which I think, again, is a reinvestment by us into that factual storytelling of real issues of importance to the nation. And our children's slate, I think we have a bunch of programs next year that are beautiful, that are creative, that should be delightful for children, and again are informing us about, you know, our nation, ourselves, our views, our people, our voices, most particularly, both across and our different cultures. And some fantastic, I think, First Nations programs as well coming next year that are just part of the mix of our offering now. So, no, I think I'm really optimistic about the slate going into 2026, but I can see from the work that we're doing that 2027 stands even better, and the additional funding that we've been able to, or we're lucky enough to receive on behalf of the public, will only enable us to do that even better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Andrade. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just wanted, Mr Fang, to go back to the comment you made about bias and the complaints to the ABC Ombudsman. You said there were few, if any, complaints upheld for bias. Now, I've just had a look at the ABC Ombudsman's annual report, and 54% of complaints received in 24-25 are relating to bias or a lack of bias or balance. The next highest category is 31% for factual inaccuracy. So bias is actually the most complained issue. Do you have the breakdown as to the breaches based on the categories of bias, factual inaccuracy, inappropriate content and unfair treatment?
Sorry, Senator, are you asking whether or not, on the basis of the breach numbers, whether I have a breakdown of what each of those, in each of those categories?
No, I'm asing, the report sets out how many complaints were received, and they're broken down into different categories. Of the complaints received, do you have the data as to how many breaches were upheld in each category?
The Ombudsman reports on each breach, and they're all published on the Ombudsman's website. So that would provide the breakdown of the reasons for each of those breaches.
Yes, but do you have that data? Because that's not clear on the report.
I could pull it out of the 12-month report, but I don't have it right here in front of me.
Because it does look like there's been, as I say, bias is in fact the most complained about issue. So I just question your characterisation.
So, Senator, bias is the most complained about issue, but it's not the issue where the breaches are. So the audience complaints are one thing, where the breaches are is a different series.
And that's
of numbers.
exactly why I'm asking you the question. Could you give me the breakdown of the breaches on each category?
I provided an answer about that there is either none or very few impartiality breaches, and I've probably got it here in front of me. So if I'll have a quick
If you have a look, and I'll go into something else, and then I can come back to you. Mr Marks, I do want to follow up on the questions I asked at the last estimates, and I refer to SQ 25002397. I asked questions about comments made by ABC journalist Isabella Higgins on the ABC's Insider program on the 14th of September, and she made the following statement in relation to Senator Nampijinpa Price. Senator Nampijinpa Price made some comments which were corrected very quickly within an hour in relation to migration. Ms Higgins said they were discriminatory, they were racist. It shows she is a relatively inexperienced politician who has one mode, that is to go in and destroy an idea, which we saw very much with the Voice referendum. But when it comes to selling a vision or talking about complicated or nuanced policy areas, she is not really able to do that. Now, apart from calling Senator Nampijinpa Price racist, effectively, I find these comments so disgusting because they're so denigrating of another senator. I'm sorry, Mr Marks, that's disgusting.
Well, Senator,
to speak about a Member of Parliament, Senator Nampijinpa Price, and she's sitting here hearing this, is a very prominent Conservative politician, one of the most effective politicians, and you could ask anyone across the political aisle. But to denigrate her in this way, firstly, and I did ask if you would make an apology and you've declined to do so. Excuse me.
All the time.
Excuse me.
Senator Ananda.
Excuse me, I'm not...
Senator Ananda Raja. Senator Henderson, you have the call.
So the reason this is so important, and the reason this is so important is that unlike most other media organisations, the ABC occupies a very special place in the Australian landscape. You have very strong statutory obligations of impartiality and accuracy that are not the obligations of other media organisations. And clearly, you receive very substantial taxpayer-funded support, which I think is largely supported across the Australian community. But I would say to you, Mr Marks, that crosses the line. So, reconsidering these matters, do you think that's appropriate, what a journalist said about Senator Nampijinpa Price, which I think is very denigrating and very personally offensive? And secondly, will you apologise?
Well, Senator, I think what Ms Higgins was referring to in that story was the nature of the comments that were made by Senator Nampijinpa Price, and she was constructing a view on the comments made, not the person. Now, of course, you can conflate the two and say, well, the comments made are indicative of the person, but in my experience, those two don't ring true. Comments can be very different to the person. The comments were about a certain part of the community, and I think it was entirely open to Ms Higgins to form a view about the nature of those comments as whether they were racist, and I can't remember the other term that you mentioned.
Discriminatory. Discriminatory,
the two go together. I think in the nature of those particular comments, which were addressing a particular community of Australia, Senator Nampijinpa Price obviously reflected on those comments and wanted to clarify them. And I think it was open to Ms Higgins to draw the conclusion that she did about the particular comments.
But Mr Marks, making a comment in relation to migration is a very different thing to calling Senator Nampijinpa Price racist.
I think
effectively racist.
Sure,
she said
Senator.
the comments were racist. But putting that to one side, actually what I find more offensive in some respects, putting that to one side, is she went on to make very personal comments about effectively Senator Nampijinpa Price's capacity, intellectual capacity. But when it comes to selling a vision or talking about complicated or nuanced policy areas, she's not really able to do that. I mean, that's not just offensive and denigrating.
I think, Senator,
that is just completely unacceptable.
Again, Senator, I think the comments that were made at the time, and the second point that you're attempting to make was a qualification about the first comments that were made, which is, here is the context that was made, these comments were made, the conclusion was...
I'm speaking specifically about the denigrating comments that Isabella Higgins made, but when it comes to selling a vision or talking about complicated or nuanced policy ideas, she is not really able to do that. Now, on what basis does the ABC stand by that comment? I mean, that, seriously, Mr Marks, that is just fuelled with inappropriateness. It reflects no proper research. It shows no understanding of Senator Nampijinpa Price is an accomplished representative in this parliament, and whatever your views might be about the comment that she made about migration, I would put to you that one of your journalists has to completely overstep the mark.
Well, Senator, I think those comments were made in the context of the original remark. The second part of it was a qualification to the first, which is the remarks were made, but here's some context for why those remarks might have been made. Now, I can make a comment that would be considered to be racist without being considered a racist myself. I can then also be viewed as to whether I'm qualified to do my role or not, or the context in which I am in the current place able to do that role. I think that analysis was available to Ms Higgins. She made the statement. We may not like it. It might be uncomfortable. But I think her analysis was open to her to make. Now, again, it's in the context of...
It wasn't, Mr Marks, it wasn't impartial. It didn't consider all of the facts. And it wasn't accurate.
Well, again, Senator...
So there's an opportunity for you now to apologise to Senator Nampijinpa Price because I think Ms Higgins overstepped the mark in her analysis.
Senator, again, the total program in its entirety, there were the comments by Ms Higgins, there was the comments by, I can't remember the name of the other commentator.
Greg Sheridan.
Greg Sheridan. The whole entirety of the program gave those comments context, they gave them balance. I don't feel that program lacked in impartiality. It was a conclusion available to the journalists to make. We might not like them, they might be uncomfortable. Senator Nampijinpa Price was available and did, in fact, go on and clarify her comments and make... So I think in the totality of all that information, we get to an informed view about the comments and the conduct. I don't think anyone's left with a lesser impression of one or the other thing. We're left with an impression about the particular comments. I don't think there was a poor reflection on the Senator. I think it was about the comments that were made.
Oh, come on, Mr Marks. I'm sorry. When you say about any person... She's not able to talk about complicated or nuanced policy areas. I mean, that is deeply offensive. It's false, it's not impartial and it's not accurate.
Senator, again, that comment was, again, put in the context of the entire program and various people that were offering perspectives on these particular things. We can agree to disagree on this matter, but I don't feel that those comments were... she was not in a position to make the comments based on the material that she had.
Senator Nampijinpa Price might have something to add.
Does the ABC take issue with Conservative women, and particularly Conservative Indigenous women?
No, Senator.
To be cast in in a particular light, you stand by those particular comments by Ms Higgins and having not provided any such evidence to her aspersions?
I think, Senator, she was solely referring to the comments that were made on the program, and I don't think it has anything to do with a view on Conservative women or Conservative Indigenous women. It is solely referenced by the comments that were made and a response to those comments.
So you agree, do you, that Senator Nampijinpa Price, it was reasonable to say she cannot handle complex or nuanced policy debates? You think that's a reasonable and factually accurate and impartial statement to make?
Senator...
Come on, Mr Marks, I'm sorry. That is outrageous. Senator... And one of the problems with the ABC is that when it makes errors, it doesn't correct them. And this has happened time and time again. And in my view, Mr Marks, this was an error. Errors happen, but when errors or mistakes are made, they need to be corrected. I would put to you that this was overstepping the mark. This was not based on any factual accuracy or impartiality. And it is not appropriate for this to stand on the record. And for you to now back this in is, I think, a really serious matter.
Senator, we'll have to agree to disagree on this matter. We can keep going backwards and forwards about it, but I do feel like it was a comment made about comments that Senator Nampijinpa Price. It was open in the analysis made to make those conclusions. I don't think that there was any impression left of Senator Nampijinpa Price that was long-standing. Again, in the context of the whole program, there was different perspectives offered on those particular issues. The second part of the issues you referred to, Again, what my perspective is on that is not relevant to this matter. I'm looking at the content in itself.
It is relevant because you're the Editor-in-Chief.
Sure.
You safeguard all of the editorial standards of the ABC. So
sure.
You are the Editor-in-Chief and the buck stops with you, Mr Marks.
Yeah, and looking at the particular program as a whole.
So when you walk past this standard, then this is a standard that you set at the ABC. And if you're saying now that it's okay to denigrate people in this way, I mean, you're talking about an accomplished Indigenous woman, calling her racist. I mean, Greg Sheridan went on to say in that program, how ridiculous to suggest Jacinta is racist. That's just ridiculous. And why you know? And well, yet you're standing by one of your journalists who's called Jacinta racist, and yet one of the other commentators very clearly on the Insiders program has said that's ridiculous.
Senator, again, in the context of that particular comment, the comment was not made about the senator. The comment was made about the comments. So there was no way that can be construed as calling Senator Nampijinpa Price racist. The comments were racist.
Sorry, Senator Henderson.
I made the same example for myself.
If you just give Mr Marks an opportunity to answer.
It's an imputation.
Sorry, Senator Henderson, if you just give Mr Marks an opportunity to answer without interruption. You've put quite a number of propositions to him.
I think the two things are very different. And again, in the totality of the program, the comments that were made from various perspectives, and I think it was open based on the originating comment for those perspectives to be put. Now, we have
Mr Marks, can I just...
Sorry, Senator Henderson. Again, you put a number of propositions to him. He hasn't been speaking for very long. If you would just give him a chance to give an answer, and then we'll come back to you.
We have the time in the context of the news organisation, again, to cover various matters over a period of time. That was about a specific comment, nothing more, a specific comment. So it was open to the program to draw the conclusions that it did based about that comment.
No, Mr Marks, I'm not going to let you get away with this because Ms Higgins, yes, she did make comments about the specific comments that Senator Nampijinpa Price made, but that she then went on to make a general comment about Senator Nampijinpa Price's capacity and capability, saying when it comes to selling a vision or talking about complicated or nuanced policy areas, she is not able to do that on any issue. Now, I would say to you, Mr Marks, that if that is the sort of analysis that the ABC is delivering on your flagship current affairs program, then you need to review the capacity of some journalists to conduct such analysis.
Senator, reviews of our programming and journalism occurs all the time. I think Ms Higgins does outstanding work. We're going to have to disagree on that particular matter. I guess we will see over time how that plays out across other issues as they arise.
I just want to follow up. I find the entirety of her comments entirely disparaging. I find it that it is offensive, and also I'll go back to being a conservative Aboriginal woman and my standing within my perception of the ABC. I don't see many, and maybe this is, maybe Ms Williams can take note of this, many, you talk about your town hall approach, but I don't see much of the Indigenous conservative membership of this country being represented through the ABC, and if so, it's often in a disparaging way. I could probably think maybe there's one other, Mr Warren Mundine, who might appear on the ABC occasionally, but to be painted in this way is entirely disparaging and deeply, I suppose, concerning for the fact that Indigenous Australians have many different viewpoints in this country, and that if you're conservative leaning, you are often spoke about in a disparaging way. And this isn't the first time that I've been spoken about by the ABC in disparaging ways, and there's history to this that goes back a long way. It's why I had to sue you in the first place. However, what's concerning is the fact that you don't have a town square approach to the way that you deliver, and you are a taxpayer-funded broadcaster, And I implore you to do a better job so that people like myself, representatives like myself, feel like we can do our job without being disparaged and painted in a negative light and in an attempt to paint us as being racist. I mean, it's the last thing, it's utterly ridiculous to be painted as a racist when addressing an issue of mass migration in this country that is of concern. I mean, you might as well suggest that Cos Samaras is racist for his polling and his analysis, which is what I was drawing from, which of course Ms Higgins knew at the time she participated in this interview. So I suppose, will the ABC do better in ensuring that you do have this town square approach that you talk about that encourages better debate and conversation, that isn't disparaging but sticks to the facts of the issues of concern, and perhaps encourages more First Nations, there's that term again that comes from Canada or America, Aboriginal people and our voices, and the fact that we have a variety of voices in this country and we have concerns that relate to many issues that includes policy, many different policy issues across this country, and that we would like to see those views represented through our national taxpayer-funded broadcaster and not just a single view on First
Senator,
Nations.
I would love to feel that it is an environment that you are always welcome to engage with the ABC, and we need to have the formats.
I'd love to feel welcome too.
We need to have the formats, and we've spoken about that, and that is a priority for us as we go forward, that enables us to have a town square approach to perspectives, and that is a focus of us as we move forward. So I'd love to feel that those formats will be available for us to be able to air those objective perspectives to a view to conclusion and outcomes. So that's something that we're working on. I agree.
Mr Marks, I'm going to ask just on notice if you can provide any emails or correspondence, any other advices that within the ABC's possession in relation to this matter. I have to say I'm going to ask you to review this matter further. I've known you for a long time, Mr Marks. When I worked in television, I mean, you are a highly credentialed television executive, but on this matter, and I'll draw a distinction even between racist comments and discriminatory on one hand, and between the highly offensive and denigrating comments about Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price's intellect and her capacity on the other hand. And I would ask you to review your position, because if we leave this matter where you are saying, as the Editor-in-Chief, that this is satisfactory and acceptable type of analysis at the ABC, then I think we have reached a very, very low point in terms of the journalistic standards that Australians should expect of the ABC. So I'm just going to ask if you could provide that correspondence on notice, including any messages or WhatsApp messages or any other sort of SMSs that were conveyed in relation to this matter. I'm sure David Spears would not be entirely comfortable with what was said. Certainly Greg Sheridan wasn't. They're both very experienced journalists. Ms Higgins is not as experienced in her capacity, is not as experienced. I would ask you to reflect on your assessment of this matter and perhaps return to the committee once you've reflected further.
Yeah, well, we can certainly look at... So you're asking for correspondence relating to the particular program and the particular comments in that particular program.
That's right. And there was... Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm also asking you to reflect on your determination, because otherwise we are left with the situation where the Editor-in-Chief of the ABC is sending the message to all Australians that that sort of analysis is appropriate, and I would put it to you it's not, and that standard of journalism should not continue to be endorsed at the ABC.
I suspect we're going to agree to disagree on this one, but I will continue to give it due consideration.
Thanks, Mr Marks. I now want to move to another matter, and that is the cost of Mr Anderson's farewell event. We've just received information that that was
an amount of $45,000 or so, $45,074.67. Can you outline what those costs were for? That seems a very large amount of money for a farewell event.
Sure, I'll ask Ms Klein to respond to that.
Certainly. So we held an event for Mr Anderson, who I think you would be aware, I think his years of service were in excess of 30 years of service. So an event was held for him in our Ultimo foyer. We had a number of people invited to that event. I think the costs would have extended to catering for the evening.
So that given there were no venue costs, so is this food and alcohol costs only?
Senator, I think we would also, and apologies, I believe it was in March of this year, I think we would also have paid for some employees to travel to the event who had worked with Mr Anderson over the years.
Do you have a breakdown?
Not in front of me, Senator, I don't.
If you could perhaps see whether you could bring that back to the table.
Yes, Senator.
The cost would have also included FBT, I think.
They would have, yes.
And were there travel costs for former employees of the ABC?
Senator, I'm sorry, I do not know off the top of my head.
How many people attended the event?
Oh my goodness, I don't know. I don't know, sorry, Senator.
Mr Marks, are you able to?
Well, it was held in the main studio, which I think is licensed or is capable of carrying 220 people.
That sounds like an alcohol licence.
Well, you know, each of our studios has to have a capacity limit for a studio audience. There was a studio audience. There was video that was done. Again, I don't know if it was before I started or after I started. I can't remember specifically, but it was a reasonably, I think, appropriate event for an executive that had been in the organisation for a long period of time and had made very many contributions. And there were a number of attendees. I can't remember if you were there or not, or whether you invited or not.
No, I wasn't invited.
I'll need to look into that. Yeah, I think we can certainly give a breakdown of what those costs would relate to. FBT is often a significant part of that. Whenever we provide entertainment, there's FBT associated with it.
If you could provide a breakdown, who approved those costs?
I think that was an event that was held by the invitation of the chair, so it would have been a chair event.
So the chair approved the costs?
I would imagine so, but I'd have to confirm that for you, Senator.
I've got some other issues, Chair. Can I just continue?
Yes, how much longer do you have?
I'm trying to get through them as quickly. I know we're very over, so I'll try and...
As you know, I'm always concerned to recover the program.
Yes, I do appreciate that. I was very helpful earlier in the day, but yes, I realised...
Yeah, but perhaps undone that work now.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, so if you could get through those as quickly as possible, and then we can discuss afterwards how we recover.
I will try and cut to the chase on some of these other matters, Mr Marks. As you would know, I proposed an inquiry into the ABC's obligations of impartiality and accuracy, which did not get up in the Senate last week, voted down by the government and the Greens. But that those issues of concern remain, and perhaps we've talked a lot about Heston Russell and the mismanagement of the Heston Russell matter. But I wanted to go to some more recent examples, the 35 interruptions by Sarah Ferguson on the 7:30 program when she interviewed the Leader of the Opposition, Susan Lee. Can you... I noticed that there's been no complaint or breach upheld by the Ombudsman. I think that's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
It was a very aggressive interview. I haven't seen any other interview by Ms Ferguson that was so aggressive. Was there any counselling of Sarah Ferguson or any action taken after that interview and after complaints were lodged?
Yes, Senator. Look, I'll hand over to Mr Stevens because I'm sure everyone's sick of the sound of my voice at this point. Mr Stevens, myself, Ms Ferguson and the team have done a review recently of 7:30 report where the matter was discussed. I think we all feel that there were ways where that interview or that particular interview could have been different. I don't think anyone would shy away from that. I don't think, Mr. Stevens, if you want to add anything to that.
Just that I was enjoying the sound of your voice. But the interview was, in our view, political interviews, and given your history steeped in political journalism before you entered politics, Senator, you would know that there's a storied history of robust political interviews in the ABC, including in that particular format. I know the opposition leader had been asked on 7:30 for around 6 months and had declined on various occasions. And so the program was trying to rush through a very complex policy and other matters in a short space of time. Sarah is an incredible interviewer and we back her judgment completely. Obviously in a live interview, you've conducted live interviews, you've been in live interviews yourself. You know that tone in a live interview is something that unfolds before the interviewer. On that particular interview, and for those who missed it, I'd encourage people to look at the fact check that Sarah posted on social media yesterday, because it was a very specific policy issue that Sarah needed to challenge on behalf of the public and audience in regards to the significant decision by the opposition that needed to really challenge whether in a future policy state, if you were to form government again, would you underwrite new coal generation projects? That was quite a significant policy development that needed interrogation and challenging as it relates to wholesale energy prices as well. We back Sarah's judgment on this. I think you should never compare one political interview to another based on the number of interruptions. You'd note in her interview with Senator Canavan last night, there were far fewer interruptions because they were able to cover the requisite amount of ground.
Mr. Stevens, thank you, but Mr. Marks indicated that you had reviewed that particular interview and there'd been some learnings from that interview. Is
well,
that right,
we reviewed
Mr. Marks?
the program in its entirety, which we periodically do, look at every program and with the main participants, look at the strengths, weaknesses, what we can do better, what we think are strong.
So what could have you done better after that particular interview in your discussions with the host of the program and any other relevant personnel?
Well, as you would be aware, in the context of political interviews, keeping the interviewee to account to answer the questions at hand is really important. And obviously Mrs Ferguson is excellent in her drive to ensure that the audience is getting the information that they need to get from the interview.
But Mr Marks used to... Come on.
So in the context of that one, I think as Mr Stevens said...
No, but you started off, the first part of your answer was saying, look, we have reviewed it, we've had some discussions, we maybe would look at things in a slightly different way. So what I'm asking is, what have you identified that you could improve on in relation to that particular interview, which was very, very aggressive compared to many other interviews that Sarah Ferguson has done? Yeah,
for the benefit of the audience, as Mr Stevens mentioned, the interview tried to cover many things. Maybe covering less would have driven a different outcome, sorry.
Yeah, and at risk of Mr Marks's earlier comments being mischaracterised, as in that to make sure this is abundantly clear, that specific interview has not been subject to any form of review in that sense.
No.
The program is a priority for the organisation. We regularly discuss with the EP, the presenter,
of course,
senior people, how the program's going, key pieces of content that's occurred.
Could we just cut to the chase though? What improvements... I mean, that wasn't a perfect interview, was it, Mr Stevens?
What I was going on to say, Senator, is that in the context of that discussion, we reflected on the interview and there's various takeaways. So for Sarah's benefit, for instance, this is a discussion in part about what's the ideal optimum duration for an interview. So where the opposition leader hasn't come on for 6 months and there's a lot of ground to cover, is 14 or so minutes appropriate? On reflection, we would have given her more time for that. Mm-hmm. So she was less encumbered by the duration and less sense of rushing. I would also add, by way of context, within a fortnight, Sarah was criticised for the number of interruptions over that interview at the same time as being criticised as the number of interruptions for her interview with the former Vice President of the US, Kamala Harris, and an interview she did in person with her where she was equally criticised for the tone of that. Generally speaking, and at risk of stating the obvious, political journalism at the ABC, we are not, unlike politics, we are not in the business of partisanship and we're not in the business of popularity contest.
No, but you are in the business of impartiality. And that's the concern that I was raising. It didn't look impartial because it was so overly aggressive, and Susan Lee was not given, I would say to you, an appropriate opportunity to get her answers. I understand you can't let something run on forever when you're on live television, but Mr. Stevens, there is a real skill in being able to deftly interject or interrupt an interview in a manner that keeps the conversation going. David Spears is very good at this.
David and Sarah are superb, and
I'm
deftly interrupt.
No,
I think what
you're not trying to mischaracterise. No, I said David Spears is very good at that very highly skilled job of conducting live interviews in difficult environments where you do have to interject.
Exceptional. So is Sarah. We're fortunate to have both, and I think bias, particularly on the part of politicians and senators, is in the eye of the beholder. And so
I didn't ever mention the word bias. I just talked about your impartiality obligations.
Understood, Senator. But I think describing an interview as overly aggressive is characterising the approach to that particular politician. I would also add, I assume the opposition leader is made of stern stuff and expects robust questioning, and it would be demeaning to imply she's not up to that.
No one is suggesting that, Mr. Stevens, and I take issue with the fact that you've put that to me. I would simply say to you that there did appear to be a bit of a change of tone in some of your subsequent interviews with some members of the opposition.
We respectfully disagree that it was aggressive. It wasn't aggressive. It was probing journalistic questions in the form we expect of Sarah, in the way she does exceptionally.
Okay, but now you seem to be walking back what you said earlier, which was that in hindsight you would have given the opposition leader more time to give her a bit more time to answer her questions. Can I ask about your coverage, and I want to particularly ask about the complaint by the Lesbian Action Group that's been lodged and sent to you, Mr. Marks. The Lesbian Action Group has raised a range of concerns, and I have talked about their complaint publicly, but they're concerned about the fact that the ABC's coverage of sex and gender issues consistently advances a single ideological perspective aligned with gender identity activism. They don't feel heard. The ABC hasn't covered their challenge in the federal court now, where they have been denied the right to hold a women's only event, and that's now being challenged in the federal court against a determination made by the Australian Human Rights Commission. So do you have can you respond to that complaint, including the quite serious concerns they've raised about the ABC's partnership with the organisation ACON?
So, Senator, I'll break the response to those questions into two. First of all, in relation to the general area, we've received a bunch of correspondence from different organisations and practitioners in this space. It is an area where myself, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Fang are constantly reviewing the totality of the ABC's coverage and considering its adequacy and extent. These issues are, as you would appreciate, highly sensitive, often very individualised by person or family, and extremely complex. These are issues that, nevertheless, as a national broadcaster, we should be prepared to ensure that we're making sure that we cover all relevant perspectives or objective perspectives on that issue. We do feel there's a bit of additional work that we've got to do on this front to ensure that we are satisfied ourselves as to the extent of our coverage of all the relevant perspectives, and that's something that we're actively working on at the moment. In relation to, I don't know if you want to add any to that, or that probably surmises that particular response. In relation to the ACON matter that you referred to, that was obviously an initiative from the people and culture perspective, from the workforce of the organisation. We need to be sure in two respects in these matters. One is that there is no crossover between what might be a people and culture matter and the editorial matters, which I can assure you there are not. But also we need to be aware of the perception that might come from some relationships that the organisation holds And so whatever the relationship is, whether it's ACON or another, these are things that Mr Fang and I will be reviewing as we go forward to ensure that there is not the opportunity for a perspective that we're not impartial in these senses.
So the BBC terminated its involvement with Stonewall's Diversity Champion Scheme. ACON is an organisation which runs the Australian Workplace Equality Index, and you have a platinum tier relationship with ACON, and that benchmarks, trains, ranks and rewards the ABC for its alignment with the ideological framework which ACON promotes. Now, to be really frank, Mr Marks, it doesn't actually matter what ideology an organisation promotes. You're an independent broadcaster. Your independence is crucial, as is your obligations to be impartial and accurate. But editorial independence underpins everything that you do.
Correct.
So the question is, why are you entering into any sort of organisation? Why are you entering into any partnership with any organisation which rewards the ABC for its alignment with its ideological framework? It would be no different to the ABC having a partnership with a conservative organisation or any other organisation which pushes a certain perspective. The ABC should be free of any ties to any organisation which seeks to influence editorial output.
Well, we should be free of any ties that do either have an impact on our editorial output or perhaps a strong perception that that could occur. So in this instance, again, we are one corporation in a massive corporations who take diversity and an employment obligation to ensure that we are encouraging a diverse workforce and reflect the diversity of Australia as set out in the Act. That would have been the basis on which we submitted ourselves to those that particular index. But as I said, Mr Fang and I will ensure that we are constantly reviewing our relationships with any organisation, that or others, to ensure both there is no impact on the editorial organisation or a potential perception that it could impact the organisation, and we will do that work.
So to be clear, you are reviewing your partnership with ACON?
We're reviewing our partnerships with all organisations to ensure those two things that I just
including
mentioned.
Including ACON?
Well, we will ensure that I'm not sure when that partnership comes up. I think there are two elements to it. It's our sponsorship of an event and it's the inclusion in the Workplace Equity Index. So we will obviously with Mr Fang's assistance, be reviewing that and other relationships.
Okay, so that's being reviewed and other relationships. Can you just provide on notice any other partnerships or relationships you have with third-party organisations, Mr Fang?
Yeah, I mean, we can...
you can do that on notice. I'm happy to take that on notice.
For sure.
Okay. I am trying to race through these issues. I want to raise the Four Corners program. If I could, Mr Marks, and I'll try and do this as briefly as I can. This is the program Downfall, about the downfall of the Trump administration. You said downfall is powerful journalism of the highest standard. The ABC is proud of it. Now, we know all the history. The BBC decided to terminate, or several of its executives left the organisation as a result of issues in relation to its broadcast of the Capitol riots, including a speech given by President Trump. Now, I think I've made this clear also, I'm not quibbling with or taking issue with the conclusions reached in the program, but what I am taking issue with is exactly what happened at the BBC. So there were key parts of the speech which were excluded from the documentary, and they included the lines, "We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people. We're going to walk down to the Capitol. We're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Now, I'm not taking issue with whatever conclusion was reached in terms of weighing up the various factual matters in that program. But what I am taking issue with is that there are certain parts of President Trump's speech deleted, which I would put to you was done to suit the narrative that President Trump was inciting violence or civil unrest.
Senator, I mean, I can't talk to the circumstances of the resignation of 2 executives of the BBC. No doubt it was that and other matters that brought about that consequence of events. I do look at the program in particular. Again, the program went to great effort and did a great job in 2 areas that the BBC program failed. One was the program was meticulous in its evidence of the timeline of events that happened on that day and the various characters and players that had an impact on those events. And the other thing that the program did well was it provided, it did not in any way edit any particular speech to create a misleading statement, which is what the allegation about the particular program that Panorama did by splicing together 2 different elements of a speech to make it look like one statement. Now, in the context of the whole program, I think the timeline and the events that happened were done meticulously and with great detail, and I think any audience member looking at that would have got an accurate view of what happened on the day. We can't, cover, I think the particular speech by Mr Trump was 59 minutes. Excuse me, it was always going to be edited. I don't think the implication that that program was in any way misleading can be made out.
Mr Marks, different editing decisions were made between the ABC and the program broadcast by the BBC, no doubt about that, and I've made it clear in the comments and concerns I've raised. But the key lines in President Trump's speech, which make it clear that he was urging people to walk to the Capitol to cheer on senators and congressmen and women, which is at odds with the narrative that President Trump was urging people to go to the Capitol to incite violence or to participate in civil unrest. Those key lines were deleted from the Four Corners program. And I would put to you that that was done deliberately so as to distort what the President said.
Well, Senator, there was also another line that came after that line, which was, and some of those senators not so much. So, again, even the reporting of this matter has been selective in the quotes that are used to make the case one or the other, that in some way that program created a misleading impression of the day. I don't think it did. I think the program was meticulous in its application of timeline and nuance and balance across the entire program, referencing Trump's comments later about peaceful demonstration, etc. In the entirety, I think the program stood up to absolute scrutiny, and I'm very happy with that particular show.
Could I ask you to provide on notice all correspondence and any internal emails in relation or any other messages in relation to that program following the revelations of the BBC fallout, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I want to ask quickly about the Jane Hume doctored photograph. Now, to give the ABC its credit, that matter was corrected very quickly, Mr Marks and Mr Stevens. It's clear an editor made a mistake in including in its package, in the insider's package, a doctored photograph involving Senator Hume. But what I was concerned about was that there was a statement saying that this was actually sort of justifiable and understandable because it was, after all, satirical. Now, I've actually spoken to people at the ABC about this. There's nothing satirical about that part of the program. So how could it be justified in any way, given the very serious mistake that was made?
Yeah. Senator, thanks for your questions. So context is everything. And the context for Insiders is that it has a storied history of satire and political satire. You'd also note the montages that Insiders very cleverly put together each week are not your standard news-style daily news style political montage. They are clever, they are witty, they deploy editing techniques to highlight.
So you think this was okay, do you? Are you saying this was acceptable?
I think Mr. Stevens was just trying to give the context, Senator, to what the program tries to achieve. We immediately accepted the error of the statement and we rectified it.
Thank you. So there was an error, and therefore what I'm saying to you is it's not appropriate to justify this on the basis of satire, because that part of the program is not satirical. It's a serious flagship current affairs program, Mr. Stevens.
It is a serious program.
So it cannot be characterised as satire.
Understood. I think also, though, in the spirit of being precise...
I mean, Australians...
Sorry, hold on 1 second, Senator Henderson. Please allow Mr. Stevens to finish his answer, and then we'll come back to you.
The image was not doctored, and there needs to be precision around deployment of the term doctoring, because doctoring and the definitional term doctoring means someone actively or deliberately seeks to deceive. The staff involved did not intentionally seek to deceive, and it was not doctored, it was altered. For the purposes of political satire. They got it wrong.
Oh, come on.
No one is saying they shouldn't have done it that way.
Senator Henderson.
This part of the...
Senator Henderson, no, just let him answer, and then you'll have a chance to ask further questions to it.
This part of the program is not satirical.
Well, you might disagree with what he says, but he's still entitled to say it.
Well,
if you would just give Mr. Stevens...
And you're making things worse,
Senator
actually,
Henderson,
Mr. Stevens.
Senator Henderson, if you'll allow Mr. Stevens to answer the question, please.
The comment in reference to satire is the program's history of tongue-in-cheek montages regarding politics. That's clear every week on Insiders. The team understand it shouldn't have happened. We move swiftly, as you pointed out, and it won't happen again.
My only comment is that when you make a mistake, I understand a mistake was made. I'm not taking... I mean, it was a bad mistake, but mistakes happen. You corrected the mistake quickly, but I just would put to you that to characterise this as being justifiable because there was a satirical element to that part of the program is not correct. And I say that because that front end of the program is regarded by many Australians as being trusted news and current affairs in terms of the information that's disseminated. And when Australians watch Insiders, they do expect to have reliable, accurate, impartial information conveyed by the program.
Understood.
Would you agree?
Sorry, I thought it was a comment, Senator. That's your opinion, and I won't dispute your opinion.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone else seeking the call?
Yes, they are. Have you completed your questions to the ABC, Senator Henderson? I'm just noting the time. And
yeah, I know. I am just quickly...
I think you probably should, yes. Senator Pocock.
Yeah, sure. I'm just quickly checking, sorry.
Thank you for your time this evening. I've just got some questions on two different things. Firstly, around the ABC's editorial policy, from a slightly different angle. I was keen to ask some questions. Recently, there was a bill that passed the Senate. It was called the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes No. 2 Bill 2025. And there was this really controversial Schedule 5 of the bill, which created a lot of concern, not just amongst senators, but in civil society. It was described by experts as one of the biggest changes to executive power versus the judiciary in a long time. And there was a lot of criticism and concern from a range of stakeholders, ACOS, Law Council of Australia, every First Nations women's legal body in the country, the former New South Wales DPP, and more than 100 experts, criminologists and others from civil society. There were press releases put out, doorstops in Mural Hall. But I was interested that there was only one news story from the ABC covering the whole thing, and was just interested whether this was discussed and it wasn't deemed as important, or what happened there.
Senator, thanks for the question. We'll follow up for you. As you'd appreciate, often there's lots of reasons why, depending on what else is happening that week or day, we'll follow up for you.
Mm-hmm. Is that the kind of story that you'd expect the ABC to cover?
Well, it's good that we covered it. It sounds
One's
to me
fairly early on. I think out of Brisbane.
And we'll follow up
Okay.
what other considerations are made.
And maybe just in terms of on the follow up, just in terms of the voices the ABC chooses to quote. In the one story, ACOS and the Police Federation were quoted, but one of the major concerns raised was by Aboriginal women's legal groups across the country, and they'd issued press releases, done press conferences, and just interested why their voices weren't covered in this. But understand you'll take that on notice. And then just finally, I had some questions on your copyright policy, specifically the ABC terms of use and who owns the content produced on ABC platforms as our public broadcaster. I totally understand the copyright around the logo, but I was keen to understand the copyright over content when people participate in interviews with the ABC, and if there are ways that they can legitimately also capture that interview and be able to share it, or you exclusively own that.
Right, as in third parties being able to take material that the ABC's recorded and use that for their own purposes.
For that person, I participate in an interview, can I then share that interview?
Yeah, I think that would be something that could either be covered off as part of the participation process, or it could be covered off subsequently and a request could be made. Obviously, anything generally in terms of news and current affairs material is owned copyright by the ABC, but we would from time to time always make available that material for purposes depending upon the context.
And you'd be aware there are specific policies as well in addition to that. I'm not sure if this is what you're referring to around use of our content in the context of political advertising. So we have really clear policies for obvious reasons.
But just generally, I mean, it's been explained to me that, say I was to do an interview and to record it on my phone, I can't share that because it's an ABC interview, even if I don't include the ABC as part of it. I'm just wondering how you can cast the net that wide on ABC
Anyone
content.
would be at liberty to request a copy of the copyright from us.
Okay, what's that process like?
We can provide the process on notice.
Okay. Is there a reason why it's you're sort of the public broadcaster? Is it a reason why you're clamping down on copyright so hard when it? I totally get your programs, but just seems like general interviews. If a citizen scientist does an interview talking about Rosenberg's goannas in Mount Majura, they then want to share that on their socials. Reading your sort of policy, they can't do that.
Maybe I can help with that.
That'd be great.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. So the policy is designed, so you've identified a couple of issues. One is obviously the issues around copyright, but you're more talking about how a participant can get access or to utilise the interview that they might be a part of. So one of the reasons that the policy is set in the way it is that we want to ensure that any reuse doesn't suggest that the ABC endorses a political point of view. So that's why we are generally quite conservative around what we will release around political interviews. However, we acknowledge that it might be of better use or more beneficial to the audience if they can get access to these interviews that might be shared on your social media, for instance. And so in those occasions, we are now saying that so long as you're attributing that interview to the ABC, we're fine for you to utilise them. The process to get access to them is to speak to the team that has recorded the interview with you. One of the reasons that we don't like for people to record interviews and then use it separately is around the accuracy and the usage of that interview, and we want to make sure that that interview is used appropriately in the way that it is recorded and used in ABC stories, rather than being utilised potentially for different intents and different purposes. Interviews like what you suggested before about with a member of the community about something that's non-controversial, we would have no problem with sharing that with them to allow them to have that for their own personal usage or to share with their friends and family. But it's around politics and endorsement that we really try to maintain a high bar, so there can be no sense that that interview, that we are endorsing the perspectives that put forward in that interview.
But like, is any fair-minded Australian saying that because you say something in an interview on the ABC that the ABC is endorsing you? Like, I feel like you've made a bit of a leap there, and like, what are you relying on to say that no one can record, even if it's just their part of, say, a radio interview, and use that where you don't even hear the interviewer's side of the question? Like,
well, unfortunately, there is and can be a perception that something that has been recorded and might have been edited differently by the person that was the focus of the interview and then put out, that the ABC has endorsed it, or that this was the ABC interview that was then cut up and used on the ABC. And we need to be really careful about making sure that these perceptions are not allowed to be in the community, because it goes to our trust and our independence and our impartiality and a lot of the questions that we've answered today. So unfortunately, there have been occasions where our interviews have been used in ways that we wouldn't endorse, and so we maintain some high standards around that to protect that.
And is this reliant on copyright law, or how are you enforcing this policy? What's the legal basis of it?
So we do have provisions under copyright around our logos and around our content and around the IP around that. And otherwise, we also, particularly when it comes to political interviews, we rely on the good graces and cooperation of politicians to support the ABC in ensuring that there is no sense that our content endorses one side of politics or another.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I fully support the sort of intent of what you're saying. I'm just wondering with the sort of details as the public broadcaster, whether there's a more, I don't know, sort of workable solution where if it's in the right spirit of things, that it's permissible, but if it's not, then yeah.
And that's something that we've certainly consider, and particularly in an environment whereby more and more people are only getting access to content through social media and sometimes through other people's social media feeds. We want to make sure that we're getting the balance right there, that the content that we're making for the taxpayer and providing that information and critical interviews are being shared, but we also need to keep in mind the broader possible issues around perceptions of our impartiality, in particular around political interviews.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No, thank you. And thank you very much for all that you do as the public broadcaster. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Anandaraju, you have one question.
One question. Just with respect to balancing content volume with editorial standards and quality, and you said you were going to look into this, and it's something that you're actively sort of debating internally. I think one observation I've made is that journalists often, not just from the ABC, but from across the board, often impose very pressing deadlines for comment, and it's certainly something I've encountered, but it's also feedback I've received from other people who are not politicians. And I just wondered whether you have some guidelines on this, because I do think it is sometimes unreasonable to impose that on lay people. I mean, I think, it's different for us. We have a machinery behind us. But for lay people, they often do need a bit more time to formulate responses in order to ensure the kind of quality that you seek. And I just wondered what your guidelines are around this, and how do you ensure that your journos are complying with those guidelines?
Yeah, happy to answer the question. Thanks, Senator. So we do have guidance and guidelines around fair opportunity to respond. And I suppose the key is that we want to provide the person that might be the focus of allegations or that we require to get that perspective to have enough time to adequately respond appropriately to what's put. There is no set amount of time for that. It very much depends on the type of content, the type of story. But what we encourage and what is in our guidelines and what we talk to our staff about is to make sure that you give fair opportunity, because ultimately that makes the story better, and you need those perspectives, particularly for complicated, long-form current affairs and the like. More time is generally given. Having said that, from time to time, people may not respond and may use the idea being that they haven't been given a fair opportunity to not say or not respond appropriately. And at some point, we need to weigh up the public interest and the interest of the audience of publishing where we have given an appropriate time. But these are set out and drawn out in our guidance and guidelines for staff.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Well, on that note, I'm going to excuse the officers from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation with the committee's thanks. And we now welcome officers from the E-Safety Commissioner.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Before I welcome officers formally, I will just note that I am now in a position to indicate that we do not need officers from the Classification Board or the Classification Review Board. I thank my colleagues for their assistance in that respect, and note that while we have been able to release some agencies, we are at this point, I think, still running about 3 hours behind, unfortunately, or a little over, so we will attempt to recover what we can of the schedule in the remainder of the piece. Okay, Office of the E-Safety Commissioner, welcome Ms Julie Inman-Grant and to your staff members as well. Commissioner, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Just a quick one, so I don't get tired of my own voice, and neither do you. All right. We stand ready to monitor and enforce compliance with the social media minimum age requirements on the 10th of December. To help parents and young people prepare, we've confirmed that our view that Facebook, Instagram, Kik, Reddit, Snapchat, Threads, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and X are age-restricted social media platforms under the legislation and must deactivate accounts of children under 16. However, we've been clear that platforms must make their own assessments about their obligations, including any new or evolving services, functions, and features. Our approach will remain agile to address the evolving nature of social media services. To support the community in preparing for the change, we've released comprehensive resources informed by feedback from key partners, including Headspace, Kids Helpline, Beyond Blue, Raising Children, and Reach Out. We have tailored resources for parents, young people, and educators, which are all free on our esafety.gov.au site and via our social media minimum age information hub. We're running extensive live webinars with about 10,000 registrations to date to scale important messaging and answer questions for parents and educators, in addition to various school visits I've made with Minister Wells to answer parents' and children's questions directly. As outlined in our regulatory guidance and the legislation itself, the onus is on the platforms, not the parents. We expect age-restricted media companies to communicate effectively and compassionately with users to provide them the information and resources they need to understand the changes and how age assurance will be implemented. We've already seen some platforms such as Meta, Snapchat, and Kik on the front foot, and we expect others will soon follow, including TikTok this week. Some may not, but we are also planning for this. To that end, we do not anticipate that all the under 16 accounts will automatically or magically disappear on December 10th overnight. Some platforms will do this more quickly and effectively than others. Some may take some time to replicate through their massive systems. We'll be watching closely, but I also want to set expectations that we will take a graduated risk and outcomes-based approach to compliance and enforcement, focusing on platforms with the highest proportion of underage users. We've engaged consistently with platforms about our expectations and believe that every platform captured through this scheme has the technical ability to comply. We will use a variety of tools and strategies, including our formal information gathering powers, to source relevant data to assess compliance. Importantly, there are no penalties for social media users. Our focus is on systemic failures by platforms, not individual underage accounts. We know that some under 16s may still manage to access restricted services, but our priority is determining whether platforms are doing enough to comply and to continuously improve. If they are not, we will take action. This world-leading action is a significant undertaking for a small agency like eSafety, but I'd like to stress it's only part of a broader, holistic approach to online safety. Now, this includes our ongoing work in outreach and education, our range of complaint schemes, and more recently, our enforcement actions to protect children against grooming and the scourge of sexually explicit deepfakes, tearing apart our schools and communities. We've made considerable progress in this domain in the last 2 months since our last appearance here. And finally, our codes addressing children's exposure to pornography and other high-impact material, including self-harm and suicide promotion, take effect from December 27th. I'm happy to take questions from the committee on this and any other issues you may wish to raise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, and Commissioner, good evening to you. I wanted to ask about the federal court case Celine Baumgarten, and I actually attended the federal court case hearing on Friday in Melbourne. I was shocked to learn that a post that she made about concerns in relation to gender activism at a primary school resulted in a removal notice by you as the Commissioner. That was taken to the ART, and you as the Commissioner are now appealing that decision before 3 judges of the full federal court. I am shocked principally, Ms Immingrant, because this was a person raising her concerns about gender activism, gender identity activism at a primary school, the establishment of a queer club that, in her view, she felt was a risk to children. And I'm just astounded that that resulted in you taking action against this post, such that the post was taken down.
Senator Henderson, have you seen the post or the series of posts?
I'm talking about the one particular post, yes.
And you didn't think it constituted cyber abuse in any way, shape, or form?
I'm referring to the...
You're telling a narrative, but have you seen the post and assessed it against our legal
I haven't seen every
thresholds?
post that she's made, so
okay.
no.
Well, let me turn this over to
me why?
Yes, I'll turn this over to our General Counsel, Mr.
Yeah, so, Senator Henderson, so we didn't actually issue a removal notice. I think that's the controversy that the court is considering. So the issue is whether or not our approach to X constituted a removal notice. That's where the ART found that it did,
yes.
And that's what we're appealing. And so you would have, as you know, from being in the court, there was some robust discussions around that. The matter's now reserved, and we're waiting for the decision of the full court.
But why was there a request to take this post down?
To be clear, the request was around X considering the post against their terms of service. So X took that post down and then it was reinstated. So our position is we didn't issue a removal notice. The ART said that what we did constituted a removal notice.
That's right.
And that's what we're appealing.
But going to the substance of the post, now I haven't seen every post that this person has put up on her account, but as I understand it, she was raising concerns about gender activism at a primary school. As I say, I haven't seen everything that she said, but I am just concerned that something of this nature would constitute a matter that would result in you, as the Commissioner, as the Safety Commissioner, demanding that this post be removed.
So, Senator, we don't comment on political commentary. Our adult cyber abuse scheme is about, it's a very high threshold, a two-pronged test. We have to prove serious intent to harm, and then it's menacing, harassing, and offensive to an ordinary, reasonable person in all circumstances.
And so why did this constitute, are you saying it constituted adult cyber abuse?
This is what we assess. When it doesn't reach that threshold, and only about 6% do, but it violates a company's terms of service, we will often issue something called an informal complaint alert. And in many cases, X-Corp in this case will ask us to use a legal portal. I don't know if you want to continue.
I understand some of the legal issues, but I want to go to the substance of the post. So why did this post, which was about raising concerns about gender activism in a primary school in
You're
Melbourne.
right. You're spinning a narrative about what you
please
think
don't reflect
it
on me.
is.
Sorry, please don't reflect on me.
What you're saying is...
I'm just asking you, why was this deemed to be adult cyber abuse? Because
that's targeting another person with abuse.
Let Senator Henderson finish her question, and then I'll give you a chance to respond fully.
I was interrupted.
Yes.
Yeah. So why was this deemed to be adult cyber abuse, Commissioner?
It was deemed to be a contravention of X-Corp's policy.
So, Senator, I think we keep coming around to the same issue. We didn't see it as adult cyber abuse. That's our assessment. It wasn't adult cyber abuse.
Oh, it's not adult cyber abuse.
Absolutely. And so what we did, in a colloquial sense, is we pointed out to X that this post had been made. It may breach their terms of service. Please assess it. That's our extent of engagement with X on that issue.
And on what basis? And whether it's in contravention of their terms of service isn't the relevant test as to whether it's been in breach of the legislation?
So I think there's a range of controls of content on the internet. There's our powers, but there's also terms of service of all the platforms. So there's certain things that they control about what their users do and say on their platforms, and that's the context of us raising this with X, is we're saying that you have these terms of service, we think this post breaches your terms of service, it's up to you to assess that, over to you. And that's...
But hang on a minute, the Online Safety Commissioner, the E-Safety Commissioner, is all about upholding the legislation, including the Online Safety Act.
It's also about keeping Australians safer online. And why do companies have terms of service if they're not going to enforce them? So it's a voluntary thing, but it's worked successfully for more than 10 years. And we use it when children are being cyberbullied. We use it when intimate images are shared without consent. In some cases, we use them in adult cyber abuse cases where it doesn't meet our very high threshold, but it appears to be a breach of their terms of service.
Okay.
There is no compulsion for them to take that down. It's called an informal complaint alert. But in the vast majority of cases, if there is because cases get missed all the time or culture and context is lost, they generally take it down.
And so, Senator,
so you weren't relying on your...
Sorry, Senator Henderson, did you just want to finish that up?
I just was going to add, Senator, that our engagement with the platforms that has shown over years that they would prefer us to engage informally on these issues, so we don't have to get into this informal process. So that's important context to consider when we're dealing with a range of concerns raised through our complaint schemes.
So you weren't relying on your powers, so you were...
That's what we say.
You were informally contacting the platform to say, we think this is a breach of your terms.
That's what we say.
And is that the case? Clearly it wasn't a breach because X have now reposted and reinstated that post.
So all those issues that you raise are matters considered by the court, but our position is we didn't use our powers. The ART found that we did, and that's the controversy before the full court at the moment. So the full court's reserved their decision and they will make a call on whether their view is we used our powers or did not.
I guess that's the hub of the issue. It just looks a very controversial decision that you've made to I guess, suggest that this sort of post was unlawful. Now, I understand that there's a complex legal, technical argument, but the broader issue of someone posting about these matters, I understand there was an individual named. Is that what raised your concern, that it breached X's terms of service, in your view?
Yeah.
Senator Heidi Snell, General Manager, Regulatory Operations. I think what is sometimes lost when we describe posts is that you don't see the imagery that might be attached. And people often use imagery, photos for attention to grab, when you're scrolling through social media, you need something to attract. So sometimes it can be the image that might raise concerns as opposed to the text that has been there. So similarly, we might talk about some of the footage in relation to recent murders that have occurred that we took action in, where in those instances, people making commentary about, for example, the attack of a student on a train, that might be legitimate for them to raise that concern, but posting footage that shows the graphic nature of that murder, we would say is not acceptable. In this instance, there was footage, a photo of an individual that we felt that photo in itself may raise concerns under X's terms of service. So it was on that basis. It's not always just about the words. I think that's the problem. And so when you describe something and you refer to the caption might be considered to be perfectly reasonable and appropriate for someone to raise, but it's the broader. We have to look at the whole post, and we expect all of the platforms to look at the post in its entirety and assessing it against their terms of service.
I guess now we have a situation where your concerns were unfounded, the post has been reinstated, you've gone to the Administrative Review Tribunal, the ART has found that against you, and now you are before 3 judges of the Federal Court, and frankly dragging...
That's in relation to the legal issue, which is not about how we assess the post. It's about whether we made a decision or not.
Well, you are appealing the decision made by the ART.
It will have a very broad implication for a range of other regulators that want to work informally rather than invoking formal powers each time, and that's why it's so important to the Commonwealth.
I understand the legal and technical issues, which is why I was particularly interested in this case, but at the end of the day you have an individual who's posted about concerns about some of the activism in schools is of great concern to me. Some of the activism is actually causing a lot of harm to children, and Minister, you can laugh, but some of the activism...
You keep saying activism, but it was the school captain. He's a young kid and he wanted to set up a club, and it would have been a place where my daughter, who has 2 mums, would have found a safe place to go at lunchtime. And so when you're talking about gender activism, that is what you were talking about. And I haven't seen the post, and it's a legal issue, but just be a little bit sensitive about the language that you're using, perhaps.
Minister, I don't want to talk about any child, including...
you shouldn't, and you shouldn't.
Including referencing your child, but let me just say that these issues are of concern to many parents in primary schools.
But these issues that are being discussed are not about the cultural issue you're talking about. It's a legal question.
So, Senator, I think it's important to understand why this initially came to us, because we have complaint schemes where people raise these issues. So that's where the complaint came in. We assessed it against that complaint scheme, and we found it didn't, as I said, our view is, didn't meet the threshold, but we wanted to raise it with the platform to see whether they considered it breached their terms of service.
All right, well, I will await with interest to see the outcome of this case. And look, could I just ask for any correspondence that you hold in relation to this matter to be provided to the committee on notice, please?
Sure, I'll take that.
For my clarity and curiosity, are you testing the decision of the ART to protect or uphold the informal mechanism that you can use to draw things to content services or content providers?
That's precisely right, because particularly when you think about youth-based cyberbullying, the quicker we get that content down, the better it is for the mental health and distress of the child. If we were to develop a formal removal notice every single time, all of that would take a long time, and as the General Counsel said, companies prefer that. When we point out that they've missed something and somebody's being hurt or threatened or intimidated and they've missed it, they much rather take that down and have an informal notice. Of course, we record it, and it's part of our statistics so that we can be accountable and transparent.
So the informal mechanism ensures the promptness or effectiveness of drawing contentious material to someone's attention so it can be removed more quickly.
And it could, Senator, be said that this process and how this played out demonstrates essentially the effective processes, because what happened was we raised it with the platform for them to consider under their terms of service. Their initial response was to remove it, but the individual who posted it was then able to raise with them their concerns that it had been inappropriately removed. X reviewed that and subsequently reinstated it. If, however, in that interim time, we had continued our assessment and deemed, in fact, that it had met the thresholds, we could have issued, in that instance, a formal removal notice. And in that situation, you would have seen the platform act promptly, us follow that up with a formal notice, which would have significantly minimised the harm in an instance where it did meet threshold. So that's what we're trying to balance here. But the fact that platforms, through their terms of service, provide a review mechanism for individuals who have posts removed means that there's a protection there to, the free speech, I guess, in that sense as well.
So getting some certainty on this matter assists regulators more broadly than your office.
That's right, Senator Smith. And the court documents, including our submissions and the submissions of the other parties, are on the Federal Court website. So that sets out our grounds of appeal and issues in contention.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time this evening. I take it that you saw Sarah Martin's investigation in The Guardian into Roblox and wanted to ask a few questions about that. She showed sexual assault, harassment, explicit comments, even with parental controls enabled. And so I'm keen to ask around the classification of Roblox. Is this a gaming platform, or is this a platform that's actually enabling social interactions, and how are you grappling with this as a e-safety commissioner in terms of designations?
Can I take that in two parts? The first is, and I think you understand this well, but the social media minimum age bill is very distinct and narrow in what it sets to achieve. It's about an age restriction and preventing under 16s from having or holding a social media account. We were given a definition in the legislation where we have to determine sole or significant purpose being online social interaction with, of course, messaging sites and gaming sites being the two of the exclusions. we have a much broader set of safety tools in the context of the broader Online Safety Act. And as soon as our Phase 1 standards came into force in June of this year, we engaged with Roblox because we've been concerned with them for a long time. And let me know if I miss any of these things, but we were very concerned that adult accounts could reach out to and communicate with child accounts without explicit parental consent. We were concerned that child accounts didn't have privacy protections at the strongest level. We raised questions, given that they've got a commingled platform, that the primary demographic right now is 5 to 13, but they're aging up, and 24 and above is becoming a growing demographic for Roblox, and they've been introducing a whole set of new features. They're positioning themselves as a metaverse. They've talked about a virtual dating site, e-commerce mall. So we raised a number of issues with them, and part of the problem with a commingled platform like this is if you can't identify the ages of everyone and the parental relationships with the young people on it, it becomes a very perilous place. So they have committed to making all these changes that we've asked, and they will age verify their whole entire user base by the end of December. So that was done and announced, I believe, in October or November. When we went through the analysis, and I may turn over to Ms. Snell to talk about how we looked at the question when we did the self-assessment and the analysis. And there are certainly things, if they change their features and functions significantly to include more online social interaction, I can see them being captured by this.
So currently they don't meet the definition to be designated, but should you have a mall and a dating, area, I don't understand how it works, but they potentially could be, that's what I'm hearing?
Perhaps I can. Yeah. So, Senator, what it's important to understand with the legislation is that you can be you can start out being an age-restricted social media platform in the sense that you have a significant purpose of social media, online social interaction, but then there are exemptions, which means if you have a primary purpose of gaming, then you are exempt. So that's the category that Roblox fits into. Mm-hmm. So we identify it definitely does have online social interaction, but its primary purpose at this point in time is we consider still gaming. And so as we see services evolve over time, and we were very clear to Roblox that they needed to continue to regularly assess themselves and consider how, if they add additional features, whatever those features might be, or the way that their users start to interact on the platform, that might change. And so if users tended to then engage in more just online social interaction rather than playing games and talking about the game that they're playing, then that would see a shift there. I think it is important to recognise, as Commissioner noted in the undertaking, in the commitments that they've given to us specifically, that this will mean that adults will not be able to contact children via the chat features once they've rolled out the age assurance at the end of the year. So that will significantly impact the level of online social interaction that's happening on that platform as well.
And in terms of the... okay. Maybe a question in two parts. Is that... No?
Yes.
So, yeah. In terms of risk assessments, are you doing them yourselves as the user being an Australian child, as Sarah Martin did, or are you just basically saying, well, Roblox, what's happening on your site? What are the kinds of things? And then I guess, how are you doing the risk assessment? And then, in light of the Guardian article, and I think broader community concern, what is being done other than hopefully stopping adults interacting with children?
Well, I think you may be referring to research accounts or using sock puppet accounts to sort of set up a new account and kind of test how the reactions happen. We're assessing whether or not we have the legal ability to do that and under what circumstances. But we look at a range of factors in terms of determining what we consider to be the relative risk. Exposés like that where those tests have been done, the team will validate while they're trying to enjoy their weekend. I'm often sort of reading 404 Media or The Guardian or whatever it is, or Wired, and sending them some research to look at and that sort of thing. So we're doing that. We're doing some of our own testing, and we're using our transparency powers, but we're also just taking complaints in from the general public through our complaint schemes every day. So we have a very good sense of what's happening where and what harms are happening. Our youth research has helped with that too, speaking to young people and their parents about what specific harms they're encountering and where. So that is very important. And we do have safety by design and risk assessments that are built into our codes and standards.
And Senator, the other thing I would say is from a regulatory perspective, you want to start using levers and see whether those levers create an impact before you keep leveraging up your level of enforcement and so on. And so in terms of the particular commitments that Roblox has given us, we will be continue monitoring, drawing from the range of insights, as the Commissioner mentioned, to see whether those initial commitments start to have an impact on the safety of that platform. If they don't, or if other issues emerge, then we will certainly continue to explore what further enforcement levers we have under the codes and standards.
Thank you. And the date...
Sorry, Senator Pocock.
I just forgot that the date for age gating was June next...
And at the end of December.
End of December,
They're
okay.
committed to that.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Pocock.
Congratulations on your bill.
Commissioner, just you caught that?
No.
Okay.
Congratulations on your bill.
Thank you. So, Commissioner and officials, we will come back at 7:25, and there are further questions for you at that point in time. Thank you. The committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.